It was opened. A hand came out and took the envelope. "Got you, Orloff." The page boy made a pantomime of going away and was called back. Felix could not hear the words. The boy received a tip. He said, "Oh, thank you very much indeed, sir. Very kind of you." The door closed. Felix started to walk along the corridor. The boy saw his case and reached for it, saying, "Can I help you with that, sir?" "No," Felix said sharply. "Very good, sir," said the boy, and he passed on. Felix walked to the door of Orloff's room. Were there no more security precautions? Walden might imagine that a killer could not get into a London hotel room, but Orloff would know better. For a moment Felix was tempted to go away and do some more thinking, or perhaps more reconnaissance, but he was too close to Orloff now. He put the suitcase down on the carpet outside the door. He opened the case, reached inside the pillow, and carefully withdrew the green bottle. He straightened up slowly. He knocked on the door. Chapter 8. Walden looked at the envelope. It was addressed in a neat, characterless hand. It had been written by a foreigner, for an Englishman would have put Prince Orloff or Prince Alexei, but not Prince A.A. Orloff. Walden would have liked to know what was inside, but Alex had moved out of the hotel in the middle of the night, and Walden could not open it in his absence. It was, after all, another gentleman's mail. He handed it back to Basil Thompson, who had no such scruples. Thompson ripped it open and took out a single sheet of paper. "Blank," he said. There was a knock at the door. They all moved quickly. Walden went over to the windows, away from the door and out of the line of fire, and stood behind a sofa, ready to duck. The two detectives moved to either side of the room and drew their guns. Thompson stood in the middle of the room, behind a large, overstuffed easy chair. The knock came again. Thompson called, "Come in. It's open." The door opened, and there he stood. Walden clutched at the back of the sofa. He looked frightening. He was a tall man in a bowler hat and a black coat buttoned to the neck. He had a long, gaunt, white face. In his left hand he held a large green bottle. His eyes swept the room, and he understood in a flash that this was a trap. He lifted the bottle and said, "Nitro." "Don't shoot!" Thompson barked at the detectives. Walden was sick with fear. He knew what nitroglycerin was. If the bottle fell, they would all die. He wanted to live. He did not want to die in an instant of burning agony. There was a long moment of silence. Nobody moved. Walden stared at the face of the killer. It was a shrewd, hard, determined face. Every detail was imprinted on Walden's mind in that short, terrible pause. The curved nose, the wide mouth, the sad eyes, the thick black hair showing beneath the brim of the hat. Is he mad? Walden wondered. Bitter? Heartless? Sadistic? The face showed only that he was fearless. Thompson broke the silence. "Give yourself up," he said. "Put the bottle on the floor. Stop being a fool." Walden was thinking, if the detectives shoot and the man falls, could I get to him in time to catch the bottle before it crashes onto the floor? No. The killer stood motionless, bottle raised high. He's looking at me, not Thompson, Walden realized. He's studying me, as if he finds me fascinating, taking in the details, wondering what makes me tick. It's a personal look. He's as interested in me as I am in him. He has realized Alex isn't here. What will he do now? The killer spoke to Walden in Russian. "You're not as stupid as you look." Walden thought, is he suicidal? Will he kill us all, and himself too? Better keep him talking. Then the man was gone. Walden heard his footsteps running down the corridor. Walden made for the door. The other three were ahead of him. Out in the corridor, the detectives knelt on the floor, aiming their guns. Walden saw the killer running away with a queer, fluid step, his left arm hanging straight down by his side, holding the bottle as steady as possible while he ran. If it goes off now, Walden thought, will it kill us at this distance? Probably not. Thompson was thinking the same. He said, "Shoot!" 2 guns crashed. The killer stopped and turned. Was he hit? He swung back his arm and hurled the bottle at them. Thompson and the 2 detectives threw themselves flat. Walden realized in a flash that if the nitroglycerin exploded anywhere near them, it would be no use to be lying flat. The bottle turned over and over in the air as it flew at them. It was going to hit the floor 5 feet away from Walden. If it landed, it would surely explode. Walden ran toward the flying bottle. It descended in a flat arc. He reached for it with both hands. He caught it. His fingers seemed to slip on the glass. He fumbled it, panicking. He almost lost it. Then he grasped it again. "Don't slip, Christ Jesus, don't slip!" And like a goalkeeper catching a football, he drew it to his body, cushioning it against his chest, and spun round in the direction the bottle was travelling. Then he lost his balance and fell to his knees, and steadied himself, still holding the bottle, and thinking, "I'm going to die." Nothing happened. The others stared at him on his knees, cradling the bottle in his arms like a newborn baby. One of the detectives fainted.
End of side 10. Side 11.
Feliks stared in amazement at Walden for a split second longer. Then he turned and raced down the stairs. Walden was amazing. What a nerve to catch that bottle. He heard a distant shout, "Go after him!" "It's happening again," he thought. "I'm running away again. What is the matter with me?" The stairs were endless. He heard running footsteps behind him. A shot rang out. On the next landing, he crashed into a waiter with a tray. The waiter fell, and crockery and food flew everywhere. The pursuer was 1 or 2 flights behind him. He reached the foot of the staircase. He composed himself and walked into the lobby. It was still crowded. He felt as if he were walking on a tightrope. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted the 2 men he had identified as possibly detectives. They were deep in conversation, looking worried. They must have heard the distant gunfire. He walked slowly across the lobby, fiercely resisting the urge to break into a run. He had the illusion that everyone was staring at him. He looked ahead, fixedly. He reached the door and went out. "Cab, sir?" said the doorman. Feliks jumped into a waiting cab, and it pulled away. As it turned into the Strand, he looked back at the hotel. One of the detectives from upstairs burst out of the door, followed by the 2 from the lobby. They spoke to the doorman. He pointed at Feliks' cab. The detectives drew their guns and ran after the cab. The traffic was heavy. The cab stopped in the Strand. Feliks jumped out. The cabbie shouted, "Oi, what's on, John?" Feliks dodged through the traffic to the far side of the road and ran north. He looked back over his shoulder. They were still after him. He had to stay ahead until he could lose himself somewhere, in a maze of back alleys or a railway station. A uniformed policeman saw him running and watched suspiciously from the other side of the street. A minute later the detective saw the policeman and yelled at him. He joined the chase. Feliks ran faster. His heart pounded and his breath came in ragged gasps. He turned a corner and found himself in the fruit and vegetable market of Covent Garden. The cobbled streets were jammed with motor lorries and horse-drawn wagons. Everywhere there were market porters carrying wooden trays on their heads or pushing handcarts. Barrels of apples were being manhandled off wagons by heavily muscled men in undershirts. Boxes of lettuce and tomatoes and strawberries were bought and sold by men in bowler hats, and fetched and carried by men in caps. The noise was terrific. Feliks plunged into the heart of the market. He hid behind a stack of empty crates and peered through the slats. After a moment he saw his pursuers. They stood still, looking around. There was some conversation, then the 4 of them split up to search. "So Lydia betrayed me," Feliks thought as he caught his breath. "Did she know in advance that I was after Orloff to kill him? No, she can't have. She wasn't acting a part that morning. She wasn't dissembling when she kissed me. But if she believed the story about getting a sailor out of jail, surely she would never have said anything to Walden. Well, perhaps later she realized that I had lied to her. So then she warned her husband, because she didn't want to have any part in the killing of Orloff. She didn't exactly betray me." She won't kiss me next time. There won't be a next time. The uniformed policeman was coming his way. He moved around the stack of crates and found himself alone in a little backwater, concealed by the boxes all around him. Anyway, he thought, I escaped their trap. Thank God for nitroglycerin. But they are supposed to be afraid of me. I am the hunter. I am the one who sets traps. It's Walden. He's the danger. Twice now he's got in the way. Who would have thought an aristocrat with grey hair would have had so much spunk? He wondered where the policeman was. He peeped out. He came face to face with the man. The policeman's face was forming into an expression of astonishment when Feliks grabbed him by the coat and jerked him into the little enclosure. The policeman stumbled. Feliks tripped him. He fell on the floor. Feliks dropped on top of him and got him by the throat. He began to squeeze. Feliks hated policemen. He remembered Białystok, when the strike-breakers, thugs with iron bars, had beaten up the workers outside the mill while the police looked on unmoving. He remembered the pogrom, when the hooligans ran wild in the Jewish quarter, setting fire to houses and kicking old men and raping the young girls while the police watched, laughing. He recalled Bloody Sunday, when the troops fired round after round into the peaceful crowd in front of the Winter Palace, and the police watched, cheering. He saw in his mind the police who had taken him to the fortress of St. Peter and St. Paul to be tortured, and those who had escorted him to Siberia and stole his coat, and those who had burst into the strike meeting in St. Petersburg, with their truncheons waving, hitting the women's heads. They always hit the women. A policeman was a worker who had sold his soul. Feliks tightened his grip. The man's eyes closed, and he stopped struggling. Feliks squeezed harder. He heard a sound. His head whipped round. A small child of 2 or 3 years stood there, eating an apple, watching him strangle the policeman. Feliks thought, what am I waiting for? He let the policeman go. The child walked over and looked down at the unconscious man. Feliks looked out. He could not see any of the detectives. The child said, "Is he sleepy?" Feliks walked away. He got out of the market without seeing any of his pursuers. He made his way to the Strand. He began to feel safe. In Trafalgar Square, he caught an omnibus. I almost died, Walden kept thinking. I almost died. He sat in the hotel suite while Thompson gathered his team of detectives. Somebody gave him a glass of brandy and soda, and that was when he noticed that his hands were shaking. He could not put from his mind the image of that bottle of nitroglycerin in his hands. He tried to concentrate on Thompson. The policeman changed visibly as he spoke to his men. He took his hands out of his pockets, he sat on the edge of his chair, and his voice altered from a drawl to a crisp snap. Walden began to calm down as Thompson was talking. "This man has slipped through our fingers," Thompson said. "It's not going to happen a second time. We know something about him now, and we're going to find out a great deal more. We know he was in St. Petersburg during or before 1895, because Lady Walden remembers him. We know he's been to Switzerland, because the suitcase in which he carried the bomb was Swiss. And we know what he looks like." That face, Walden thought, and he clenched his fists. Thompson went on, "What? I want you and your lads to spend a little money in the East End. The man is almost certainly Russian, so he's probably an anarchist and Jewish, but don't count on it. Let's see if we can put a name to him. If we can, cable Zurich and St. Petersburg and ask for information. Richards, you start with the envelope. It was probably bought singly, so a shop assistant might remember the sale. Woods, you work on the bottle. It's a Winchester bottle with a ground glass stopper. The name of the manufacturer is stamped on the bottom. Find out who in London they supplied to. Send your team around all the shops and see whether any chemists remember a customer answering to the description of our man. He will have bought the ingredients for nitroglycerin in several different shops, of course, and if we can find those shops, we will know where in London to look for him." Walden was impressed. He had not realized that the killer had left behind so many clues. He began to feel better. Thompson addressed a young man in a felt hat and a soft collar. "Taylor, Yours is the most important job. Lord Walden and I have seen the killer briefly, but Lady Walden has had a good long look at him. You'll come with us to see her ladyship, and with her help and ours, you'll draw a picture of this fellow. I want the picture printed tonight and distributed to every police station in London by midday tomorrow. Surely, Walden thought, the man cannot escape us now. Then he remembered that he had thought the same when they had set the trap here in the hotel room, and he began to tremble again. Feliks looked in the mirror. He had had his hair cut very short, like a Prussian, and he had plucked his eyebrows until they were thin lines. He would stop shaving immediately, so that in a day he would look scruffy, and in a week his beard and moustache would cover his distinctive mouth and chin. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do about his nose. He had bought a pair of second-hand spectacles with wire rims. The lenses were small, so he could look over the top of them. He had changed his bowler hat and black coat for a blue sailor's pea-jacket and a tweed cap with a peak. A close look would still reveal him as the same man, but to a casual glance he was completely different. He knew he had to leave Bridget's house. He had bought all his chemicals within a mile or two of here, and when the police learned that, they would begin a house-to-house search. Sooner or later they would end up in this street, and one of the neighbours would say, "I know him. He stops in Bridget's basement." He was on the run. It was humiliating and depressing. He'd been on the run at other times, but always after killing someone, never before. He gathered up his razor, his spare underwear, his homemade dynamite, and his book of Pushkin stories, and tied them all up in his clean shirt. Then he went to Bridget's parlour. "Jesus, Mary and Joseph, what have you done to your eyebrows?" she said. "You used to be a handsome man." "I must leave," he said. She looked at his bundle. "I can see your luggage." "If the police come, you don't have to lie to them." "I'll say I threw you out because I suspected you were an anarchist." "Goodbye, Bridget." "Oh, take off those daft glasses and kiss me." Feliks kissed her cheek and went out. "Good luck, boy," she called after him. He took the bicycle, and for the third time since he had arrived in London, he went looking for lodgings. He rode slowly. He was no longer weak from the sword wounds, but his spirit was sapped by his sense of failure. He went through North London and the city, and then crossed the river at London Bridge. On the far side he headed southeast, passing a pub called the Elephant and Castle. In the region of the Old Kent Road he found the kind of slum where he could get cheap accommodation and no questions asked. He took a room on the 4th floor of a tenement building owned, the caretaker told him lugubriously, by the Church of England. He would not be able to make nitroglycerin here. There was no water in the room, nor indeed in the building, just a standpipe and a privy in the courtyard. The room was grim. There was a telltale mousetrap in the corner, and the one window was covered with a sheet of newspaper. The paint was peeling and the mattress stank. The caretaker, a stooped, fat man shuffling in carpet slippers and coughing, said, "If you want to mend the window, I can get glass cheap." Feliks said, "Where can I keep my bicycle?" "Oh, I should bring it up here if I were you. It'll get nicked anywhere else." With the bicycle in the room, there would be just enough space to get from the door to the bed. "I'll take the room," Feliks said. "That'll be 12 shillings then." "You said 3 shillings a week." 4 weeks in advance." Feliks paid him. After buying the spectacles and trading in the clothes, he now had £1.19. The caretaker said, "If you want to decorate, I can get you half-price paint." "I'll let you know," said Feliks. The room was filthy, but that was the least of his problems. Tomorrow he had to start looking for Orloff again. "Stephen, thank heaven you're all right," said Lydia. He put his arm around her. "Of course I'm all right. What happened?" "I'm afraid we didn't catch our man." Lydia almost fainted with relief. Ever since Stephen had said, "I shall catch the man," she had been terrified twice over. Terrified that Feliks would kill Stephen, and terrified that if not, she would be responsible for putting Feliks in jail for the second time in her life. She knew what he had gone through the first time, and the thought sickened her. "You know Mr. Basil Thompson, I think?" Stephen said. "And this is Mr. Taylor, the police artist. We're all going to help him draw the face of the killer." Lydia's heart sank. She would have to spend hours visualizing her lover in the presence of her husband. "When will this end?" she thought. Stephen said, "By the way, where is Charlotte?" "Shopping," Lydia told him. "Good. I don't want her to know anything about this. In particular, I don't want her to know where Alex has gone." "Don't tell me either," Lydia said. "I'd rather not know. That way I shan't be able to make the same mistake again." They sat down, and the artist got out his sketchbook. Over and over again he drew that face. Lydia could have drawn it herself in 5 minutes. At first she tried to make the artist get it wrong by saying, "Not quite," when something was exactly right, and "That's it," when something was crucially awry. But Stephen and Thompson had both seen Feliks clearly, if briefly, and they corrected her. In the end, fearful of being found out, she cooperated properly, knowing all the time that she might still be helping them to put Feliks in prison again. They ended up with a very good likeness of the face Lydia loved. After that, her nerves were so bad that she took a dose of laudanum and went to sleep. She dreamed that she was going to St. Petersburg to meet Feliks. With the devastating logic of dreams, it seemed that she drove to catch the ship in a carriage with 2 duchesses who, in real life, would have expelled her from polite society had they known of her past. However, they made a mistake and went to Bournemouth instead of Southampton. There they stopped for a rest, although it was 5 o'clock and the ship sailed at 7. The duchesses told Lydia that they slept together at night and caressed each other in a perverted way. Somehow this came as no surprise at all, although they were both extremely old. Lydia kept saying, "We must go now," but they took no notice. A man came with a message for Lydia. It was signed, "Your anarchist lover." Lydia said to the messenger, "Tell my anarchist lover that I'm trying to get the 7 o'clock boat." There, the cat was out of the bag. The duchesses exchanged knowing winks. At 20 minutes to 7, still in Bournemouth, Lydia realized that she had not yet packed her luggage. She raced around, throwing things into cases, but she could never find anything, and the seconds ticked by, and she was already too late, and somehow her case would not fill up. And she panicked and went without her luggage and climbed on the carriage and drove herself and lost her way on the seafront at Bournemouth and could not get out of town and woke up without getting anywhere near Southampton. Then she lay in bed with her heart beating fast, her eyes wide open and staring at the ceiling, and she thought, "It was only a dream. Thank God. Thank God." Feliks went to bed miserable and woke up angry. He was angry with himself. The killing of Orloff was not a superhuman task. The man might be guarded, but he could not be locked away in an underground vault like money in a bank. Besides, even bank vaults could be robbed. Feliks was intelligent and determined. With patience and persistence, he would find a way around all the obstacles they would put in his path. He was being hunted. Well, he would not be caught. He would travel by the back streets, avoid his neighbours, and keep a constant lookout for blue police uniforms. Since he began his career of violence, he had been hunted many times, but he'd never been caught. So he got up, washed at the standpipe in the courtyard, remembered not to shave, put on his tweed cap, his pea jacket, and his spectacles, had breakfast at a tea stall, and cycled, avoiding the main roads, to St. James's Park. The first thing he saw was a uniformed policeman pacing up and down outside the Walden house. That meant he could not take up his usual position for observing the house. He had to retreat much farther into the park and watch from a distance. He could not stay in the same place for too long, either, in case the policeman was alert and keen-eyed enough to notice. At about midday, a motor car emerged from the house. Feliks ran for his bicycle. He had not seen the car go in, so presumably it was Walden's. Previously the family had always travelled in a coach, but there was no reason why they should not have both horse-drawn and motor vehicles. Feliks was too far away to be able to guess who was inside the car. He hoped it was Walden. The car headed for Trafalgar Square. Feliks cut across the grass to intercept it. The car was a few yards ahead of him when he reached the road. He kept up with it easily around Trafalgar Square. Then it drew ahead of him as it headed north on Charing Cross Road. He pedalled fast, but not desperately so. For one thing, he did not want to draw attention to himself, and for another, he wanted to conserve his strength. But he was too cautious, for when he reached Oxford Street, the car was out of sight. He cursed himself for a fool. Which direction had it taken? There were 4 possibilities: left, straight on, right, or sharp right. He guessed, and went straight on. In the traffic jam at the north end of Tottenham Court Road, he saw the car again, and breathed a sigh of relief. He caught up with it as it turned east. He risked going close enough to see inside. In the front was a man in a chauffeur's cap. In the back was someone with grey hair and a beard. Walden. "I'll kill him too," Feliks thought. "By Christ, I'll kill him." In the traffic jam outside Euston Station, he passed the car and got ahead, taking the chance that Walden might look at him when the car caught up again. He stayed ahead all down Euston Road, looking back over his shoulder continually to check that the car was still following him. He waited at the junction by King's Cross, breathing hard, until the car passed him. It turned north. He averted his face as it went by, then followed. The traffic was fairly heavy, and he was able to keep pace, although he was tiring. He began to hope that Walden was going to see Orloff. A house in North London, discreet and suburban, might be a good hiding place. His excitement mounted. He might be able to kill them both. After half a mile or so, the traffic began to thin out. The car was large and powerful. Feliks had to pedal faster and faster. He was sweating heavily. He thought, how much farther? Heavy traffic at Holloway Road gave him a brief rest. Then the car picked up speed along Seven Sisters Road. He went as fast as he could. Any minute now the car might turn off the main road. It might be only minutes from its destination. All I want is some luck, he thought. He summoned up his last reserves of strength. His legs hurt now, and his breath came in ragged gasps. The car pulled remorselessly away from him. When it was 100 yards ahead and still accelerating, he gave up. He coasted to a halt and sat on the bicycle at the side of the road, bent over the handlebars, waiting to recover. He felt faint. It was always the way, he thought bitterly. The ruling class fought in comfort. There was Walden, sitting comfortably in a big, smooth car, smoking a cigar, not even having to drive. Walden was plainly going out of town. Orloff could be anywhere north of London within half a day's journey by fast motor car. Feliks was utterly defeated. Again. For want of a better idea, he turned around and headed back towards St. James's Park. Charlotte was still tingling from Mrs. Pankhurst's speech. Of course there would be misery and suffering, while all power was in the hands of one half of the world, and that half had no understanding of the problems of the other half. Men accepted a brutish and unjust world because it was brutish and unjust, not to them, but to women. If women had power, there would be nobody left to oppress. The day after the suffragette meeting, her mind teemed with speculations of this kind. She saw all the women around her, servants, shop assistants, nurses in the park, even Mamma, in a new light. She felt she was beginning to understand how the world worked. She no longer resented Mamma and Papa for lying to her. They'd not really lied to her, except by omission. Besides, insofar as deceit was involved, they deceived themselves almost as much as they had deceived her. And Papa had spoken frankly to her, against his evident inclinations. Still, she wanted to find out things for herself, so that she could be sure of the truth. In the morning she got hold of some money, by the simple expedient of going shopping with a footman and saying to him, "Give me a shilling." Later, while he waited with the carriage at the main entrance to Liberty's in Regent Street, She slipped out of a side entrance and walked to Oxford Street, where she found a woman selling the suffragette newspaper Votes for Women. The paper cost a penny. Charlotte went back to Liberty's and, in the ladies' cloakroom, hid the newspaper under her dress. Then she returned to the carriage. She read the paper in her room after lunch. She learned that the incident at the palace during her debut had not been the first time that the plight of women had been brought to the attention of the King and Queen. Last December, 3 suffragettes in beautiful evening gowns had barricaded themselves inside a box at Covent Garden. The occasion was a gala performance of Jeanne d'Arc by Raymond Rose, attended by the King and Queen with a large entourage. At the end of the first act, one of the suffragettes stood up and began to harangue the King through a megaphone. It took them half an hour to break down the door and get the women out of the box. Then 40 more suffragettes in the front rows of the gallery stood up, threw showers of pamphlets down into the stalls, and walked out en masse. Before and after this incident, the King had refused to give an audience to Mrs. Pankhurst, arguing that all subjects had an ancient right to petition the King about their grievances. The suffragettes announced that a deputation would march to the palace, accompanied by thousands of women. Charlotte realized that the march was to take place today, this afternoon, now. She wanted to be there. It was no good understanding what was wrong, she told herself, if one did nothing about it. And Mrs. Pankhurst's speech was still ringing in her ear. The spirit which is in women today cannot be quenched. Papa had gone off with Pritchard in the motor car. Mamma was lying down after lunch. As usual, there was nobody to stop her. She put on a dowdy dress and her most unprepossessing hat and coat. Then she went quietly down the stairs and out of the house. Feliks walked about the park, keeping the house always in view, racking his brains. Somehow he had to find out where Walden was going in the motor car. How might that be achieved? Could he try Lydia again? He might, at some risk, get past the policeman and into the house, but would he get out again? Would Lydia not raise the alarm? Even if she let him go, she would hardly tell him the secret of Orloff's hiding place, now that she knew why he wanted to know. Perhaps he could seduce her, but where and when? He could not follow Walden's car on a bicycle. Could he follow in another car? He could steal one, but he did not know how to drive them. Could he learn? Even then, would Walden's chauffeur not notice that he was being followed? If he could hide in Walden's motor car, that meant getting inside the garage, opening the boot, spending several hours inside, all in the hope that nothing would be put inside the boot before the journey. The odds against success were too high for him to risk everything on that gamble. The chauffeur must know, of course. Could he be bribed? Made drunk? Kidnapped? Feliks' mind was elaborating these possibilities when he saw the girl come out of the house. He wondered who she was. She might be a servant, for the family always came and went in coaches. But she had left by the main entrance, and Feliks had never seen servants do that. She might be Lydia's daughter. She might know where Orloff was. Feliks decided to follow her. She walked toward Trafalgar Square. Leaving his bicycle in the bushes, Feliks went after her and got a closer look. Her clothes did not look like those of a servant. He recalled that there had been a girl in the coach on the night he had first tried to kill Orloff. He had not taken a good look at her because all his attention had been, disastrously, riveted to Lydia. During his many days observing the house, he had glimpsed a girl in the carriage from time to time. This was probably the girl, Feliks decided. She was sneaking out on a clandestine errand, while her father was away and her mother was busy. There was something vaguely familiar about her, he thought, as he tailed her across Trafalgar Square. He was quite sure he had never looked closely at her, yet he had a strong sense of déjà vu as he watched her trim figure walk, straight-backed and with a determined, quick pace, through the streets. Occasionally he saw her face in profile when she turned to cross a road, and the tilt of her chin, or perhaps something about her eyes, seemed to strike a chord deep in his memory. Did she remind him of the young Lydia? Not at all, he realized. Lydia had always looked small and frail, and her features were all delicate. This girl had a strong-looking, angular face. It reminded Felix of a painting by an Italian artist, which he had seen in a gallery in Geneva. After a moment, the name of the painter came back to him. Modigliani. He got closer still to her, and a minute or two later he saw her full face. His heart skipped a beat, and he thought, "She's just beautiful." Where was she going? To meet a boyfriend, perhaps? To buy something forbidden? To do something of which her parents would disapprove? Such as go to a moving picture show or a music hall? The boyfriend theory was the likeliest. It was also the most promising possibility from Feliks' point of view. He could find out who the boyfriend was and threaten to give away the girl's secret unless she would tell him where Olaf was. She would not do it readily, of course, especially if she had been told that an assassin was after Olaf. But given the choice between the love of a young man and the safety of a Russian cousin, Feliks reckoned that a young girl would choose romance. He heard a distant noise. He followed the girl around a corner. Suddenly he was in a street full of marching women. Many of them wore the suffragette colours of green, white and purple. Many carried banners. There were thousands of them. Somewhere a band played marching tunes. The girl joined the demonstration and began to march. Feliks thought, wonderful. The route was lined with policemen, but they mostly faced inward toward the women, so Feliks could dodge along the pavement behind their backs. He went with the march, keeping the girl in sight. He had been in need of a piece of luck, and he had been given one. She was a secret suffragette. She was vulnerable to blackmail, but there might be more subtle ways of manipulating her. One way or another, Feliks thought, I'll get what I want from her. Charlotte was thrilled. The march was orderly, with female stewards keeping the women in line. Most of the marchers were well-dressed, respectable-looking types. The band played a jaunty two-step. There were even a few men, carrying a banner which read, "Fight the government that refuses to give women the parliamentary vote." Charlotte no longer felt like a misfit with heretical views. Why, she thought, all these thousands of women think and feel as I do. At times, in the last 24 hours, she had wondered whether men were right in saying that women were weak, stupid, and ignorant. For she sometimes felt weak and stupid, and she really was ignorant. Now she thought, if we educate ourselves, we won't be ignorant. If we think for ourselves, we won't be stupid, and if we struggle together, we won't be weak. The band began to play the hymn Jerusalem, and the women sang the words. Charlotte joined in lustily. I will not cease from mental fight, nor shall my sword sleep in my hand. I don't care if anybody sees me, she thought defiantly, not even the duchesses, till we have built Jerusalem in England's green and pleasant land. The march crossed Trafalgar Square and entered the Mall. Suddenly there were many more policemen watching the women intently. There were also many spectators, mostly male, along either side of the road. They shouted and whistled derisively. Charlotte heard one of them say, "All you need is a good swiving," and she blushed crimson. She noticed that many women carried a staff with a silver arrow fixed to its top. She asked the woman nearest her what that symbolized. "The arrows on prison clothing," the woman replied. "All the women who carry that have been to jail." To jail? Charlotte was taken aback. She had known that a few suffragettes had been imprisoned, but as she looked around she saw hundreds of silver arrows. For the first time it occurred to her that she might end the day in prison. The thought made her feel weak. I won't go on, she thought. My house is just there across the park. I can be there in 5 minutes. Prison? I would die. She looked back. Then she thought, I've done nothing wrong. Why am I afraid that I shall go to prison? Why should I not petition the king? Unless we do this, women will always be weak, ignorant, and stupid." Then the band began again, and she squared her shoulders and marched in time. The facade of Buckingham Palace loomed up at the end of the Mall. A line of policemen, many on horseback, stretched across the front of the building. Charlotte was near the head of the procession. She wondered what the leaders intended to happen when they reached the gates. She remembered once coming out of Derry and Tom's and seeing an afternoon drunk lurching at her across the pavement. A gentleman in a top hat had pushed the drunk aside with his walking cane, and the footman had quickly helped Charlotte up into the carriage, which was waiting at the curb. Nobody would rush to protect her from a jostling today. They were at the palace gates. Last time I was here, Charlotte thought, I had an invitation. The head of the procession came up against the line of policemen. For a moment there was deadlock. The people behind pressed forward. Suddenly Charlotte saw Mrs. Pankhurst. She wore a jacket and skirt of purple velvet, a high-necked white blouse, and a green waistcoat. Her hat was purple with a huge white ostrich feather and a veil. She had detached herself from the body of the march and somehow had managed, unnoticed, to reach the far gate of the palace courtyard. She was such a brave little figure, marching with her head held high to the King's Gate. She was stopped by a police inspector in a flat hat. He was a huge, burly man, and looked at least a foot taller than she. There was a brief exchange of words. Mrs. Pankhurst stepped forward. The inspector barred her way. She tried to push past him. Then, to Charlotte's horror, the policeman grabbed Mrs. Pankhurst in a bear hug, lifted her off her feet, and carried her away. Charlotte was enraged, and so was every other woman in sight. The marchers pressed fiercely against the police line. Charlotte saw one or two break through and run toward the palace, chased by constables. The horses shifted, their iron hooves clattering threateningly on the pavement. The line began to break up. Several women struggled with policemen and were thrown to the ground. Charlotte was terrified of being manhandled. Some of the male bystanders rushed to the aid of the police, and then jostling turned into fighting. A middle-aged woman close to Charlotte was grabbed by the thighs. "Unhand me, sir!" she said indignantly. The policeman said, "My old dear, I can grip you where I like today." A group of men in straw boaters waded into the crowd, pushing and punching the women, and Charlotte screamed. Suddenly a team of suffragettes wielding Indian clubs counterattacked, and straw boaters flew everywhere. There were no longer any spectators. Everyone was in the melee. Charlotte wanted to run away, but every way she turned she saw violence. A fellow in a bowler picked up a young woman by getting one arm across her breasts and one hand in the fork of her thighs, and Charlotte heard him say, "You've been wanting this for a long time, haven't you?" The bestiality of it all horrified Charlotte. It was like one of those medieval paintings of purgatory in which everyone is suffering unspeakable tortures. But it was real, and she was in the middle of it. She was pushed from behind and fell down, grazing her hands and bruising her knees. Someone trod on her hand. She tried to get up and was knocked down again. She realized she might be trampled by a horse and die. Desperately she grabbed the skirts of a woman's coat and hauled herself to her feet. Some of the women were throwing pepper into the eyes of the men, but it was impossible to throw accurately, and they succeeded in incapacitating as many women as men. The fighting became vicious. Charlotte saw a woman lying on the ground with blood streaming from her nose. She wanted to help the woman, but she could not move. It was as much as she could do to stay upright. She began to feel angry as well as scared. The men, police and civilians alike, punched and kicked women with relish. Charlotte thought hysterically, "Why do they grin so?" To her horror she felt a large hand grasp her breast. The hand squeezed and twisted. She turned, clumsily shoving the arm away from her. She was confronted by a man in his middle 20s, well dressed in a tweed suit. He put out his hands and grabbed both her breasts, digging his fingers in hard. Nobody had ever touched her there. She struggled with the man, seeing on his face a wild look of mingled hatred and desire. He yelled, "This is what you need, ain't it?" Then he punched her in the stomach with his fist. The blow seemed to sink into her belly. The shock was bad and the pain was worse, but what made her panic was that she could not breathe. She stood, bending forward with her mouth open. She wanted to gasp, she wanted to scream, but she could do neither. She felt sure she was going to die. She was vaguely aware of a very tall man pushing past her, dividing the crowd, as if it were a field of corn. The tall man grabbed the lapel of the man in the tweed suit and hit him on the chin. The blow seemed to knock the young man off his feet and lift him into the air. The look of surprise on his face was almost comical. At last Charlotte was able to breathe, and she sucked in air with a great heave. The tall man put his arm firmly around her shoulders and said in her ear, "This way." She realized she was being rescued, and the sense of being in the hands of someone strong and protective was such a relief that she almost fainted. The tall man propelled her toward the edge of the crowd. A police sergeant struck at her with a truncheon. Charlotte's protector raised his arm to ward off the blow, then gave a shout of pain as the wooden club landed on his forearm. He let go of Charlotte. There was a brief flurry of blows. Then the sergeant was lying on the ground, bleeding, and the tall man was once again leading Charlotte through the crush. Suddenly they were out of it. When Charlotte realized she was safe, she began to cry, sobbing softly as tears ran down her cheeks. The man made her keep walking. "Let's get right away," he said. He spoke with a foreign accent. Charlotte had no will of her own. She went where he led her. After a while, she began to recover her composure. She realized they were in the Victoria area. The man stopped outside a Lion's Corner house and said, "Would you like a cup of tea?" She nodded and they went in. He led her to a chair, then sat opposite her. She looked at him for the first time. For an instant she was frightened again. He had a long face with a curved nose. His hair was very short, but his cheeks were unshaven. He looked somehow rapacious. But then she saw that there was nothing but compassion in his eyes. She took a deep breath and said, "How can I ever thank you?" He ignored the question. "Would you like something to eat?" "Just tea." She recognized his accent, and she began to speak Russian. "Where are you from?" He looked pleased that she could speak his language. "I was born in Tambov province. You speak Russian very well." "My mother is Russian, and my governess." A waitress came, and he said, "2 teas, please, love." Charlotte thought, he is learning English from Cockneys. She said in Russian, "I don't even know your name. I'm Charlotte Walden." "Feliks Kshesinski. You were brave to join that march." She shook her head. "Bravery had nothing to do with it. I simply didn't know it would be like that." She was thinking, who and what is this man? Where did he come from? He looks fascinating, but he's guarded. I'd like to know more about him. He said, "What did you expect?" "On the march? I don't know. Why do those men enjoy attacking women?" "This is an interesting question." He was suddenly animated, and Charlotte saw that he had an attractive, expressive face. "You see, we put women on a pedestal and pretend they are pure in mind and helpless in body. So, in polite society at least, men must tell themselves that they feel no hostility toward woman, ever. Nor do they feel lust for women's bodies. Now, here come some women, the suffragettes, who plainly are not helpless and need not be worshipped. What is more, they break the law. They deny the myths that men have made themselves believe, and they can be assaulted with impunity. The men feel cheated, and they give expression to all the lust and anger which they have been pretending not to feel. This is a great release to tension, and they enjoy it." Charlotte looked at him in amazement. It was fantastic. A complete explanation, just like that, off the top of his head. "I like this man," she thought. She said, "What do you do for a living?" He became guarded again. "Unemployed philosopher."
End of side 11. Side 12.
The tea came. It was strong and very sweet, and it restored Charlotte somewhat. She was intrigued by the weird Russian, and she wanted to draw him out. She said, "You seem to think that all this, the position of women in society and so on, is just as bad for men as it is for women. I'm sure of it.
Why?
He hesitated. Men and women are happy when they love. A shadow passed briefly across his face and was gone. The relation of love is not the same as the relation of worship. One worships a god. Only human beings can be loved. When we worship a woman, we cannot love her. Then, when we discover she is not a god, we hate her. This is sad.
I never thought of that, Charlotte said wonderingly.
Also, every religion has good gods and bad gods, the Lord and the devil. So we have good women and bad women, and you can do anything you like to the bad women, for example, suffragettes and prostitutes.
What are prostitutes?
He looked surprised. Women who sell themselves for... He used a Russian word that Charlotte did not know.
Can you translate that?
Swiving, he said in English. Charlotte flushed and looked away. He said, "Is this an impolite word? I'm sorry, I know no other." Charlotte screwed up her courage and said in a low voice, "Sexual intercourse." He reverted to Russian. "I think you have been put on a pedestal."
"Oh, you can't imagine how awful it is," she said fiercely, "to be so ignorant. Do women really sell themselves that way?"
"Oh, yes. Respectable married women must pretend not to like sexual intercourse. This sometimes spoils it for the men, so they go to the prostitutes. The prostitutes pretend to like it very much, although since they do it so often with so many different people, they don't really enjoy it. Everyone ends up pretending."
"These things are just what I need to know," thought Charlotte. She wanted to take him home and chain him up in her room so that he could explain things to her day and night. She said, "How did we get like this, all this pretending?"
"The answer is a lifetime study, at least. However, I'm sure it has to do with power. Men have power over women. Rich men have power over poor men. A great many fantasies are required to legitimize this system. Fantasies about monarchy, capitalism, breeding, and sex. These fantasies make us unhappy, but without them, someone would lose his power. And men will not give up power, even if it makes them miserable."
"But what is to be done?"
"A famous question. Men who will not give up power must have it taken from them. A transfer of power from one faction to another faction within the same class is called a coup, and this changes nothing. A transfer of power from one class to another is called a revolution, and this does change things." He hesitated, although the changes are not necessarily the ones the revolutionaries sought. He went on, "Revolutions occur only when the people rise up en masse against their oppressors, as the suffragettes seem to be doing. Revolutions are always violent, for people will always kill to retain power. Nevertheless, they happen, for people will always give their lives in the cause of freedom."
"Are you a revolutionary?"
He said in English, "I'll give you 3 guesses." Charlotte laughed. It was the laugh that did it. While he spoke, a part of Feliks' mind had been watching her face, gauging her reactions. He warmed to her, and the affection he felt was somehow familiar. He thought, "I'm supposed to bewitch her, but she is bewitching me." And then she laughed. She smiled widely. Crinkles appeared in the corners of her brown eyes. She tipped back her head so that her chin pointed forward. She held up her hands, palms forward, in a gesture that was almost defensive, and she chuckled richly, deep in her throat. Feliks was transported back in time 25 years. He saw a 3-roomed hut leaning against the side of a wooden church. Inside the hut, a boy and a girl sat opposite one another at a crude table made of planks. On the fire was a cast-iron pot containing a cabbage, a small piece of bacon fat, and a great deal of water. It was almost dark outside, and soon the father would be home for his supper. 15-year-old Feliks had just told his 18-year-old sister, Natasha, the joke about the traveller and the farmer's daughter.
She threw back her head and laughed. Felix stared at Charlotte. She looked exactly like Natasha. He said, "How old are you?" 18. There occurred to Felix a thought so astonishing, so incredible, and so devastating that his heart stood still. He swallowed and said, "When is your birthday?" "The 2nd of January." He gasped. She had been born exactly 7 months after the wedding of Lydia and Walden, 9 months after the last occasion on which Felix had made love to Lydia. And Charlotte looked exactly like Felix's sister Natasha. And now Felix knew the truth. Charlotte was his daughter. Chapter 9. "What is it?" Charlotte said. "What?" "You look as if you'd seen a ghost." "You reminded me of someone. Tell me all about yourself." She frowned at him. He seemed to have a lump in his throat, she thought. She said, "You've got a cold coming." "I never catch colds. What's your earliest memory?" She thought for a moment. "I was brought up in a country house called Walden Hall, in Norfolk. It's a beautiful grey stone building with a very lovely garden. In summer we had tea outdoors, under the chestnut tree. I must have been about 4 years old when I was first allowed to have tea with Mamma and Papa. It was very dull. There was nothing to investigate on the lawn. I always wanted to go around to the back of the house to the stables. One day they saddled a donkey and let me ride it. I'd seen people ride, of course, and I thought I knew how to do it. They told me to sit still or I would fall off, but I didn't believe them. First somebody took the bridle and walked me up and down. Then I was allowed to take the reins myself. It all seemed so easy that I gave him a kick, as I'd seen people do to horses, and made him trot. Next thing I knew I was on the ground in tears. I just couldn't believe I'd really fallen." She laughed at the memory. "It sounds like a happy childhood," Felix said. "Oh, you wouldn't say that if you knew my governess. Her name is Maria. She's a Russian dragon. Little ladies always have clean hands." "She's still around. She's my chaperone now." "Still, you had good food and clothes, and you were never cold, and there was a doctor when you were sick." "Is that supposed to make you happy?" "I would have settled for it." "What's your best memory?" "When Papa gave me my own pony," she said immediately. "Oh, I'd wanted one so badly. It was like a dream come true. I shall never forget that day." "What's he like?" "Who?" Felix hesitated. "Lord Walden." "Papa? Well..." It was a good question, Charlotte thought. For a complete stranger, Felix was remarkably interested in her, but she was even more interested in him. There seemed to be some deep melancholy beneath his questions. It had not been there a few minutes ago. Perhaps that was because he had had an unhappy childhood, and hers seemed so much better. "I think Papa is probably a terribly good man." "But?" "He will treat me as a child. I know I'm probably frightfully naive, but I'll never be anything else unless I learn. He won't explain things to me the way you do. He gets very embarrassed if he talks about men and women, you know. And when he speaks of politics, his views seem a bit, I don't know, smug." "That's completely natural. All his life he's got everything he wanted and got it easily. Of course he thinks the world is wonderful just as it is, except for a few problems which will get ironed out in time." "Do you love him?" "Yes, except for the moments when I hate him." The intensity of Felix's gaze was beginning to make her uncomfortable. He seemed to be drinking in her words and memorizing her facial expressions. "Papa is a very lovable man. Why are you so interested?" He gave a peculiar, twisted smile. "I've been fighting the ruling class all my life, but I rarely get the chance to talk to one of them." Charlotte could tell that this was not the real reason, and she wondered vaguely why he should lie to her. Perhaps he was embarrassed about something. That was usually the reason why people were less than honest with her. She said, "I'm not a member of the ruling class, any more than one of my father's dogs is." He smiled. "Tell me about your mother." "She has bad nerves. Sometimes she has to take laudanum." "What's laudanum?" "Medicine with opium in it." He raised his eyebrows. "That sounds ominous." "Why?" "I thought the taking of opium was considered degenerate." "Not if it's for medical reasons." "Ah." "You're sceptical." "Always." "Come now, tell me what you mean." "If your mother needs opium, I expect it's because she's unhappy rather than because she's ill." "Why should she be unhappy?" "You tell me, she's your mother." Charlotte considered. Was Mamma unhappy? She certainly was not content in the way Papa seemed to be. She worried too much, and she would fly off the handle without much provocation. "She's not relaxed," she said, "but I can't think of any reason why she should be unhappy." "I wonder if it has to do with leaving your native country." "That's possible," Feliks said, but he did not sound convinced. "Have you any brothers and sisters?" "No. My best friend is my cousin Belinda. She's the same age as me." "What other friends have you got?" "No other friends, just acquaintances." "Other cousins?" "Twin boys, 6 years old. Of course I've loads of cousins in Russia, but I've never seen any of them, except Alex, who's much older than me." "And what are you going to do with your life?" "What a question!" "Don't you know?" "I haven't made up my mind." "What are the alternatives?" "That's a big question, really. I mean, I'm expected to marry a young man of my own class and raise children. I suppose I shall have to marry." "Why?" "Well, Walden Hall won't come to me when Papa dies, you know." "Why not?" "It goes with the title, and I can't be the Earl of Walden. So the house will be left to Peter, the elder of the twins." "I see." "And I couldn't make my own living." "Of course you could." "I've been trained for nothing." "Train yourself." "What would I do?" Felix shrugged. "Race horses. Be a shopkeeper. Join the civil service. Become a professor of mathematics. Write a play." "You talk as if I might do anything I put my mind to." "I believe you could. But I have one quite serious idea. Your Russian is perfect. You could translate novels into English." "Do you really think I could?" "I've no doubt whatsoever." Charlotte bit her lip. "Why is it that you have such faith in me and my parents don't?" He thought for a minute, then smiled. "If I had brought you up, you would complain that you were forced to do serious work all the time and never allowed to go dancing." "You've no children?" He looked away. "I never married." Charlotte was fascinated. "Did you want to?" "Yes." She knew she ought not to go on, but she could not resist it. She wanted to know what this strange man had been like when he was in love. "What happened?" "The girl married someone else." "What was her name?" "Lydia." "That's my mother's name."
"Is it?"
"Lydia Shatova she was. You must have heard of Count Shatov, if you ever spent any time in St. Petersburg."
"Yes, I did."
"Do you carry a watch?" "What? No."
"Nor do I."
He looked around and saw a clock on the wall. Charlotte followed his glance. "Heavens, it's 5 o'clock. I intended to get home before Mother came down for tea." She stood up.
"Will you be in trouble?" he said, getting up.
"I expect so." She turned to leave the cafe. He said, "Oh, Charlotte." "What is it?"
"I don't suppose you could pay for the tea. I'm a very poor man."
"Oh. Well, I wonder whether I have any money. Oh, yes, look. 11 pence. Is that enough?"
"Of course."
He took 6 pence from the palm of her hand and went to the counter to pay. It's funny, Charlotte thought, the things you have to remember when you're not in society. What would Maria think of me, buying a cup of tea for a strange man? She would have apoplexy. He gave her the change and held the door for her. "I'll walk part of the way with you." "Thank you." Felix took her arm as they walked along the street. The sun was still strong. A policeman came toward them, and Felix made her stop and look in the shop window while he passed. She said, "Why don't you want him to see us?" "They may be looking for people who were seen on the march." Charlotte frowned. That seemed a bit unlikely, but he would know better than she. They walked on. Charlotte said, "I love June. The weather in England is wonderful." "Do you think so? You've never been to the south of France, then?" "You have, obviously." "We go every winter. We've a villa in Monte Carlo." She was struck by a thought. "I hope you don't think I'm boasting." "Certainly not." He smiled. "You must have realized by now that I think great wealth is something to be ashamed of, not proud of." "I suppose I should have realized, but I hadn't. Do you despise me, then?" "No, but the wealth isn't yours." "You're the most interesting person I've ever met," Charlotte said. "May I see you again?" "Yes," he said. "Have you got a handkerchief?" She took one from her coat pocket and gave it to him. He blew his nose. "You are catching a cold," she said. "Your eyes are streaming." "You must be right." He wiped his eyes. "Shall we meet at that cafe?" "It's not a frightfully attractive place, is it?" she said. "Let's think of somewhere else." "I know, we'll go to the National Gallery. Then if I see somebody I know, we can pretend we aren't together." "All right." "Do you like paintings?" "I'd like you to educate me." "Then it's settled. How about the day after tomorrow, at 2 o'clock? "Fine." It occurred to her that she might not be able to get away. "If something goes wrong and I have to cancel, can I send you a note?" "Well, I move about a lot." He was struck by a thought. "But you can always leave a message with Mrs. Bridget Callahan at number 19 Cork Street in Camden Town." She repeated the address. "I'll write that down as soon as I get home. My house is just a few hundred yards away." She hesitated. "You must leave me here. I hope you won't be offended, but it really would be best if no one saw me with you." "Offended?" he said with his funny, twisted smile. "No, not at all." She held out her hand. "Goodbye." "Goodbye." He shook her hand firmly. She turned around and walked away. "There will be trouble when I get home," she thought. "They will have found out that I'm not in my room, and there will be an inquisition. I'll say I went for a walk in the park. They won't like it." Somehow she did not care what they thought. She had found a true friend. She was very happy. When she reached the gate, she turned and looked back. He stood where she had left him, watching her. She gave a discreet wave. He waved back. For some reason he looked vulnerable and sad, standing there alone. That was silly, she realized as she remembered how he had rescued her from the riot. He was very tough indeed. She went into the courtyard and up the steps to the front door. Walden arrived at Walden Hall suffering from nervous indigestion. He had rushed away from London before lunch, as soon as the police artist had finished drawing the face of the assassin, and he had eaten a picnic and drunk a bottle of Chablis on the way down without stopping the car. As well as that, he was nervous. Today he was due for another session with Alex. He guessed that Alex had a counter-proposal and expected the Tsar's approval of it by cable today. He hoped the Russian embassy had had the sense to forward cables to Alex at Walden Hall. He hoped the counter-proposal was something reasonable, something he could present to Churchill as a triumph. He was fiercely impatient to get down to business with Alex, but he knew that in reality a few minutes made no difference, and it was always a mistake to appear eager during a negotiation. So he paused in the hall and composed himself before walking into the octagon. Alex sat at the window, brooding, with a great tray of tea and cakes untouched beside him. He looked up eagerly and said, "What happened?" "The man came, but I'm afraid we failed to catch him," Walden said. Alex looked away. "He came to kill me." Walden felt a surge of pity for him. He was young. He had a huge responsibility. He was in a foreign country, and a killer was stalking him. But there was no point in letting him brood. Walden put on a breezy tone of voice. "We have the man's description now. In fact, the police artist has made a drawing of him. Thompson will catch him in a day or so. And you're safe here. He can't possibly find out where you are. We thought I was safe at the hotel, but he found out I was there. That can't happen again. This was a bad start to a negotiating session, Walden reflected. He had to find a way to turn Alex's mind to more cheerful subjects. Have you had tea? I'm not hungry. Let's go for a walk. It'll give you an appetite for dinner. All right. Alex stood up. Walden got a gun. For rabbits, he told Alex. And they walked down to the home farm. One of the two bodyguards, provided by Basil Thompson, followed 10 yards behind them. Walden showed Alex his champion sow, the Princess of Walden. She's won first prize in the East Anglian Agricultural Show for the last 2 years. Alex admired the sturdy brick cottages of the tenants, the tall, white-painted barns, and the magnificent shire horses. I don't make any money out of it, of course, Walden said. All the profit is spent on new stock, or drainage, or buildings, or fencing, but it sets a standard for the tenanted farms, and the home farm will be worth a lot more when I die than it was when I inherited it. We can't farm like this in Russia, Alex said. Good, thought Walden. He's thinking of something else. Alex went on. Our peasants won't use new methods, won't touch machinery, won't take care of new buildings or good tools. They're still serfs, psychologically if not legally. When there is a bad harvest and they are starving, do you know what they do? They burn the empty barns. The men were mowing hay in the south acre. 12 labourers made a ragged line across the field, stooped over their scythes, and there was a steady swish, swish, as the tall stalks fell like dominoes. Samuel Jones, the oldest of the labourers, finished his row first. He came over, scythe in hand, and touched his cap to Walden. Walden shook his calloused hand. It was like grasping a rock. "Did your lordship find time to go to that there exhibition in London?" Samuel said. "Yes, I did," Walden replied. "Did you see that mowing machine you were talking about?" Walden put on a dubious face. "It's a beautiful piece of engineering, Sam, but I don't know." Sam nodded. "Machinery never does the job as well as labourer." "On the other hand, we could cut the hay in 3 days instead of a fortnight, and by getting it in that much faster we run less risk of rain. Then we could rent the machine to the tenanted farms." "You'd need fewer labourers, too," Sam said. Walden pretended to be disappointed. "No," he said, "I couldn't let anyone go. It would just mean we need not take on gypsies to help around harvest time." "It wouldn't make that much difference, then?" "Not really. And I'm a bit concerned about how the men would take it. Well, you know young Peter Dawkins will find any excuse to make trouble." Sam made a non-committal sound. "Anyway," Walden continued, "Mr. Sampson is going to take a look at the machine next week." Sampson was the bailiff. "I say," Walden said, as if he had been struck by an idea, "I don't suppose you'd want to go with him, Sam?" Sam pretended not to care much for the idea. "To London?" he said. "Nah, I went there in 1888. Didn't like it." "You could go up on the train with Mr. Sampson. Perhaps take young Dawkins with you, see the machine, have your dinner in London, and come back in the afternoon." "I don't know what my missus would say." "Oh, I'd be glad to have your opinion of the machine, though." "Well, I should be interested." "Let's settle, then. I'll tell Sampson to make the arrangements." Walden smiled conspiratorially. "You can give Mrs. Jones to understand I practically forced you to go." Sam grinned. "I'll do that, my lord." The mowing was almost done. The men stopped work. Any rabbits would be hidden within the last few yards of hay. Walden called Dawkins over and gave him the gun. "You're a good shot, Peter. See if you can get one for yourself and one for the hall." They all stood on the edge of the field, out of the line of fire, then cut the last of the hay from the side, to drive the rabbits into the open field. 4 came out, and Dawkins got 2 with his first round and 1 with his second. The gunfire made Alex wince. Walden took the gun and one of the rabbits, then he and Alex walked back toward the hall. Alex shook his head in admiration. "You have a wonderful way with the men," he said. "I never seem to be able to strike the right balance between discipline and generosity." "It takes practice," Walden said. He held up the rabbit. "We don't really need this at the hall, but I took it to remind them that the rabbits are mine, and that any they have are a gift from me, not theirs by right." If I had a son, Walden thought, this is how I would explain things to him. "One proceeds by discussion and consent," Alex said. "It's the best method, even if you have to give something away." Alex smiled. "Which brings us back to the Balkans." Thank heaven. At last, Walden thought. "Shall I sum up?" Alex went on. "We are willing to fight on your side against Germany, and you are willing to recognize our right to pass through the Bosphorus and the Dardanelles. However, we want not just the right, but the power. Our suggestion that you should recognize the whole of the Balkan Peninsula, from Romania to Crete, as a Russian sphere of influence, did not meet with your approval. No doubt you felt it was giving us too much. My task, then, was to formulate a lesser demand, one which would secure our sea passage without committing Britain to an unreservedly pro-Russian Balkan policy." "Yes," Walden thought. "He has a mind like a surgeon's knife. A few minutes ago I was giving him fatherly advice, and now, suddenly, he seems my equal, at the least. I suppose this is how it is when your son becomes a man." "I'm sorry it has taken so long," Alex said. "I have to send coded cables via the Russian embassy to St. Petersburg, and discussion at this distance just can't be as quick as I should like." "I understand," said Walden, thinking, "Come on, out with it." "There is an area of about 10,000 square miles from Constantinople to Adrianople. It amounts to half of Thrace, which is at present part of Turkey. Its coastline begins in the Black Sea, borders the Bosphorus, the Sea of Marmara, and the Dardanelles, and finishes in the Aegean Sea. In other words, it guards the whole of the passage between the Black Sea and the Mediterranean." He paused. "Give us that, and we're on your side." Walden concealed his excitement. Here was a real basis for bargaining. He said, "The problem remains that it isn't ours to give away." "Consider the possibilities if war breaks out," Alex said. 1. If Turkey is on our side, we will have the right of passage anyway. However, this is unlikely. 2. If Turkey is neutral, we would expect Britain to insist on our right of passage as a sign that Turkey's neutrality was genuine, and failing that, to support our invasion of Thrace. 3. If Turkey is on the German side, which is the likeliest of the three possibilities, then Britain would concede that Thrace is ours as soon as we can conquer it." Walden said dubiously, "I wonder how the Thracians would feel about all this. They would rather belong to Russia than to Turkey. I expect they'd like to be independent." Alex gave a boyish smile. "Neither you nor I, nor indeed either of our governments, is in the least concerned about what the inhabitants of Thrace might prefer." "Quite," Walden said. He was forced to agree. It was Alex's combination of boyish charm and thoroughly grown-up brains which kept putting Walden off balance. He always thought he had the discussion firmly under control, until Alex came out with a punchline which showed that he had been controlling it all along. They walked up the hill that led to the back of Walden Hall. Walden noticed the bodyguards scanning the woods on either side. Dust puffed around his heavy brown brogues. The ground was dry. It had hardly rained for 3 months. Walden was excited about Alex's counter-proposal. What would Churchill say? Surely the Russians could be given part of Thrace. Who cared about Thrace? They crossed the kitchen garden. An under-gardener was watering lettuces. He touched his cap to them. Walden searched for the man's name, but Alex beat him to it. "A fine evening, Stanley," said Alex. "We could do with a shower, Your Highness." "But not too much, eh?" "Quite so, Your Highness." Alex is learning, Walden thought. They went into the house. Walden rang for a footman. "I'll send a telegram to Churchill, making an appointment for tomorrow morning. I'll motor to London first thing." "Good," Alex said. "Time is running short." Charlotte got a big reaction from the footman who opened the door to her. "Oh, thank goodness you're home, Lady Charlotte," he said. Charlotte gave him her coat. "I don't know why you should thank goodness, William. Lady Walden has been worried about you," he said. "She asked that you should be sent to her room as soon as you arrived." "I'll just go and tidy myself up," Charlotte said. "Lady Walden did say immediately, and I said I'll go and tidy myself up." Charlotte went up to her room. She washed her face and unpinned her hair. There was a dull, muscular ache in her stomach from the punch she had received, and her hands were grazed, but not badly. Her knees were sure to be bruised, but no one ever saw them. She went behind the screen and took off her dress. It seemed undamaged. "I don't look as if I've been in a riot," she thought. She heard her bedroom door open. "Charlotte!" It was Mamma's voice. Charlotte slipped into a robe, thinking, "Oh dear, she's going to be hysterical." She came from behind the screen. "We've been frantic with worry," Mamma said. Maria came into the room behind her, looking self-righteous and steely-eyed. Charlotte said, "Well, here I am, safe and sound, so you can stop worrying now." Mamma reddened. "You impudent child!" she shrilled. She stepped forward and slapped Charlotte's face. Charlotte fell back and sat down heavily on the bed. She was stunned, not by the blow, but by the idea of it. Mamma had never struck her before. Somehow it seemed to hurt more than all the blows she had received during the riot. She caught Maria's eye and saw a peculiar look of satisfaction on her face. Charlotte recovered her composure and said, "I shall never forgive you for that." "That you should speak of forgiving me!" In her rage, Mamma was speaking Russian. "And how soon shall I forgive you for joining a mob outside Buckingham Palace?" Charlotte gasped. "How did you know?" "Maria saw you marching along the Mall with those suffragettes. I feel so ashamed. God knows who else saw you. If the King ever finds out, we shall be banished from the court." "I see." Charlotte was still smarting from the slap. She said nastily, "So you weren't worried about my safety, just the family reputation?" Mamma looked hurt. Maria butted in. "We were worried about both." "Keep quiet, Maria," said Charlotte. "You've done enough damage with your tongue." "Maria did the right thing," Mamma said. "How could she not tell me?" Charlotte said, "Don't you think women should have the vote?" "Certainly not, and you shouldn't think so either." "But I do," Charlotte said. "There it is. You know nothing, you're still a child." "We always come back to that, don't we? I'm a child and I know nothing. Who is responsible for my ignorance? Maria has been in charge of my education for 15 years. As for being a child, you know perfectly well that I'm nothing of the kind. You would be quite happy to see me married by Christmas, and some girls are mothers by the age of 13, married or not." Mamma was shocked. "Who tells you such things?" "Certainly not Maria. She never told me anything important, nor did you." Mamma's voice became almost pleading. "You have no need of such knowledge. You're a lady. You see what I mean? You want me to be ignorant. Well, I don't intend to be." Mamma said plaintively, "I only want you to be happy." "No, you don't," Charlotte said stubbornly. "You want me to be like you." "No, no, no," Mamma cried. "I don't want you to be like me, I don't." She burst into tears and ran from the room. Charlotte stared after her, mystified and ashamed. Maria said, "You see what you've done?" Charlotte looked her up and down. Grey dress, grey hair, ugly face, smug expression. "Go away, Maria. You've no conception of the trouble and heartache you caused this afternoon." Charlotte was tempted to say, "If you had kept your mouth shut, there would have been no heartache." Instead, she said, "Get out. You listen to me, little Charlotte. I'm Lady Charlotte to you. You're little Charlotte, and—" Charlotte picked up a hand mirror and hurled it at Maria. Maria squealed. The missile was badly aimed and smashed against the wall. Maria scuttled out of the room. "Now I know how to deal with her," Charlotte thought. It occurred to her that she had won something of a victory. She had reduced Mamma to tears and chased Maria out of her room. That's something, she thought. I may be stronger than they after all. They deserved rough treatment. Maria went to Mamma behind my back, and Mamma slapped me. But I didn't grovel and apologize and promise to be good in future. I gave as good as I got. I should be proud. So why do I feel so ashamed? I hate myself, Lydia thought. I know how Charlotte feels, but I can't tell her that I understand. I always lose control. I never used to be like this. I was always calm and dignified. When she was a little girl, I could laugh at her peccadilloes. Now she's a woman. Oh, dear God, what have I done? She's tainted with the blood of her father, of Feliks. I'm sure of it. What am I going to do? I thought if I pretended she was Stephen's daughter, she might actually become like a daughter of Stephen, innocent, ladylike, English. It was no good. All those years the bad blood was in her dormant, and now it's coming out. Now a Russian peasant in her ancestry is taking her over. When I see those signs, I panic. I can't help it. I'm cursed. We're all cursed. The sins of the fathers are visited upon the children, even unto the third and fourth generation. When will I be forgiven? Feliks is an anarchist, and Charlotte is a suffragette. Feliks is a fornicator, and Charlotte talks about 13-year-old mothers. She has no idea how awful it is to be possessed by passion. My life was ruined. Hers will be too. That's what I'm afraid of. That's what makes me shout and cry and get myself hysterical and smack her. But, sweet Jesus, don't let her ruin herself. She's all I've lived for. I shall lock her away. If only she would marry a nice boy soon, before she has time to go right off the rails, before everybody realizes there is something wrong with her breeding. I wonder if Freddie will propose to her before the end of the season. That would be the answer. I must make sure he does. I must have her married quickly. Then it will be too late for her to ruin herself. Besides, with a baby or two, she won't have time. I must make sure she meets Freddie more often. She's quite pretty. She'll be a good enough wife to a strong man who can keep her under control, a decent man who will love her without unleashing her dark desires, a man who will sleep in an adjoining room and share her bed once a week with the light out. Freddie is just right for her. Then she'll never have to go through what I've been through. She'll never have to learn the hard way that lust is wicked and destroys. The sin won't be passed down yet another generation. She won't be wicked like me. She thinks I want her to be like me. If only she knew. If only she knew.
End of side 12. Side 13.
Feliks could not stop crying. People stared at him as he walked through the park to retrieve his bicycle. He shook with uncontrollable sobs, and the tears poured down his face. This had never happened to him before, and he could not understand it. He was helpless with grief. He found the bicycle where he had left it, beneath a bush, and the familiar sight calmed him a little. What is happening to me? He thought. Lots of people have children. Now I know that I have too. So what? And he burst into tears again. He sat down on the dry grass beside the bicycle. She's so beautiful, he thought. But he was not weeping for what he had found. He was weeping for what he had lost. For 18 years he had been a father without knowing it, while he was wandering from one grim village to another, while he was in jail, and in the gold mine, and walking across Siberia, and making bombs in Bialystok. She had been growing up. She had learned to walk, and to talk, and to feed herself, and tie her bootlaces. She had played on a green lawn under a chestnut tree in summer, and had fallen off a donkey and cried. Her father had given her a pony, while Feliks had been working on the chain gang. She had worn white frocks in summer, and woolen stockings in winter. She had always been bilingual in Russian and English. Someone else had read storybooks to her. Someone else had said, "I'll catch you," and chased her, screaming with delight, up the stairs. Someone else had taught her to shake hands and say, "How do you do?" Someone else had bathed her and brushed her hair and made her finish up her cabbage. Many times Feliks had watched Russian peasants with their children, and had wondered how, in their lives of misery and grinding poverty, they managed to sum up affection and tenderness for the infants who took the bread from their mouths. Now he knew. The love just came, whether you wanted it or not. From his recollections of other people's children, he could visualize Charlotte at different stages of development, as a toddler with a protruding belly and no hips to hold up her skirt, as a boisterous 7-year-old, tearing her frock and grazing her knees, as a lanky, awkward girl of 10, with ink on her fingers and clothes always a little too small, as a shy adolescent, giggling at boys, secretly trying her mother's perfume, passionate about horses, and then this beautiful, brave, alert, inquisitive, admirable young woman. And I'm her father, he thought. Her father! What was it she had said? You're the most interesting person I've ever met. May I see you again? He had been preparing to say goodbye to her forever. When he knew that he would not have to, his self-control had begun to disintegrate. She thought he had a cold. Ah, she was young still to make such bright, cheerful remarks to a man whose heart was breaking. I'm becoming maudlin, he thought. I must pull myself together. He stood up and picked up the bicycle. He mopped his face with the handkerchief she had given him. It had a bluebell embroidered in one corner, and he wondered whether she had done that herself. He mounted the bicycle and headed for the Old Kent Road. It was supper time, but he knew he would not be able to eat. That was just as well, for his money was running low, and tonight he did not have the spirit to steal. He looked forward now to the darkness of his tenement room, where he could spend the night alone with his thoughts. He would go over every minute of this encounter, from the moment she emerged from the house to that last goodbye wave. He would have liked a bottle of vodka for company, but he could not afford it. He wondered whether anyone had ever given Charlotte a red ball. The evening was mild, but the city air was stale. The pubs of the Old Kent Road were already filling up with brightly dressed working-class women and their husbands, boyfriends, or fathers. On impulse, Feliks stopped outside one. The sound of an elderly piano wafted through the open door. Feliks thought, I'd like someone to smile at me, even if it's only a barmaid. I could afford half a pint of ale. He tied his bicycle to a railing and went in. The place was stifling, full of smoke and the unique beery smell of an English pub. It was early, but already there was a good deal of loud laughter and feminine squeals. Everyone seemed enormously cheerful. Feliks thought, nobody knows how to spend money better than the poor. He joined the crush at the bar. The piano began a new tune, and everyone sang. Once a young maiden climbed an old man's knee, begged for a story, do uncle please. Why are you single? Why live alone? Have you no babies? Have you no home? I had a sweetheart years ago. Where she is now, pet, you will soon know. List to my story, I'll tell it all. I believed her faithless after the ball. The stupid, sentimental, empty-headed damn song brought tears to Feliks' eyes, and he left the pub without ordering his beer. He cycled away, leaving the laughter and music behind. That kind of jollity was not for him. It never had been and never would be. He made his way back to the tenement and carried the bicycle up the stairs to his room on the top floor. He took off his hat and coat and lay on the bed. He would see her again in 2 days. They would look at paintings together, He would go to the municipal bathhouse before meeting her, he decided. He rubbed his chin. There was nothing he could do to make the beard grow decently in 2 days. He cast his mind back to the moment when she came out of the house. He had seen her from a distance, never dreaming. What was I thinking of at that moment, he wondered. And then he remembered. I was asking myself whether she might know where Orloff is. I hadn't thought about Orloff all afternoon. In all probability, she does know where he is. If not, she could find out. I might use her to help me kill him. Am I capable of that? No, I'm not. I will not do it. No, no, no. What is happening to me? Walden saw Churchill at the Admiralty at 12 noon. The First Lord was impressed. "Thrace," he said. "Surely we can give them half of Thrace. Who the devil cares if they have the whole of it?" "That's what I thought," Walden said. He was pleased with Churchill's reaction. "Now, will your colleagues agree?" "I believe they will," Churchill said thoughtfully. "I'll see Grey after lunch and Asquith this evening." "And the Cabinet?" Walden did not want to do a deal with Alex only to have it vetoed by the Cabinet. "Tomorrow morning." Walden stood up. "So I can plan to go back to Norfolk late tomorrow." "Splendid. Have they caught that damned anarchist yet?" "I'm having lunch with Basil Thompson of the Special Branch. I'll find out then." "Keep me informed." "Naturally." "And thank you. For this proposal, I mean." Churchill looked out of the window dreamily. "Thrace," he murmured to himself. "Who has ever even heard of it?" Walden left him to his reverie. He was in a buoyant mood as he walked from the Admiralty to his club in Pall Mall. He usually ate lunch at home, but he did not want to trouble Lydia with policemen, especially as she was in a rather strange mood at the moment. No doubt she was worried about Alex, as Walden was. The boy was the nearest thing to a son they had. If anything should happen to him... He went up the steps of his club, and just inside the door handed his hat and gloves to a flunky. "What a lovely summer we're having, my lord," the man said. The weather had been remarkably fine for months, Walden reflected as he went up to the dining room. When it broke, there would probably be storms. We shall have thunder in August, he thought. Thompson was waiting. He looked rather pleased with himself. What a relief it will be if he's caught the assassin, Walden thought. They shook hands, and Walden sat down. A waiter brought the menu. "Well," said Walden, "have you caught him?" "All but," Thompson said. That meant no, Walden thought. His heart sank. "Oh, damn," he said. The wine waiter came. Walden asked Thompson, "Do you want a cocktail?" "No, thank you." Walden approved. Cocktails were a nasty American habit. "Perhaps a glass of sherry?" "Yes, please." "Two," Walden said to the waiter. They ordered brown Windsor soup and poached salmon, and Walden chose a bottle of hock to wash it down. Walden said, "I wonder if you realize quite how important this is. My negotiations with Prince Orloff are almost complete. If he were to be assassinated now, the whole thing would fall through, with serious consequences for the security of this country." "I do realize, my lord," Thompson said. "Let me tell you what progress we've made. Our man is Feliks Krzesinski. That's so hard to say that I propose to call him Feliks. He's 40, the son of a country priest, and he comes from Tambov province. My opposite number in St. Petersburg has a very thick file on him. He's been arrested 3 times and is wanted in connection with 6 murders." "Dear God," Walden muttered. "My friend in St. Petersburg adds that he's an expert bomb-maker and an extremely vicious fighter." Thompson paused. "You were terribly brave to catch that bottle." Walden gave a thin smile. He preferred not to be reminded. The soup came, and the 2 men ate in silence for a while. Thompson sipped his hock frugally. Walden liked this club. The food was not as good as he got at home, but there was a relaxed atmosphere. The chairs in the smoking room were old and comfortable. The waiters were old and slow. The wallpaper was faded, and the paintwork was dull. They still had gas lighting. Men such as Walden came here because their homes were spick and span and feminine. "I thought you said you had all but caught him," Walden said as the poached salmon arrived.
"I haven't told you the half of it yet."
"Ah." At the end of May, he arrived at the Jubilee Street Anarchist Club in Stepney. They didn't know who he was, and he told them lies. He's a cautious man, quite rightly so from his point of view. One or two of those anarchists are working for me. My spies reported his presence, but the information didn't come to my notice at that stage because he appeared to be harmless. Said he was writing a book. Then he stole a gun and moved on. Without telling anyone where he was going, of course. That's right. Slippery fellow. A waiter collected their plates and said, "Will you have a slice off the joint, gentlemen? It's mutton today." They both had mutton with red currant jelly, roast potatoes, and asparagus. Thompson said, "He bought the ingredients for his nitroglycerin in 4 different shops in Camden Town. We made house-to-house inquiries there." Thompson took a mouthful of mutton. "And?" Walden asked, impatiently. "He's been living at 19 Cork Street, Camden, in a house owned by a widow called Bridget Callahan." "But he's moved on?" "Yes." "Damn it, Thompson, can't you see the fellow's cleverer than you?" Thompson looked at him coolly and made no comment. Walden said, "I beg your pardon, that was discourteous of me. The fellow's got me rattled." Thompson went on, "Mrs. Callahan says she threw Feliks out because she thought he was a suspicious character. Why didn't she report him to the police?" Thompson finished his mutton and put down his knife and fork. "She says she had no real reason to. I found that suspicious, so I checked up on her. Her husband was an Irish rebel. If she knew what our friend Feliks was up to, she might well have been sympathetic." Walden wished Thompson would not call Feliks our friend. He said, "Do you think she knows where the man went?" "If she does, she won't say. But I can't think why he should tell her. The point is, he may come back." "Are you having the place watched?" "Surreptitiously. One of my men has already moved into the basement room as a tenant. Incidentally, he found a glass rod of the kind used in chemistry laboratories. Evidently, Feliks made up his nitroglycerin right there in the sink." It was chilling to Walden to think that in the heart of London anyone could buy a few chemicals, mix them together in a wash-hand basin, and make a bottle of deadly explosive liquid, then walk with it into a suite in a West End hotel. The mutton was followed by a savoury of foie gras. Walden said, "What's your next move?" "The picture of Feliks is hanging up in every police station in the county of London. Unless he locks himself indoors all day, he's bound to be spotted by an observant bobby sooner or later. But just in case that should be later rather than sooner, my men are visiting cheap hotels and lodging houses, showing the picture." "Suppose he changes his appearance?" "It's a bit difficult in his case." Thompson was interrupted by the waiter. Both men refused the Black Forest Gâteau and chose ices instead. Walden ordered half a bottle of champagne. Thompson went on, "He can't hide his height, nor his Russian accent. And he has distinctive features. He hasn't had time to grow a beard. He may wear different clothes, shave himself bald, or wear a wig. If I were he, I should go about in a uniform of some kind, as a sailor or a footman or a priest. But policemen are alert to that sort of thing." After their ices, they had Stilton cheese and sweet biscuits, with some of the club's vintage port. It was all too vague, Walden felt. Feliks was loose, and Walden would not feel safe until the fellow was locked up and chained to the wall. Thompson said, "Feliks is clearly one of the top killers of the international revolutionist conspiracy. He is very well informed. For example, he knew that Prince Orloff was going to be here in England. He's also clever and formidably determined. However, we have hidden Olaf away." Walden wondered what Thompson was getting at. "By contrast," Thompson went on, "you are still walking about the streets of London as large as life." "Why should I not?" "If I were Felix, I would now concentrate on you. I would follow you in the hope that you might lead me to Olaf, or I would kidnap you and torture you until you told me where he was." Walden lowered his eyes to hide his fear. "How could he do that alone?" "Oh, he may have help. I want you to have a bodyguard." Walden shook his head. "I've got my man Pritchard. He would risk his life for me. He has done in the past." "Is he armed?" "No." "Can he shoot?" "Very well. He used to come with me to Africa in my big game hunting days. That's when he risked his life for me." "Let him carry a pistol." "All right," Walden assented. "I'll be going to the country tomorrow. I've got a revolver there, which you can have." To finish the meal, Walden had a peach, and Thompson took a Melba pear. Afterwards they went into the smoking room for coffee and biscuits. Walden lit a cigar. "I think I shall walk home, for my digestion's sake." He tried to say it calmly, but his voice sounded oddly high-pitched. "I'd rather you didn't," Thompson said. "Haven't you brought your carriage?" "No. I should be happier about your safety if you were to go everywhere in your own vehicles from now on." "Very well," Walden sighed. "I shall have to eat less. For today, take a cab. Perhaps I'll accompany you. Do you really think that's necessary? He might be waiting for you outside this club." "How would he find out which club I belong to?" "By looking you up in Who's Who." "Yes, of course." Walden shook his head. "One just doesn't think of these things." Thompson looked at his watch. "I should get back to the yard. If you're ready?" "Certainly." They left the club. Felix was not lying in wait outside. They took a cab to Walden's house, then Thompson took the cab on to Scotland Yard. Walden went into the house. It felt empty. He decided to go to his room. He sat at the window and finished his cigar. He felt the need to talk to someone. He looked at his watch. Lydia would have had her siesta, and would now be putting on a gown ready to have tea and receive callers. He went through to her room. She was sitting at her mirror in a robe. She looked strained, he thought. Oh, it's all this trouble. He put his hands on her shoulders, looking at her reflection in the mirror, then bent to kiss the top of her head. Feliks Krzesinski. "What?" She seemed frightened. "That's the name of our assassin." "Does it mean something to you?" "No." "I thought you seemed to recognize it." It rings a bell." "Basil Thompson has found out all about the fellow. He's a killer, a thoroughly evil type. It's not impossible that you might have come across him in St. Petersburg. That would explain why he seemed vaguely familiar when he called here, and why his name rings a bell." "Yes, that must be it." Walden went to the window and looked out over the park. It was the time of day when nannies took their charges for a walk. The paths were crowded with perambulators, and every bench was occupied by gossiping women in unfashionable clothes. It occurred to Walden that Lydia might have had some connection with Felix back in St. Petersburg, some connection which she did not want to admit. The thought was shaming, and he pushed it out of his mind. He said, "Thompson believes that when Felix realizes Alex is hidden away, he will try to kidnap me." Lydia got up from her chair and came to him. She put her arms around his waist and laid her head on his chest. She did not speak. Walden stroked her hair. "I must go everywhere in my own coach, and Pritchard must carry a pistol." She looked up at him, and to his surprise he saw that her grey eyes were full of tears. She said, "Why is this happening to us? First Charlotte gets involved in a riot, then you are threatened. It seems we're all in jeopardy." "Nonsense. You're in no danger, and Charlotte is only being a silly girl, and I'll be well protected." He stroked her sides. He could feel the warmth of her body through the thin robe. She was not wearing her corset. He wanted to make love to her right now. They had never done it in daylight. He kissed her mouth. She pressed her body against his, and he realized that she too wanted to make love. He could not remember her being like this ever before. He glanced toward the door, thinking to lock it. He looked at her, and she gave a barely perceptible nod. A tear rolled down her nose. Walden went to the door. Someone knocked. "Damn," Walden said quietly. Lydia turned her face away from the door and dabbed at her eyes with a handkerchief. Pritchard came in. "Excuse me, my lord. An urgent telephone communication from Mr. Basil Thompson. They have tracked the man Feliks to his lodging. If you want to be in at the kill, Mr. Thompson will pick you up here in 3 minutes." "Get my hat and coat," Walden told him. Chapter 10. When Feliks went out to get the morning paper, he seemed to see children everywhere he turned. In the courtyard, a group of girls played a game involving dancing and chanting. The boys were playing cricket, with a wicket chalked on the wall and a piece of rotten planking for a bat. In the street, older boys were pushing handcarts. He bought his newspaper from an adolescent girl. Coming back to his room, his way was blocked by a naked baby crawling up the stairs. As he looked at the child, it was a girl. She stood up unsteadily and slowly toppled backwards. Feliks caught her and put her down on the landing. Her mother came out of an open door. She was a pale young woman with greasy hair, already very pregnant with another child. She scooped the baby girl up off the floor and disappeared back into her room with a suspicious look at Feliks. Every time he considered exactly how he would trick Charlotte into telling him the whereabouts of Orloff, he seemed to run up against a brick wall in his mind. He visualized getting the information out of her sneakily, without her knowing she was telling him, or by giving her a cock-and-bull story like the one he had given Lydia, or by telling her straight out that he wanted to kill Orloff. His imagination recoiled at each scene. When he thought about what was at stake, he found his feelings ridiculous. He had a chance to save millions of lives and possibly spark the Russian Revolution, and he was worried about lying to an upper-class girl. It was not as if he intended to do her any harm. Just use her, deceive her, and betray her trust, his own daughter, whom he had only just met. To occupy his hands, he began to fashion his homemade dynamite into a primitive bomb. He packed the nitroglycerin-soaked cotton waste into a cracked china vase. He considered the problem of detonation. Burning paper alone might not be sufficient. He stuffed half a dozen matches into the cotton, so that only their bright red heads showed. It was difficult to get the matches to stand upright because his hands were unsteady. "My hands never shake. What is happening to me?" He twisted a piece of newspaper into a taper and stuck one end into the middle of the match ends, then tied the heads together with a length of cotton. He found it very difficult to tie the knot. He read all the international news in the Times, ploughing doggedly through the turgid English sentences. He was more or less sure that there would be a war, but more or less sure no longer seemed enough. He would have been happy to kill a useless idler like Orloff, then find out that it had been to no purpose. But to destroy his relationship with Charlotte to no purpose. Relationship? What relationship? You know what relationship. Reading the Times made his head ache. The print was too small and his room was dark. It was a wretchedly conservative newspaper. It ought to be blown up. He longed to see Charlotte again. He heard shuffling footsteps on the landing outside. Then there was a knock at the door. "Come in," he said carelessly. The caretaker came in, coughing. "Morning." "Good morning, Mr. Price." What did the old fool want now? "What's that?" said Price, nodding at the bomb on the table. "Homemade candle," Feliks said. "Lasts months. What do you want?" "I wondered if you needed a spare pair of sheets. I can get them at a very low price." "No, thank you," Feliks said. Goodbye."
Goodbye, then.
Price went out. "I should have hidden that bomb," Feliks thought. "What is happening to me?"
End of side 13. Side 14.
"Yes, he's in there," Price said to Basil Thompson. Tension knotted in Walden's stomach. They sat in the back of a police car, parked around the corner from Canada Buildings, where Feliks was. With them was an inspector from the Special Branch and a uniformed superintendent from Southwark Police Station. If they could catch Feliks now, then Alex would be safe. What a relief that will be, Walden thought. Thompson said, "Mr. Price went to the police station to report that he had rented a room to a suspicious character with a foreign accent who had very little money and was growing a beard as if to change his appearance. He identified Feliks from our artist's drawing. Well done, Price." "Thank you, sir." The uniformed superintendent unfolded a large-scale map. He was maddeningly slow and deliberate. Canada Buildings consists of 3 5-story tenements around a courtyard. Each building has 3 stairwells. As you stand at the entrance to the courtyard, Toronto House is on your right. Feliks is on the middle staircase and the top floor. Behind Toronto House is the yard of a builder's merchant. Walden contained his impatience. On your left is Vancouver House, and behind Vancouver House is another street. The 3rd building, straight ahead of you as you stand at the courtyard entrance, is Montreal House, which backs onto the railway line. Thompson pointed to the map. "What's that, in the middle of the courtyard?" "The privy," replied the superintendent, "and a real stinker, too, with all those people using it." Walden thought, "Get on with it." Thompson said, "It seems to me that Feliks has 3 ways out of the courtyard. First, the entrance. Obviously, we'll block that. Second, at the opposite end of the courtyard on the left, the alley between Vancouver House and Montreal House. It leads to the next street. Put 3 men in the alley, Superintendent." "Very good, sir." "Third, the alley between Montreal House and Toronto House. This alley leads to the builder's yard. Another 3 men in there." The superintendent nodded. "Now, do these tenements have back windows?" "Yes, sir." "So Feliks has a 4th escape route from Toronto House, out of the back window and across the builder's yard. Better put 6 men in the builder's yard. Finally, let's have a nice show of strength right here in the middle of the courtyard to encourage him to come along quietly. Does all this meet with your approval, Superintendent?" "More than adequate, I'd say, sir." He doesn't know what kind of a man we're dealing with, Walden thought. Thompson said, "You and Inspector Sutton here can make the arrest. Got your gun, Sutton?" Sutton pulled aside his coat to show a small revolver strapped under his arm. Walden was surprised. He had thought that no British policeman ever carried a firearm. Obviously the Special Branch was different. He was glad. Thompson said to Sutton, "Take my advice. Have it in your hand when you knock on his door." He turned to the uniformed superintendent. "You'd better take my gun." The superintendent was mildly offended. "I've been 25 years in the force, and never felt the lack of a firearm, sir. So if it's all the same to you, I shan't begin now." "Policemen have died trying to arrest this man." "I'm afraid I've never been taught to shoot, sir." Good God, Walden thought despairingly. How can people like us deal with people like Feliks? Thompson said, "Lord Walden and I will be at the courtyard entrance." "You'll stay in the car, sir?" "We'll stay in the car." "Let's go," thought Walden. "Let's go," said Thompson. Feliks realized he was hungry. He had not eaten for more than 24 hours. He wondered what to do. Now that he had stubble on his chin and working-class clothes, he would be watched by shopkeepers, so it would be more difficult for him to steal. He pulled himself up at that thought. It's never difficult to steal, he told himself. Let's see. I could go to a suburban house, the kind where they are likely to have only 1 or 2 servants, and walk in at the tradesman's entrance. There would be a maid in the kitchen, or perhaps a cook. "I am a madman," I would say with a smile. But if you make me a sandwich, I won't rape you. I would move toward the door to block her escape. She might scream, in which case I should go away and try another house, but most likely she would give me the food. Thank you, I would say. You are kind. Then I would walk away. It is never difficult to steal. Money was a problem. Felix thought, as if I could afford a pair of sheets. The caretaker was an optimist. Surely he knew that Felix had no money. Surely he knows I've no money. On reflection, Price's reason for coming to Felix's room was suspicious. Was he just optimistic? Or was he checking? I seem to be slowing down, Felix thought. He stood up and went to the window. Jesus Christ! The courtyard was alive with blue-uniformed policemen. Felix stared down at them in horror. The sight made him think of a nest of worms wriggling and crawling over one another in a hole in the ground. His instincts screamed, "Run! Run! Run!" Where? They had blocked all exits from the courtyard. Felix remembered the back windows. He ran from his room and along the landing to the back of the tenement. There, a window looked out onto the builder's yard behind. He peered down into the yard and saw 5 or 6 policemen taking up positions among the piles of bricks and stacks of planking. There was no escape that way. That left only the roof. He ran back to his room and looked out. The policemen were still, all but 2 men, one in uniform and one in plain clothes, who were walking purposefully across the courtyard towards Felix's stair. He picked up his bomb and the box of matches and ran down to the landing below. A small door with a latch gave access to a cupboard beneath the stairs. Felix opened the door and placed the bomb inside. He lit the paper fuse and closed the cupboard door. He turned around. He had time to run up the stairs before the fuse burned down. The baby girl was crawling up the stairs. Shit! He picked her up and dashed through the door into her room. Her mother sat on the dirty bed, staring vacantly at the wall. Felix thrust the baby into her arms and yelled, "Stay here! Don't move!" The woman looked scared. He ran out. The 2 men were 1 floor down. Felix raced up the stairs. "Don't blow now, don't blow now, don't!" to his landing. They heard him and one shouted, "Hey, you!" They broke into a run. Felix dashed into his room, picked up the cheap straight-back chair, carried it out to the landing and positioned it directly under the trapdoor leading to the loft. The bomb had not exploded. Perhaps it would not work. Felix stood on the chair. The 2 men hit the stairs. Felix pushed open the trapdoor. The uniformed policeman shouted, "You're under arrest!" The plainclothes man raised a gun and pointed it at Felix. The bomb went off. There was a big, dull thud, like something very heavy falling, and the staircase broke up into matchwood which flew everywhere, and the 2 men were flung backward, and the debris burst into flames, and Felix hauled himself up into the loft. "Damn! He's exploded a damn bomb!" Thompson shouted. Walden thought, "It's going wrong. Again." There was a crash as shards of glass from a 3rd-floor window hit the ground. Walden and Thompson jumped out of the car and ran across the courtyard. Thompson picked 2 uniformed policemen at random. "You and you, come inside with me." He turned to Walden. "You stay here." They ran inside. Walden backed across the courtyard, looking up at the windows of Toronto House. Where is Felix? He heard a policeman say, "He's gone out the back, you mark my words." 4 or 5 slates fell off the roof and shattered in the courtyard, loosened, Walden assumed, by the explosion. Walden kept feeling the urge to look back over his shoulder, as if Felix might suddenly appear behind him from nowhere. The residents of the tenements were coming to their doors and windows to see what was going on, and the courtyard began to fill with people. Some of the policemen made half-hearted attempts to send them back inside. A woman ran out of Toronto House, screaming, "Fire!" Where is Felix? Thompson and a policeman came out carrying Sutton. He was unconscious, or dead. Walden looked more closely. No, he was not dead. His pistol was gripped in his hand. More slates fell off the roof. The policeman with Thompson said, "It's a bloody mess in there." Walden said, "Did you see where Felix is?" "Couldn't see anything." Thompson and the policeman went back inside. More slates fell. Walden was struck by a thought. He looked up.
There was a hole in the roof, and Feliks was climbing through it. "There he is!" Walden yelled. They all watched, helpless, as Feliks crawled out of the loft and scrambled up the roof to the ridge. "If I had a gun!" Walden knelt over the unconscious body of Sutton and prized the pistol from his fingers. He looked up. Feliks was kneeling on the peak of the roof. "I wish it was a rifle," Walden thought as he lifted the gun. He sighted along the barrel. Feliks looked at him. Their eyes met. Feliks moved. A shot rang out. He felt nothing. He began to run. It was like running along a tightrope. He had to hold out his arms for balance. He had to place his feet squarely on the narrow ridge, and he had to avoid thinking about the 50-foot drop to the courtyard. There was another shot. Feliks panicked. He ran at top speed. The end of the roof loomed up. He could see the down-sloping roof of Montreal House ahead. He had no idea how wide was the gap between the two buildings. He slowed down, hesitating. Then Walden fired again. Feliks ran full tilt at the end of the ridge. He jumped. He flew through the air. He heard his own voice, as if distantly, screaming. He caught a momentary glimpse of 3 policemen in the alley 50 feet below him, staring up at him, open-mouthed. Then he hit the roof of Montreal House, landing hard on his hands and knees. The impact winded him. He slid backwards down the roof. His feet hit the gutter. It seemed to give under the strain, and he thought he was going to slide right off the edge of the roof and fall endlessly. But the gutter held, and he stopped sliding. He was frightened. A distant corner of his mind protested, "But I'm never frightened." He scrambled up the roof to the peak, and then down the other side. Montreal House backed onto the railway. There were no policemen on the lines or the embankment. They didn't anticipate this, Feliks thought exultantly. They thought I was trapped in the courtyard. It never occurred to them I might escape over the rooftops. Now all I have to do is get down. He peered over the gutter at the wall of the building beneath him. There were no drain pipes. The gutters emptied through spouts which jutted out from the edge of the roof like gargoyles. But the top-floor windows were close to the eaves and had wide ledges. With his right hand, Feliks grasped the gutter and pulled it, testing its strength. "Since when have I cared whether I live or die?" "You know since when." He positioned himself over a window, gripped the gutter with both hands, and slowly eased himself over the edge. For a moment he hung free. His feet found the window ledge. He took his right hand from the gutter and felt the brickwork around the window for a handhold. He got his fingers into a shallow groove, then let go of the gutter with his other hand. He looked through the window. Inside, a man saw him and shouted in fright. Feliks kicked the window in and dropped into the room. He pushed the frightened occupant aside and rushed out through the doorway. He ran down the stairs 4 at a time. If he could reach the ground floor, he could get out through the back windows and onto the railway line. He reached the last landing and stopped at the top of the last flight of stairs, breathing hard. A blue uniform appeared at the front entrance. Feliks spun around and raced to the back of the landing. He lifted the window. It stuck. He gave a mighty heave and threw it open. He heard boots running up the stairs. He clambered over the windowsill, eased himself out, hung by his hands for a moment, pushed himself away from the wall, and dropped. He landed in the long grass of the railway embankment. To his right, 2 men were jumping over the fence of the builder's yard. A shot came from his far left. A policeman came to the window from which Feliks had jumped. He ran up the embankment to the railway. There were 4 or 5 pairs of lines. In the distance a train was approaching fast. It seemed to be on the farthermost track. He suffered a moment of cowardice, frightened to cross in front of the train. Then he broke into a run. The 2 policemen from the builder's yard and the one from Montreal House chased him across the tracks. From the far left a voice shouted, "Clear the field of fire!" The 3 pursuers were making it difficult for Walden to get a shot. Feliks glanced over his shoulder. They had fallen back. A shot rang out. He began to duck and zigzag. The train sounded very loud. He heard its whistle. There was another shot. He turned aside suddenly, then stumbled and fell onto the last pair of railway lines. There was a terrific thunder in his ears. He saw the locomotive bearing down on him. He jerked convulsively, catapulting himself off the track onto the gravel on the far side. The train roared past his head. He caught a split-second glimpse of the engine-man's face, white and scared. He stood up and ran down the embankment. Walden stood at the fence, watching the train. Basil Thompson came up beside him. Those policemen who had got onto the railway line ran across to the last track, then stood there, helpless, waiting for the train to pass. It seemed to take forever. When it had gone, there was no sign of Feliks. "The bugger's got away," a policeman said. Basil Thompson said, "God damn it all to hell." Walden turned away and walked back to the car. Feliks dropped down onto the far side of a wall and found himself in a poor street of small row houses. He was also in the goal-mouth of an improvised soccer pitch. A group of small boys in large caps stopped playing and stared at him in surprise. He ran on. It would take them a few minutes to redeploy the police on the far side of the railway line. They would come looking for him, but they would be too late. By the time they got a search underway, he would be half a mile from the railway and still moving. He kept running until he reached a busy shopping street. There, on impulse, he jumped on an omnibus. He had escaped, but he was terribly worried. This kind of thing had happened to him before, but previously he had never been scared. He had never panicked. He remembered the thought that had gone through his mind as he slid down the roof. "I don't want to die." In Siberia, he had lost the ability to feel fear. Now it had come back. For the first time in years, he wanted to stay alive. "I have become human again," he thought. He looked out of the window at the mean streets of southeast London, wondering whether the dirty children and the white-faced women could look at him and see a reborn man. It was a disaster. It would slow him down, cramp his style, interfere with his work. "I'm afraid," he thought. "I want to live. I want to see Charlotte again." Chapter 11. The first tram of the day woke Feliks with its noise. He opened his eyes and watched it go by, striking bright blue sparks from the overhead cable. Dull-eyed men in working clothes sat at its windows, smoking and yawning, on their way to jobs as street cleaners and market porters and road menders. The sun was low and bright, but Feliks was in the shade of Waterloo Bridge. He lay on the pavement with his head to the wall, wrapped in a blanket of newspapers. On one side of him was a stinking old woman with the red face of a drunkard. She looked fat, but now Feliks could see, between the hem of her dress and the tops of her man's boots, a few inches of dirty white legs like sticks, and he concluded that her apparent obesity must be due to several layers of clothing. Feliks liked her. Last night she had amused all the vagrants by teaching him the vulgar English words for various parts of the body. Feliks had repeated them after her, and everyone had laughed. On his other side was a red-haired boy from Scotland. For him, sleeping in the open was an adventure. He was tough and wiry and cheerful. Looking now at his sleeping face, Feliks saw that he had no morning beard. He was terribly young. What would happen to him when winter came? There were about 30 of them in a line along the pavement, all lying with their heads to the wall and their feet toward the road, covered with coats or sacks or newspapers. Feliks was the first to stir. He wondered whether any of them had died in the night. He got up. He ached after a night on the cold street. He walked out from under the bridge into the sunshine. Today he was to meet Charlotte. No doubt he looked and smelled like a tramp. He contemplated washing himself in the Thames, but the river appeared to be dirtier than he was. He went looking for a municipal bathhouse. He found one on the south side of the river. A notice on the door announced that it would open at 9 o'clock. Feliks thought that characteristic of social democratic government. They would build a bathhouse so that working men could keep clean, then open it only when everyone was at work. No doubt they complained that the masses failed to take advantage of the facilities so generously provided. He found a tea stall near Waterloo Station and had breakfast. He was severely tempted by the fried egg sandwiches, but he could not afford one. He had his usual bread and tea, and saved the money for a newspaper. He felt contaminated by his night with the deadbeats. That was ironic, he thought, for in Siberia he had been glad to sleep with pigs for warmth. It was not difficult to understand why he felt differently now. He was to meet his daughter, and she would be fresh and clean, smelling of perfume and dressed in silk, with gloves and a hat, and perhaps a parasol to shade her from the sun. He went into the railway station and bought the Times, then sat on a stone bench outside the bathhouse and read the paper while he waited for the place to open. The news shocked him to the core. Austrian heir and his wife murdered. Shot in Bosnian town. A student's political crime. Bomb thrown earlier in the day. The Emperor's grief. The Austro-Hungarian heir presumptive, the Archduke Francis Ferdinand, and his wife, the Duchess of Herrenberg, were assassinated yesterday morning at Sarajevo, the capital of Bosnia. The actual assassin is described as a high school student who fired bullets at his victims with fatal effect from an automatic pistol as they were returning from a reception at the town hall. The outrage was evidently the fruit of a carefully laid plot. On their way to the town hall, the Archduke and his consort had narrowly escaped death. An individual described as a compositor from Trebinje, a garrison town in the extreme south of Herzegovina, had thrown a bomb at their motor car. Few details of this first outrage have been received. It is stated that the Archduke warded off the bomb with his arm, and that it exploded behind the car, injuring the occupants of the second carriage. The author of the second outrage is stated to be a native of Grahovo, in Bosnia. No information as to his race or creed is yet forthcoming. It is presumed that he belongs to the Serb or Orthodox section of the Bosnian population. Both criminals were immediately arrested and were with difficulty saved from being lynched. While this tragedy was being enacted in the Bosnian capital, the aged Emperor Francis Joseph was on his way from Vienna to his summer residence at Ischl. He had an enthusiastic send-off from his subjects in Vienna, and an even more enthusiastic reception on reaching Ischl. Feliks was stunned. He was delighted that another useless aristocratic parasite had been destroyed, another blow struck against tyranny, and he felt ashamed that a schoolboy had been able to kill the heir to the Austrian throne, while he, Feliks, had failed repeatedly to kill a Russian prince. But what occupied his mind most was the change in the world political picture that must surely follow. The Austrians, with the Germans backing them, would take their revenge on Serbia. The Russians would protest. Would the Russians mobilize their army? If they were confident of British support, they probably would. Russian mobilization would mean German mobilization, and once the Germans had mobilized, no one could stop their generals going to war. Feliks painstakingly deciphered the tortured English of the other reports on the same page, to do with the assassination. There were stories headlined, "Official Report of the Crime," "Austrian Emperor and the News," "Tragedy of a Royal House," and "Scene of the Murder," from our special correspondent. There was a good deal of nonsense about how shocked and horrified and grieved everyone was, plus repeated assertions that there was no cause for undue alarm, and that tragic though it was, the murder would make no real difference to Europe. Sentiments which Feliks had already come to recognize as being characteristic of the times, which would have described the four horsemen of the apocalypse as strong rulers who could do nothing but good for the stability of the international situation. So far there was no talk of Austrian reprisals, but it would come. Feliks was sure. And then there would be war. There was no real reason for Russia to go to war, Feliks thought angrily. The same applied to England. It was France and Germany that were belligerent. The French had been wanting since 1871 to win back their lost territories of Alsace and Lorraine, and the German generals felt that Germany would be a second-class power until she began to throw her weight about. What might stop Russia going to war? A quarrel with her allies. What would cause a quarrel between Russia and England? The killing of Orlov.
If the assassination in Sarajevo could start a war, another assassination in London could stop a war. And Charlotte could find Orloff. Wearily, Feliks contemplated afresh the dilemma that had haunted him for the last 48 hours. Was anything changed by the murder of the Archduke? Did that give him the right to take advantage of a young girl? It was almost time for the bathhouse to open. A small crowd of women carrying bundles of washing gathered around the door. Feliks folded his newspaper and stood up. He knew that he would use her. He had not resolved the dilemma. He had simply decided what to do. His whole life seemed to lead up to the murder of Orloff. There was a momentum in his progress toward that goal, and he could not be deflected, even by the knowledge that his life had been founded on a mistake. Poor Charlotte. The doors opened, and Feliks went into the bathhouse to wash.
End of side 14. Side 15.
Charlotte had it all planned. Lunch was at 1 o'clock, when the Waldens had no guests. By 2:30, Mamma would be in her room, lying down. Charlotte would be able to sneak out of the house in time to meet Feliks at 3. She would spend an hour with him. By 4:30 she would be at home in the morning room, washed and changed, and demurely ready to pour tea and receive callers with Mamma. It was not to be. At midday, Mamma ruined the whole plan by saying, "Oh, I forgot to tell you. We're lunching with the Duchess of Middlesex at her house in Grosvenor Square." "Oh, dear," Charlotte said. "I really don't feel like a luncheon party." "Don't be silly. You'll have a lovely time." I said the wrong thing, Charlotte thought immediately. I should have said, "I've got a splitting headache and I can't possibly go." I was too half-hearted. I could have lied if I'd known in advance, but I can't do it on the spur of the moment. She tried again. "I'm sorry, Mamma, I don't want to go." "You're coming, and no nonsense," Mamma said. "I want the Duchess to get to know you. She really is most useful. And the Marquis of Chalfont will be there." Lunch parties generally started at 1:30 and went on past 3. I might be home by 3:30, so I could get to the National Gallery by 4, Charlotte thought. But by then he would have given up and gone away. And besides, even if he is still waiting, I would have to leave him almost immediately in order to be home for tea. She wanted to talk to him about the assassination. She was eager to hear his views. She did not want to have lunch with the old Duchess and... "Who is the Marquis of Chalfont?" "You know, Freddie. He's charming, don't you think?" "Oh, him. Charming? Oh, I haven't noticed. I could write a note, address it to that place in Camden Town, and leave it on the hall table on my way out for the footman to post. But Feliks doesn't actually live at that address. And anyway, he wouldn't get the note before 3 o'clock. Mamma said, "Well, notice him today. I fancy you may have bewitched him." "Who?" "Freddie. Charlotte, you really must pay a little attention to a young man when he pays attention to you." So that was why she was so keen on this lunch party. "Oh, Mamma, don't be silly." "What's silly about it?" Mamma said in an exasperated voice. "I've hardly spoken 3 sentences to him." "Then it's not your conversation that has bewitched him. Please." "All right, I won't tease. Go and change. Put on that cream dress with the brown lace. It suits your colouring." Charlotte gave in and went up to her room. "I suppose I should be flattered about Freddie," she thought, as she took off her dress. "Why can't I get interested in any of these young men? Maybe I'm just not ready for all that yet. At the moment there's too much else to occupy my mind. At breakfast Papa said there would be a war because of the shooting of the Archduke. But girls aren't supposed to be too interested in that sort of thing. The summit of my ambition should be to get engaged before the end of my first season. That's what Belinda is thinking about. But not all girls are like Belinda. Remember the suffragettes." She got dressed and went downstairs. She sat and made idle conversation, while Mamma drank a glass of sherry. Then they went to Grosvenor Square. The Duchess was an overweight woman in her 60s. She made Charlotte think of an old wooden ship rotting beneath a new coat of paint. The lunch was a real hen party. If this were a play, Charlotte thought, there would be a wild-eyed poet, a discreet cabinet minister, a cultured Jewish banker, a crown prince, and at least one remarkably beautiful woman. In fact, the only men present, apart from Freddie, were a nephew of the Duchess and a Conservative MP. Each of the women was introduced as the wife of so-and-so. If I ever get married, Charlotte thought, I shall insist on being introduced as myself, not as somebody's wife. Of course, it was difficult for the Duchess to have interesting parties, because so many people were banned from her table. All Liberals, all Jews, anybody in trade, anybody who was on the stage, all divorcees, and all the many people who had, at one time or another, offended against the Duchess's idea of what was the done thing. It made for a dull circle of friends. The Duchess's favourite topic of conversation was the question of what was ruining the country. The main candidates were subversion, by Lloyd George and Churchill, vulgarity, Diaghilev and the post-impressionists, and super tax, 1 shilling and 3pence in the pound. Today, however, the ruin of England took second place to the death of the Archduke. The Conservative MP explained at somewhat tedious length why there would be no war. The wife of a South American ambassador said in a little girlish tone, which infuriated Charlotte, "What I don't understand is why these nihilists want to throw bombs and shoot people." The Duchess had the answer to that. Her doctor had explained to her that all suffragettes had a nervous ailment known to medical science as hysteria, and in her view the revolutionists suffered from the male equivalent of this disease. Charlotte, who had read the Times from cover to cover that morning, said, "On the other hand, perhaps the Serbs simply don't want to be ruled by Austria." Mamma gave her a black look, and everyone else glanced at her for a moment as if she were quite mad, and then ignored what she had said. Freddie was sitting next to her. His round face always seemed to gleam slightly. He spoke to her in a low voice. "I say, you do say the most outrageous things." "What was outrageous about it?" Charlotte demanded. "Well, I mean to say, anyone would think you approved of people shooting archdukes." "I think if the Austrians tried to take over England, you would shoot archdukes, wouldn't you?" "You're priceless," Freddie said. Charlotte turned away from him. She was beginning to feel as if she had lost her voice. Nobody seemed to hear anything she said. It made her very cross. Meanwhile, the Duchess was getting into her stride. The lower classes were idle, she said, and Charlotte thought, "You who have never done a day's work in your life." "Why," the Duchess said, she understood that nowadays each workman had a lad to carry his tools around. "Surely a man could carry his own tools," she said, as a footman held out for her a silver salver of boiled potatoes. Beginning her third glass of sweet wine, she said that they drank so much beer in the middle of the day that they were incapable of working in the afternoon. People today wanted to be mollycoddled, she said, as 3 footmen and 2 maids cleared away the 3rd course and served the 4th. It was no business of the government to provide poor relief and medical insurance and pensions. Poverty would encourage the lower classes to be thrifty, and that was a virtue, she said, at the end of a meal which would have fed a working-class family of 10 for a fortnight. People must be self-reliant, she said, as the butler helped her rise from the table and walk into the drawing-room. By this time Charlotte was boiling with suppressed rage. Who could blame revolutionists for shooting people like the Duchess? Freddie handed her a cup of coffee and said, "She's a marvellous old war-horse, isn't she?" Charlotte said, "I think she's the nastiest old woman I've ever met." Freddie's round face became furtive, and he said, "Hush." At least, Charlotte thought, no one could say I'm encouraging him. A carriage clock on the mantel struck 3 with a tinkling chime. Charlotte felt as if she were in jail. Felix was now waiting for her on the steps of the National Gallery. She had to get out of the Duchess's house. She thought, what am I doing here when I could be with someone who talks sense? The Conservative MP said, "I must get back to the house." His wife stood up to go with him. Charlotte saw her way out. She approached the wife and spoke quietly. "I have a slight headache," she said. "May I come with you? You must pass my house on the way to Westminster." "Certainly, Lady Charlotte," said the wife. Mamma was talking to the Duchess. Charlotte interrupted them and repeated the headache story. "I know Mamma would like to stay a little longer, so I'm going with Mrs. Shakespeare. Thank you for a lovely lunch, Your Grace." The Duchess nodded regally. I managed that rather well, Charlotte thought, as she walked out into the hall and down the stairs. She gave her address to the Shakespeare's coachman and added, "There's no need to drive into the courtyard, just stop outside." On the way, Mrs. Shakespeare advised her to take a spoonful of laudanum for the headache. The coachman did as he had been told, and at 3:20 Charlotte was standing on the pavement outside her home, watching the coach drive off. Instead of going into the house, she headed for Trafalgar Square. She arrived just after 3:30 and ran up the steps of the National Gallery. She could not see Felix. He's gone, she thought, after all that. Then he emerged from behind one of the massive pillars, as if he had been lying in wait, and she was so pleased to see him she could have kissed him. "I'm sorry to have made you wait about," she said, as she shook his hand. "I got involved in a dreadful luncheon party." "It doesn't matter, now that you're here." He was smiling, but uneasily, like, Charlotte thought, someone saying hello to a dentist before having a tooth pulled. They went inside. Charlotte loved the cool, hushed museum, with its glass domes and marble pillars, grey floors and beige walls, and the paintings shouting out colour and beauty and passion. "At least my parents taught me to look at pictures," she said. He turned his sad, dark eyes on her. "There's going to be a war." Of all people who had spoken of that possibility today, only Felix and Papa had seemed to be moved by it. Papa said the same thing, but I don't understand why. France and Germany both think they stand to gain a lot by war. Austria, Russia, and England may get sucked in. They walked on. Felix did not seem to be interested in the paintings. Charlotte said, "Why are you so concerned? Shall you have to fight?" "I'm too old. But I think of all the millions of innocent Russian boys straight off the farm who will be crippled or blinded or killed in a cause they don't understand and wouldn't care about if they did." Charlotte had always thought of war as a matter of men killing one another, but Felix saw it as men being killed by war. As usual, he showed her things in a new light. She said, "I never looked at it that way." "The Earl of Walden never looked at it that way either. That's why he will let it happen." "I'm sure Papa wouldn't let it happen if he could help." "You're wrong," Felix interrupted. "He is making it happen." Charlotte frowned, puzzled. "What do you mean?" "That's why Prince Orloff is here." Her puzzlement deepened. "How do you know about Alex?" "I know more about it than you do. The police have spies among the anarchists, but the anarchists have spies among the police spies. We find things out. Walden and Orloff are negotiating a treaty, the effect of which will be to drag Russia into the war on the British side." Charlotte was about to protest that Papa would not do such a thing. Then she realized that Felix was right. It explained some of the remarks passed between Papa and Alex while Alex was staying at the house, and it explained why Papa was shocking his friends by consorting with liberals like Churchill. She said, "Why would he do that?" "I'm afraid he doesn't care how many Russian peasants die, so long as England dominates Europe." Yes, of course. Papa would see it in those terms, she thought. "It's awful," she said. "Why don't you tell people? Expose the whole thing. Shout it from the rooftops." "Who would listen?" "Wouldn't they listen in Russia?" "They will, if we can find a dramatic way of bringing the thing to their notice." "Such as?" Felix looked at her. "Such as kidnapping Prince Orloff." It was so outrageous that she laughed, then stopped abruptly. It crossed her mind that he might be playing a game, pretending in order to make a point. Then she looked at his face and knew that he was deadly serious. For the first time she wondered whether he was perfectly sane. "You don't mean that?" she said incredulously. He smiled awkwardly. "Do you think I'm crazy?" She knew he was not. She shook her head. "You're the sanest man I ever met." "Then sit down, and I'll explain it to you." She allowed herself to be led to a seat. "The Tsar already distrusts the English because they let political refugees like me come to England. If one of us were to kidnap his favourite nephew, there would be a real quarrel. Then they would not be sure of each other's help in a war. And when the Russian people learn what Orloff was trying to do to them, they will be so angry that the Tsar will not be able to make them go to war anyway. Do you see?" Charlotte watched his face as he talked. He was quiet, reasonable, and only a little tense. There was no mad light of fanaticism in his eye. Everything he said made sense, but it was like the logic of a fairy tale. One thing followed from another, but it seemed to be a story about a different world, not the world she lived in. "I do see," she said, "but you can't kidnap Alex. He's such a nice man." "That nice man will lead 1,000,000 other nice men to their deaths if he's allowed to. This is real, Charlotte. Not like the battles in these paintings of gods and horses. Walden and Orloff are discussing war. Men cutting each other open with swords. Boys getting their legs blown off by cannonballs. People bleeding and dying in muddy fields, screaming in pain with no one to help them. This is what Walden and Orloff are trying to arrange. Half the misery in the world is caused by nice young men like Orloff, who think they have the right to organize wars between nations." She was struck by a frightening thought. "You've already tried once to kidnap him?" He nodded. "In the park. You were in the carriage. It went wrong." "Oh, my word." She felt sickened and depressed. He took her hand. "You know I'm right, don't you?" It seemed to her that he was right. His world was the real world. She was the one who lived in a fairy tale. In fairyland, the debutantes in white were presented to the king and queen, and the prince went to war, and the earl was kind to his servants who all loved him, and the duchess was a dignified old lady, and there was no such thing as sexual intercourse. In the real world, Annie's baby was born dead because Mamma let Annie go without a reference, and a 13-year-old mother was condemned to death because she had let her baby die, and people slept on the streets because they had no homes, and there were baby farms, and the Duchess was a vicious old harridan, and a grinning man in a tweed suit punched Charlotte in the stomach outside Buckingham Palace. "I know you're right," she said to Felix. "That's very important," he said. "You hold the key to the whole thing." "Me? Oh, no. I need your help." "No, please don't say that." "You see, I can't find Orloff." "It's not fair," she thought. "It has all happened too quickly." She felt miserable and trapped. She wanted to help Felix, and she could see how important it was. But Alex was her cousin, and he'd been a guest in her house. How could she betray him? "Will you help me?" Felix said. "I don't know where Alex is," she said evasively. "But you could find out." "Yes." "Will you?" She sighed. "I don't know." "Charlotte, you must." "There's no must about it," she flared. "Everyone tells me what I must do. I thought you had more respect for me." He looked crestfallen. "I wish I didn't have to ask you." She squeezed his hand. "I'll think about it." He opened his mouth to protest, and she put a finger to his lips to silence him. "You'll have to be satisfied with that," she said. At 7:30, Walden went out in the Lanchester, wearing evening dress and a silk hat. He was using the motor car all the time now. In an emergency it would be faster and more manoeuvrable than a carriage. Pritchard sat in the driving seat with a revolver holstered beneath his jacket. Civilized life seemed to have come to an end. They drove to the back entrance of number 10 Downing Street. The Cabinet had met that afternoon to discuss the deal Walden had worked out with Alex. Now Walden was to hear whether or not they had approved it. He was shown into the small dining room. Churchill was already there with Asquith, the Prime Minister. They were leaning on the sideboard, drinking sherry. Walden shook hands with Asquith. "How do you do, Prime Minister?" "Good of you to come, Lord Walden." Asquith had silver hair and a clean-shaven face. There were traces of humour in the wrinkles around his eyes, but his mouth was small, thin-lipped and stubborn-looking, and he had a broad, square chin. Walden thought there was in his voice a trace of a Yorkshire accent, which had survived the City of London School and Balliol College, Oxford. He had an unusually large head, which was said to contain a brain of machine-like precision. But then, Walden thought, people always credit Prime Ministers with more brains than they've got. Asquith said, "I'm afraid the Cabinet would not approve of your proposal." Walden's heart sank. To conceal his disappointment, he adopted a brisk manner. "Why not?" "The opposition came mainly from Lloyd George." Walden looked at Churchill and raised his eyebrows. Churchill nodded. "You probably thought, like everyone else, that LG and I vote alike on every issue. Now you know otherwise." "What's his objection?" "Matter of principle," Churchill answered. "He says we're passing the Balkans around like a box of chocolates. Help yourself. Choose your favourite flavour. Thrace, Bosnia, Bulgaria, Serbia. Small countries have their rights, he says. That's what comes of having a Welshman in the Cabinet. A Welshman and a solicitor, too. I don't know which is worse." His levity irritated Walden. This is his project as much as mine, he thought. Why isn't the man as dismayed as I am? They sat down to dinner. The meal was served by the butler. Asquith ate sparingly. Churchill drank too much, Walden thought. Walden was gloomy, mentally damning Lloyd George with every mouthful. At the end of the first course, Asquith said, "We must have this treaty, you know. There will be a war between France and Germany sooner or later, and if the Russians stay out of it, Germany will conquer Europe. We can't have that." Walden asked, "What must be done to change Lloyd George's mind?" Asquith smiled thinly. "If I had a pound note for every time that question has been asked, I'd be a rich man." The butler served quail and poured claret. Churchill said, "We must come up with a modified proposal which will meet LG's objection." Churchill's casual tone infuriated Walden. "You know perfectly well it's not that simple," he snapped. "No, indeed," Asquith said mildly. "Still, we must try. Thrace to be an independent country under Russian protection. Something like that." "I've spent the past month beating them down," Walden said wearily. "Still, the murder of poor old Francis Ferdinand changes the complexion of things," Asquith said. "Now that Austria is getting aggressive in the Balkans again, the Russians need more than ever that toehold in the area, which, in principle, we are trying to give them." Walden set aside his disappointment and began to think constructively. After a moment he said, "What about Constantinople?" "What do you mean?" "Well, suppose we offered Constantinople to the Russians. Would Lloyd George object to that?" "He might say it was like giving Cardiff to the Irish Republicans," Churchill said. Walden ignored him and looked at Asquith. Asquith put down his knife and fork. "Well, now that he has made his principled stand, he may be keen to show how reasonable he can be when offered a compromise. I think he may agree to it. Will it be enough for the Russians?" Walden was not sure, but he was buoyed up by his new idea. Impulsively he said, "If you can sell it to Lloyd George, I can sell it to Orloff." "Splendid," said Asquith. "Now then, what about this anarchist?" Walden's optimism was punctured. They are doing everything possible to protect Alex, but still it's damned worrying. I thought Basil Thompson was a good man. Excellent, Walden said, but I'm afraid Feliks might be even better. Churchill said, I don't think we should let the fellow frighten us. I am frightened, gentlemen, Walden interrupted. 3 times Feliks has slipped through our grasp. The last time we had 30 policemen to arrest him. I don't see how he can get at Alex now, but the fact that I can't see a way doesn't mean that he can't see a way, and we know what will happen if Alex is killed. Our alliance with Russia will fall through. Feliks is the most dangerous man in England. Asquith nodded, his expression sombre. If you are less than perfectly satisfied with the protection Orloff is getting, please contact me directly. Thank you. The butler offered Walden a cigar, but he sensed that he was finished here. Life must go on, he said, and I must go to a crush at Mrs. Glenville's. I'll smoke my cigar there. Don't tell them where you had dinner, Churchill said with a smile. I wouldn't dare. They'd never speak to me again. Walden finished his port and stood up. When will you put the new proposal to Orloff? Asquith asked. I'll motor to Norfolk first thing in the morning. Splendid. The butler brought Walden's hat and gloves, and he took his leave. Pritchard was standing at the garden gate, chatting to the policeman on duty. Back to the house, Walden told him. He had been rather rash, he reflected as they drove. He had promised to secure Alex's consent to the Constantinople plan, but he was not sure now. It was worrying. He began to rehearse the words he would use tomorrow. He was home before he had made any progress. We'll need the car again in a few minutes, Pritchard. Very good, my lord. Walden entered the house and went upstairs to wash his hands. On the landing he met Charlotte. Is Mamma getting ready? He said. Yes, she'll be a few minutes. How goes your politicking? Slowly. Why have you suddenly got involved in all that sort of thing again? He smiled. In a nutshell, to stop Germany conquering Europe. But don't you worry your pretty little head. I shan't worry. But where on earth have you hidden Cousin Alex? He hesitated. There was no harm in her knowing. Yet, once she knew, she would be capable of accidentally letting the secret out. Better for her to be left in the dark. He said, If anyone asks you, say you don't know. He smiled and went on up to his room.
End of side 15. Side 16.
There were times when the charm of English life wore thin for Lydia. Usually she liked crushes. Several hundred people would gather at someone's home to do nothing whatsoever. There was no dancing, no formal meal, no cards. You shook hands with the hostess, took a glass of champagne, and wandered around some great house chatting to your friends and admiring people's clothes. Today she was struck by the pointlessness of the whole thing. Her discontent took the form of nostalgia for Russia. There, she felt, the beauties would surely be more ravishing, the intellectuals less polite, the conversations deeper, the evening air not so balmy and soporific. In truth, she was too worried about Stephen, about Feliks, and about Charlotte to enjoy socializing. She ascended the broad staircase with Stephen on one side of her and Charlotte on the other. Her diamond necklace was admired by Mrs. Glenville. They moved on. Stephen peeled off to talk to one of his cronies in the Lords. Lydia heard the words "Amendment Bill" and listened to no more. They moved through the crowd, smiling and saying hello. Lydia kept thinking, what am I doing here? Charlotte said, By the way, Mamma, where has Alex gone? I don't know, dear, Lydia said absently. Ask your father. Good evening, Freddie. Freddie was interested in Charlotte, not Lydia. I've been thinking about what you said at lunch, he said. I've decided that the difference is we're English. Lydia left them to it. In my day, she thought, political discussions were decidedly not the way to win a man. But perhaps things have changed. It begins to look as if Freddie will be interested in whatever Charlotte wants to talk about. I wonder if he will propose to her. Oh, Lord, what a relief that would be. In the first of the reception rooms, where a string quartet played inaudibly, she met her sister-in-law, Clarissa. They talked about their daughters, and Lydia was secretly comforted to learn that Clarissa was terribly worried about Belinda. "I don't mind her buying those ultra-fashionable clothes and showing her ankles, and I shouldn't mind her smoking cigarettes if only she were a little more discreet about it," Clarissa said. "But she goes to the most dreadful places to listen to nigger bands playing jazz music, and last week she went to a boxing match." "What about her chaperone?" Clarissa sighed. "I've said she can go out without a chaperone if she's with girls we know. Now I realize that was a mistake. I suppose Charlotte is always chaperoned." "In theory, yes," Lydia said, "but she's frightfully disobedient. Once she sneaked out and went to a suffragette meeting." Lydia was not prepared to tell Clarissa the whole disgraceful truth. A suffragette meeting did not sound quite as bad as a demonstration. She added, "Charlotte is interested in the most unladylike things, such as politics. I don't know where she gets her ideas." "Oh, I feel the same," Clarissa said. "Belinda was always brought up with the very best of music, and good society, and wholesome books, and a strict governess. So naturally one wonders where on earth she got her taste for vulgarity. The worst of it is, I can't make her realize that I'm worried for her happiness, not my own." "Oh, I'm so glad to hear you say that," Lydia said. "It's just how I feel. Charlotte seems to think there's something false or silly about our protecting her." She sighed. "We must marry them off quickly, before they come to any harm." "Absolutely. Is anyone interested in Charlotte?" "Freddie Chalfont." "Ah, yes, I'd heard that. He even seems to be prepared to talk politics to her, but I'm afraid she's not awfully interested in him." "What about Belinda?" "The opposite problem. She likes them all." "Oh, dear." Lydia laughed and moved on, feeling better. In some ways, Clarissa, as a stepmother, had a more difficult task than Lydia. "I suppose I have much to be thankful for," she thought. The Duchess of Middlesex was in the next room. Most people stayed on their feet at a crush, but the Duchess, characteristically, sat down and let people come to her. Lydia approached her just as Lady Gay Stevens was moving away. "I gather Charlotte is quite recovered from her headache," the Duchess said. "Yes, indeed. It's kind of you to inquire." "Oh, I wasn't inquiring," the Duchess said. "My nephew saw her in the National Gallery at 4 o'clock. The National Gallery? What in heaven's name was she doing there? She had sneaked out again. But Lydia was not going to let the Duchess know that Charlotte had been misbehaving. "She has always been fond of art," she improvised. "She was with a man," the Duchess said. "Freddie Chalfont must have a rival." The little minx! Lydia concealed her fury. "Indeed," she said, forcing a smile. "Who is he?" "Just one of their set," Lydia said desperately. "Oh, no," said the Duchess with a malicious smile. "He was about 40, and wearing a tweed cap." A tweed cap? Lydia was being humiliated, and she knew it. But she hardly cared. Who could the man be? What was Charlotte thinking of? Her reputation. "They were holding hands," the Duchess added, and she smiled broadly, showing rotten teeth. Lydia could no longer pretend that everything was all right. "Oh, my God," she said, "what has the child got into now?" The Duchess said, "In my day, the chaperone system was found effective in preventing this sort of thing." Lydia was suddenly very angry at the pleasure the Duchess was taking in this catastrophe. "That was 100 years ago," she snapped. She walked away. A tweed cap. Holding hands. 40 years old. It was too appalling to be contemplated. The cap meant he was working class. The age meant he was a lecher. And the hand-holding implied that matters had already gone far. Perhaps too far. "What can I do?" she thought helplessly. "If the child goes out of the house without my knowledge... Oh, Charlotte, Charlotte, you don't know what you're doing to yourself." "What was the boxing match like?" Charlotte asked Belinda. "In a horrid sort of way. It was terribly exciting," Belinda said. "These two enormous men, wearing nothing but their shorts, standing there trying to beat each other to death." Charlotte did not see how that could be exciting. "It sounds dreadful." "I got so worked up," Belinda lowered her voice, "that I almost let Peter go too far." "What do you mean?" "You know, afterwards, in the cab, on the way home. I let him kiss me, and so on." "What's and so on?" Belinda whispered, "He kissed my bosom." "Oh." Charlotte frowned. "Was it nice?" "Heavenly." "Well, well." Charlotte tried to picture Freddie kissing her bosom, and somehow she knew it would not be heavenly. Mamma walked past and said, "We are leaving, Charlotte." Belinda said, "She looks cross." Charlotte shrugged. Nothing unusual in that. "We're going to a coon show afterwards. Why don't you come with us?" "What's a coon show?" "Jazz. It's wonderful music." Mamma wouldn't let me. Your mamma is so old-fashioned. Oh, you're telling me. I'd better go. Bye. Charlotte went down the stairs and got her wrap from the cloakroom. She felt as if two people were inhabiting her skin, like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. One of them smiled and made polite conversation and talked to Belinda about girlish matters. The other thought about kidnapping and treachery and asked sly questions in an innocent tone of voice. Without waiting for her parents, she went outside and said to the footman, "The Earl of Walden's car." A couple of minutes later the Lanchester pulled up at the curb. It was a warm evening and Pritchard had the hood down. He got out of the car and held the door for Charlotte. She said, "Pritchard, where is Prince Orloff?" "It's supposed to be a secret, milady." "You can tell me." "I'd rather you asked your papa, milady." It was no good. She could not bully these servants who had known her as a baby. She gave up and said, "You'd better go into the hall and tell them I'm waiting in the car." "Very good, milady." Charlotte sat back on the leather seat. She had asked the 3 people who might have known where Alex was, and none of them would tell her. They did not trust her to keep the secret, and the maddening thing was that they were, of course, quite right. She still had not decided whether to help Felix, however. Now, if she could not get the information he wanted, perhaps she would not have to make the agonizing decision. What a relief that would be. She had arranged to meet Felix the day after tomorrow, same place, same time. What would he say when she turned up empty-handed? Would he despise her for failing? No, he was not like that. He would be terribly disappointed. Perhaps he would be able to think of another way to find out where Alex was. She could not wait to see him again. He was so interesting, and she learned so much from him that the rest of her life seemed unbearably dull without him. Even the anxiety of this great dilemma into which he had thrown her was better than the boredom of choosing dresses for yet another day of empty social routine. Papa and Mamma got into the car, and Pritchard drove off. Papa said, "What's the matter, Lydia? You look rather upset." Mamma looked at Charlotte. "What were you doing in the National Gallery this afternoon?" Charlotte's heart missed a beat. She'd been found out. Somebody had spied on her. Now there would be trouble. Her hands started to shake, and she held them together in her lap. "I was looking at pictures. You were with a man." Papa said, "Oh, no. Charlotte, what is all this about?" "He's just somebody I met," Charlotte said. "You wouldn't approve of him." "Of course we wouldn't approve," Mamma said. "He was wearing a tweed cap." Papa said, "A tweed cap? Who the devil is he?" "He's a terribly interesting man, and he understands things, and he holds your hand," Mamma interrupted. Papa said sadly, "Oh, Charlotte, how vulgar. In the National Gallery." "There's no romance," Charlotte said. "You've nothing to fear." "Nothing to fear," Mamma said with a brittle laugh. "That evil old Duchess knows all about it, and she'll tell everyone." Papa said, "How could you do this to your mamma?" Charlotte could not speak. She was close to tears. She thought, "I did nothing wrong. Just held a conversation with someone who talks sense. How can they be so brutish? I hate them." Papa said, "You'd better tell me who he is. I expect he can be paid off." Charlotte shouted, "I should think he's one of the few people in the world who can't." "I suppose he's some radical." Mamma said. "No doubt it is he who has been filling your head with foolishness about suffragism. He probably wears sandals and eats potatoes with the skins on." She lost her temper. "He probably believes in free love. If you have—" "No, I haven't," Charlotte said. "I told you there's no romance." A tear rolled down her nose. "I'm not the romantic type." "I don't believe you for a minute," Papa said disgustedly. "Nor will anyone else. Whether you realize it or not, this episode is a social catastrophe for all of us." "We'd better put her in a convent," Mamma said hysterically, and she began to cry. "I'm sure that won't be necessary," Papa said. Mamma shook her head. "I didn't mean it. I'm sorry to be so shrill, but I just get so worried." "However, she can't stay in London after this." "Certainly not." The car pulled into the courtyard of their house. Mamma dried her eyes so that the servants would not see her upset. Charlotte thought, "And so they will stop me from seeing Felix, and send me away and lock me up. I wish now I had promised to help him, instead of hesitating and saying I would think about it. At least then he would know I'm on his side. Well, they won't win. I shan't live the life they have mapped out for me. I shan't marry Freddie and become Lady Chalfont and raise fat, complacent children. They can't keep me locked away forever. As soon as I'm 21, I'll go and work for Mrs. Pankhurst and read books about anarchism and start a rest home for unmarried mothers. And if I ever have children, I will never, never tell them lies." They went into the house. Papa said, "Come into the drawing room." Pritchard followed them in. "Would you like some sandwiches, my lord?" "Not just now. Leave us alone for a while, would you, Pritchard?" Pritchard went out. Papa made a brandy and soda and sipped it. "Think again, Charlotte," he said. "Will you tell us who this man is?" She wanted to say, "He's an anarchist who is trying to prevent you starting a war," but she merely shook her head. "Then you must see," he said, almost gently, "that we can't possibly trust you." "You could have once," she thought bitterly, "but not any more." Papa spoke to Mamma. "She'll just have to go to the country for a month. It's the only way to keep her out of trouble. Then, after the Cowes Regatta, she can come to Scotland for the shooting." He sighed. "Perhaps she'll be more manageable by next season." Mamma said, "We'll send her to Walden Hall, then." Charlotte thought, "They're talking about me as if I weren't here." Papa said, "I'm driving down to Norfolk in the morning to see Alex again. I'll take her with me." Charlotte was stunned. Alex was at Walden Hall. I never even thought of that. Now I know. "She'd better go up and peck," Mamma said. Charlotte stood up and went out, keeping her face down so that they should not see the light of triumph in her eyes. Chapter 12. At 2:45, Felix was in the lobby of the National Gallery. Charlotte would probably be late, like last time, but anyway he had nothing better to do. He was nervy and restless, sick of waiting and sick of hiding. He had slept rough again the last 2 nights, once in Hyde Park and once under the arches of Charing Cross. During the day he'd hidden in alleys and railway sidings and patches of waste ground, coming out only to get food. It reminded him of being on the run in Siberia, and the memory was unpleasant. Even now he kept moving, going from the lobby into the domed rooms, glancing at the pictures, and returning to the lobby to look for her. He watched the clock on the wall. At 3:30 she still had not come. She had got involved in another dreadful luncheon party. She would surely be able to find out where Orloff was. She was an ingenious girl, he was certain. Even if her father would not tell her straightforwardly, she would think of a way to discover the secret. Whether she would pass the information on was another matter. She was strong-willed, too. He wished a lot of things. He wished he had not deceived her. He wished he could find Orloff without her help. He wished human beings did not make themselves into princes and earls and kaisers and czars. He wished he had married Lydia and known Charlotte as a baby. He wished she would come. It was 4 o'clock. Most of the paintings meant nothing to him. the sentimental religious scenes, the portraits of smug Dutch merchants in their lifeless homes. He liked Bronzino's allegory, but only because it was so sensual. Art was an area of human experience which he had passed by. Perhaps one day Charlotte would lead him into the forest and show him the flowers, but it was unlikely. First, he would have to live through the next few days and escape after killing Orloff. Even that much was not certain. Then he would have to retain Charlotte's affection, despite having used her, lied to her, and killed her cousin. That was close to impossible. But even if it happened, he would have to find ways of seeing her while avoiding the police. No, there was not much chance he would know her after the assassination. He thought, make the most of her now. It was 4:30. She was not just late, he thought with a sinking heart. She is unable to come. I hope she's not in trouble with Walden. I hope she didn't take risks and get found out. I wish she would come running up the steps, out of breath and a little flushed, with her hat slightly awry, and an anxious look on her pretty face, and say, I'm terribly sorry to have made you wait about. I got involved in... The building seemed to be emptying out. Feliks wondered what to do next. He went outside and down the steps to the pavement. There was no sign of her. He went back up the steps and was stopped at the door by an attendant. Too late, mate, the man said. We're closing. Feliks turned away. He could not wait about on the steps in the hope that she would come later, for he would be too conspicuous right here in Trafalgar Square. Anyway, she was now 2 hours late. She was not going to come. She was not going to come. Face it, he thought. She has decided to have nothing more to do with me, and quite sensibly. But would she not have come, if only to tell me that? She might have sent a note. She might have sent a note. She had Bridget's address. She would have sent a note. Feliks headed north. He walked through the alleys of Theatreland and the quiet squares of Bloomsbury. The weather was changing. All the time he had been in England it had been sunny and warm, and he had yet to see rain, but for the last day or so the atmosphere had seemed oppressive, as if a storm were slowly gathering. He thought, I wonder what it is like to live in Bloomsbury, in this prosperous middle-class atmosphere, where there is always enough to eat and money left over for books. But after the revolution we will take down the railings around the parks. He had a headache. He had not suffered headaches since childhood. He wondered whether it was caused by the stormy air. More likely it was worry. After the revolution, he thought, headaches will be prohibited. Would there be a note from her waiting at Bridget's house? He imagined it. Dear Mr. Kshesinsky, I regret I am unable to keep our appointment today. Yours truly, Lady Charlotte Walden. No, it would surely not be like that. Dear Feliks, Prince Orloff is staying at the home of the Russian Naval Attaché, 25A Wilton Place, 2nd floor, left front bedroom. Your affectionate friend, Charlotte. That was more like it. Dear Father, yes, I have learned the truth, but my papa has locked me in my room. Please come and rescue me. Your loving daughter, Charlotte Kshesinsky. Don't be a damned fool. He reached Cork Street and looked along the road. There were no policemen guarding the house, no hefty characters in plain clothes reading newspapers outside the pub. It looked safe. His heart lifted. There's something marvellous about a warm welcome from a woman, he thought, whether she's a slip of a girl like Charlotte or a fat old witch like Bridget. I've spent too much of my life with men, or alone. He knocked on Bridget's door. As he waited, he looked down at the window of his old basement room and saw that there were new curtains. The door opened. Bridget looked at him and smiled widely. "It's my favourite international terrorist, begod," she said. "Oh, come in, you darling man." He went into her parlour. "Do you want some tea? It's hot." "Yes, please." He sat down. "Did the police trouble you?" "Oh, I was interrogated by a superintendent." "You must be a big cheese." "What did you tell him?" She looked contemptuous. "He left his truncheon at home. He got nothing out of me." Felix smiled. "Have you got the letter?" But she was still talking. "Did you want your room back?" "I've let it to another fella, but I'll chuck him out. He's got side whiskers, and I never could abide side whiskers." "No, I don't want my room. You've been sleeping rough, I can tell by the look on you." "That's right." "Whatever it was you came to London to do, you haven't done it yet." "No." "Something's happened. You've changed." "Yes." "What then?" He was suddenly grateful for someone to whom he could talk about it. "Years ago, I had a love affair. I didn't know it, but the woman had a baby. A few days ago, I met my daughter." "Ah." She looked at him with pity in her eyes. "You poor bugger. As if you didn't have enough on your mind already." "Is she the one that wrote the letter?" Felix gave a grunt of satisfaction. "There's a letter. I suppose that's what you came for." She went to the mantelpiece and reached behind the clock. "And is the poor girl mixed up with the oppressors and tyrants?" "Yes, I thought so from the crest. You don't get much luck, do you?" She handed him the letter. Felix saw the crest on the back of the envelope. He ripped it open. Inside were 2 pages covered with neat, stylish handwriting. "Walden Hall, July the 1st, 1914. Dear Felix, by the time you get this, you will have waited in vain for me at our rendezvous. I am most awfully sorry to let you down. Unfortunately, I was seen with you on Monday, and it is assumed I have a clandestine lover." If she's in trouble, she seems cheerful enough about it, Felix thought. "I have been banished to the country for the rest of the season. However, it is a blessing in disguise. Nobody would tell me where Alex was, but now I know because he is here." Felix was filled with savage triumph. "So that's where the rats have their nest." Bridget said, "Is this child helping you?" "She was my only hope." "Then you deserve to look troubled." "I know." "Take a train from Liverpool Street Station to Walden Hall Halt. This is our village. The house is 3 miles out of the village on the North Road. However, don't come to the house, of course. On the left-hand side of the road you will see a wood. I always ride through the wood, along the bridle path, before breakfast between 7 and 8 o'clock. I will look out for you each day until you come." Once she decided whose side she was on, Felix thought, there were no half measures. "I'm not sure when this will get sent. I will put it on the hall table as soon as I see some other letters for posting there. That way, nobody will see my handwriting on an envelope, and the footman will just pick it up along with all the rest when he goes to the post office." "She's a brave girl," Felix said aloud. "I am doing this because you are the only person I ever met who talks sense to me. Yours most affectionately, Charlotte." Felix sat back in his seat and closed his eyes. He was so proud of her, and so ashamed of himself, that he felt close to tears. Bridget took the letter from his unresisting fingers and began to read. "So she doesn't know you're her father?" she said. "No." "Why is she helping you then?" "She believes in what I'm doing." Bridget made a disgusted noise. Men like yourself always find women to help them. I should know, be Christ." She read on. "She writes like a schoolgirl." "Yes." "How old is she?" 18. "Old enough to know her own mind." "Alex is the one you're after?" Felix nodded. "What is he?" "A Russian prince." "Then he deserves to die." "He's dragging Russia into war." Bridget nodded. "And you're dragging Charlotte into it." "Do you think I'm doing wrong?" She handed the letter back to him. She seemed angry. "We'll never be sure, will we?" "Politics is like that." "Life is like that." Felix tore the envelope in half and dropped it in the waste paper basket. He intended to rip up the letter, but he could not bring himself to do it. When it's all over, he thought, this may be all I have to remember her by. He folded the 2 sheets of paper and put them in his coat pocket. He stood up. "I've got a train to catch." "Do you want me to make you a sandwich to take with you?" He shook his head. "Thank you. I'm not hungry." "Have you money for your fare?" I never pay train fares." She put her hand into the pocket of her apron and took out a sovereign. "Here, you can buy a cup of tea as well." "It's a lot of money." "I can afford it this week." "Away with you before I change my mind." Felix took the coin and kissed her goodbye. "You have been kind to me." "It's not for you. It's for my Sean. God rest his merry soul. Goodbye. Good luck to you, boy." Felix went out.
End of side 16. Side 17.
Walden was in an optimistic mood as he entered the Admiralty building. He had done what he had promised. He had sold Constantinople to Alex. The previous afternoon, Alex had sent a message to the Tsar recommending acceptance of the British offer. Walden was confident that the Tsar would follow the advice of his favourite nephew, especially after the assassination in Sarajevo. He was not so sure that Lloyd George would bend to the will of Asquith. He was shown into the office of the First Lord of the Admiralty. Churchill bounced up out of his chair and came around his desk to shake hands. "We sold it to Lloyd George," he said triumphantly. "Oh, that's marvellous," Walden said, "and I sold it to Orloff." "I knew you would. Sit down." I might have known better than to expect a thank you, Walden thought. But even Churchill could not damp his spirits today. He sat on a leather chair and glanced around the room, at the charts on the walls and the naval memorabilia on the desk. "We should hear from St. Petersburg at any time," he said. "The Russian embassy will send a note directly to you." "The sooner the better," Churchill said. "Count Hoyosh has been to Berlin. According to our intelligence, he took with him a letter asking the Kaiser whether Germany would support Austria in a war against Serbia. Our intelligence also says the answer was yes." "The Germans don't want to fight Serbia?" "No," Churchill interrupted. "They want an excuse to fight France. Once Germany mobilizes, France will mobilize, and that will be Germany's pretext for invading France. There's no stopping it now." "Do the Russians know all this?" "We've told them. I hope they believe us." "Can nothing be done to make peace?" "Everything is being done," Churchill said. "Edward Grey is working night and day, as are our ambassadors in Berlin, Paris, Vienna, and St. Petersburg. Even the King is firing off telegrams to his cousins, Kaiser Willy and Tsar Nicky. It'll do no good." There was a knock at the door, and a young male secretary came in with a piece of paper. "A message from the Russian ambassador, sir," he said. Walden tensed. Churchill glanced at the paper and looked up with triumph in his eyes. "They've accepted." Walden beamed. "Bloody good show." The secretary went out. Churchill stood up. "This calls for a whisky and soda. Will you join me?" "Certainly." Churchill opened a cupboard. "I'll have the treaty drafted overnight and bring it down to Walden Hall tomorrow afternoon. We can have a little signing ceremony tomorrow night. It will have to be ratified by the Tsar and Asquith, of course, but that's a formality. So long as Orloff and I sign as soon as possible." The secretary knocked and came in again. "Mr. Basil Thompson is here, sir." "Show him in." Thompson came in and spoke without preamble. "We've picked up the trail of our anarchist again." "Good," said Walden. Thompson sat down. "You'll remember that I put a man in his old basement room in Cork Street, just in case he should go back there?" "I remember," Walden said. "He did go back there. When he left, my man followed him." "Where did he go?" "To Liverpool Street Station." Thompson paused. "And he bought a ticket to Walden Hall Halt." Chapter 13. Walden went cold. His first thought was for Charlotte. She was vulnerable there. The bodyguards were concentrating on Alex, and she had nobody to protect her but her servants. How could I have been so stupid, he thought. He was nearly as worried for Alex. The boy was almost like a son to Walden. He thought he was safe in Walden's home, and now Felix was on his way there with a gun or a bomb to kill him, and perhaps Charlotte too, and sabotage the treaty. Walden burst out. "Why the devil haven't you stopped him?" Thompson said mildly. "I don't think it's a good idea for one man alone to go up against our friend Felix, do you?"
We've seen what he can do against several men. He seems not to care about his own life. My chappie has instructions to follow him and report.
It's not enough.
I know, my lord, Thompson interrupted. Churchill said, "Let us be calm, gentlemen. At least we know where the fellow is. With all the resources of His Majesty's government at our disposal, we shall catch him. What do you propose, Thompson?" "As a matter of fact, I've already done it, sir. I spoke by telephone with the chief constable of the county. He will have a large detachment of men waiting at Waldenhall Halt to arrest Feliks as he gets off the train. Meanwhile, in case anything should go wrong, my chappie will stick to him like glue."
"That won't do," Walden said. "Stop the train and arrest him before he gets anywhere near my home."
"I did consider that," Thompson said. "The dangers outweigh the advantages. Much better to let him go on thinking he's safe than catch him unawares." Churchill said, "I agree."
"It's not your home,"
Walden said. "You're going to have to leave this to the professionals," Churchill said.
Walden realized he could not overrule them. He stood up. "I shall motor to Waldenhall immediately. Will you come, Thompson?"
"Not tonight. I'm going to arrest the Callahan woman. Once we've caught Feliks, we have to mount a prosecution, and she may be our chief witness. I'll come down tomorrow to interrogate Feliks."
"I don't know how you can be so confident," Walden said angrily.
"We'll catch him this time," Thompson said.
"I hope to God you're right." The train steamed into the falling evening. Feliks watched the sun setting over the English cornfields. He was not young enough to take mechanical transport for granted. He still found travelling by train almost magical. The boy who had walked in clogs across the muddy Russian meadows could not have dreamed this. He was alone in the carriage, but for a young man who seemed intent on reading every line of that evening's Pall Mall Gazette. Feliks' mood was almost gay. Tomorrow morning he would see Charlotte. How fine she would look on a horse, with the wind streaming her hair. They would be working together. She would tell him where Orloff's room was, where he was to be found at different times of day. She would help him get hold of a weapon. It was her letter that had made him so cheerful, he realized. She was on his side now, come what may. Except that he had told her he was going to kidnap Orloff. Each time he recalled this, he wanted to squirm in his seat. He tried to put it out of his mind, but the thought was like an itch that could not be ignored and had to be scratched. Well, he thought, what is to be done? I must begin to prepare her for the news, at least. Perhaps I should tell her that I'm her father. What a shock it will be. For a moment he was tempted by the idea of going away, vanishing and never seeing her again, leaving her in peace. No, he thought, that is not her destiny, nor is it mine. I wonder what is my destiny after the killing of Orloff. Shall I die? He shook his head, as if he could get rid of the thought, like shaking off a fly. This was not time for gloom. He had plans to make. How will I kill Orloff? There will be guns to steal in an earl's country house. Charlotte can tell me where they are, or bring me one. Failing that, there will be knives in the kitchen. And I have my bare hands. He flexed his fingers. Will I have to go into the house, or will Orloff come out? Shall I do it by day or by night? Shall I kill Walden too? Politically, the death of Walden would make no difference, but I should like to kill him anyway. So it's personal. So what? He thought again of Walden catching the bottle. Don't underestimate that man, he told himself. I must be careful that Charlotte has an alibi. No one must ever know she helped me. The train slowed down and entered a little country station. Feliks tried to recall the map he had looked at in Liverpool Street Station. He seemed to remember that Waldenhall Halt was the 4th station after this one. His travelling companion at last finished the Pall Mall Gazette and put it down on the seat beside him. Feliks decided that he could not plan the assassination until he had seen the lie of the land, so he said, "May I read your newspaper?" The man seemed startled. Englishmen did not speak to strangers on trains, Feliks recalled. "By all means," the man said. Feliks had learned that this phrase meant yes. He picked up the paper. "Thank you." He glanced at the headlines. His companion stared out of the window as if embarrassed. He had the kind of facial hair that had been fashionable when Feliks was a boy. Feliks tried to remember the English word. Side whiskers, that was it. Side whiskers. "Did you want your room back?" "I've let it to another fellow, but I'll chuck him out. He's got side whiskers, and I never could abide side whiskers." And now Feliks recalled that this man had been behind him in the queue, at the ticket office. He felt a stab of fear. He held the newspaper in front of his face in case his thoughts should show in his expression. He made himself think calmly and clearly. Something Bridget had said had made the police suspicious enough to place a watch on her house. They had done that by the simple means of having a detective live in the room Feliks had vacated. The detective had seen Feliks call, had recognized him, and had followed him to the station. Standing behind Feliks in the queue, he had heard him ask for Walden Hall halt and bought himself a ticket to the same destination. Then he had boarded the train along with Feliks. No, not quite. Feliks had sat in the train for 10 minutes or so before it pulled out. The man with the side whiskers had jumped aboard at the last minute. What had he been doing in those few missing minutes? He had probably made a telephone call. Feliks imagined the conversation as the detective sat in the station master's office speaking into a telephone. "The anarchist returned to the house in Cork Street, sir. I'm following him now." "Where are you?" "At Liverpool Street Station. He bought a ticket to Walden Hall halt. He's on the train now." "Has it left?" "Not for another 7 minutes." "Are there any police in the station?" "Just a couple of bobbies." "It's not enough. This man is dangerous." "I can have the train delayed while you get a team down here." "Our anarchist might get suspicious and bolt for it. No, you stay with him." And what, Feliks wondered, would they do then? They would either take him off the train somewhere along the route, or wait to catch him at Walden Hall halt. Either way, he had to get off the train, fast. What to do about the detective? He must be left behind on the train, unable to give the alarm, so that Feliks would have time to get clear. I could tie him up, if I had anything to tie him with, Feliks thought. I could knock him out, if I had something heavy and hard to hit him with. I could strangle him, but that would take time and someone might see. I could throw him off the train, but I want to leave him on the train. The train began to slow down. They might be waiting for me at the next station, he thought. I wish I had a weapon. Does the detective have a gun? I doubt it. I could break the window and use a shard of glass to cut his throat, but that would surely draw a crowd. I must get off the train. A few houses could be seen alongside the railway track. They were coming into a village or a small town. The brakes of the train squealed, and a station slid into view. Feliks watched intently for signs of a police trap. The platform appeared empty. The locomotive shuddered to a halt with a hiss of steam. People began to get off. A handful of passengers walked past Feliks' window, heading for the exit. A family with 2 small children, a woman with a hat box, a tall man in tweeds. I could hit the detective, he thought, but it's so hard to knock someone unconscious just with your fists. The police trap could be at the next station. I must get off now. A whistle blew. Feliks stood up. The detective looked startled. Feliks said, "Is there a lavatory on the train?" The detective was thrown by this. Sure to be," he said. "Thank you." He doesn't know whether to believe me, Feliks thought. He stepped out of the compartment and into the corridor. He ran to the end of the carriage. The train chuffed and jerked forward. Feliks looked back. The detective poked his head out of the compartment. Feliks went into the lavatory and came back out again. The detective was still watching. The train moved a little faster. Feliks went to the carriage door. The detective came running. Feliks turned back and punched him full in the face. The blow stopped the detective in his tracks. Feliks hit him again in the stomach. A woman screamed. Feliks got him by the coat and dragged him into the lavatory. The detective struggled and threw a wild punch which caught Feliks in the ribs and made him gasp. He got the detective's head in his hands and banged it against the edge of the wash basin. The train picked up speed. Feliks banged the detective's head again, and then again. The man went limp. Feliks dropped him and stepped out of the lavatory. He went to the door and opened it. The train was moving at running speed. A woman at the other end of the corridor watched him white-faced. Feliks jumped. The door banged shut behind him. He landed, running. He stumbled and regained his balance. The train moved on, faster and faster. Feliks walked to the exit. "You left it a bit late," said the ticket man. Feliks nodded and handed over his ticket. "This ticket takes you 3 more stations," the ticket man said. "I changed my mind at the last minute." There was a squeal of brakes. They both looked along the track. The train was stopping. Someone had pulled the emergency brake. The ticket man said, "Yeah, what's going on?" Feliks forced himself to shrug unconcernedly. "Search me," he said. He wanted to run, but that would be the worst thing he could do. The ticket man hovered, torn between suspicion of Feliks and his concern for the train. Finally he said, "You wait here," and he ran along the platform. The train stopped a couple of 100 yards out of the station. Feliks watched the ticket man run to the end of the platform and down onto the embankment. He looked around. He was alone. He walked briskly out of the station and into the town. A few minutes later, a car with 3 policemen in it went past him at top speed, heading for the station. On the outskirts of the town, Feliks climbed over a gate and went into a cornfield, where he lay down to wait for nightfall. The big Lanchester roared up the drive to Walden Hall. All the lights were on in the house. A uniformed policeman stood at the door, and another was patrolling sentry fashion along the terrace. Pritchard brought the car to a halt. The policeman at the entrance stood to attention and saluted. Pritchard opened the car door, and Walden got out. Mrs. Braithwaite, the housekeeper, came out of the house to greet him. "Good evening, my lord." "Hello, Mrs. Braithwaite. Who's here?" "Sir Arthur is in the drawing-room with Prince Olaf." Walden nodded, and they entered the house together. Sir Arthur Langley was the chief constable and an old school friend of Walden's. "Have you dined, my lord?" said Mrs. Braithwaite. "No." "Oh, perhaps a piece of game pie and a bottle of Burgundy?" "I'll leave it to you." "Very good, my lord." Mrs. Braithwaite went away, and Walden entered the drawing-room. Alex and Sir Arthur were leaning on the mantelpiece with brandy glasses in their hands. Both wore evening dress. Sir Arthur said, "Hello, Stephen, how are you?" Walden shook his hand. "Did you catch the anarchist?" "I'm afraid he slipped through our fingers." "Damnation!" Walden exclaimed. "I was afraid of that. No one would listen to me." He remembered his manners and shook hands with Alex. "I don't know what to say to you, dear boy. You must think we're a lot of fools." He turned back to Sir Arthur. "What the devil happened, anyway?" "Feliks hopped off the train at Tingley." "Where was Thompson's precious detective?" "In the lavatory with a broken head." "Marvellous," Walden said bitterly. He slumped into a chair. By the time the town constabulary had been roused, Feliks had melted away. "He's on his way here, do you realize that?" "Yes, of course," said Sir Arthur in a soothing tone. "Your men should be instructed that next time he's sighted he's to be shot." "Ideally, yes, but of course they don't have guns." "They damn well should have." "I think you're right, but public opinion—" "Before we discuss that, tell me what is being done." "Very well. I've got 5 patrols covering the roads between here and Tingley. They won't see him in the dark." "Perhaps not, but at least their presence will slow him down, if not stop him altogether." "I doubt it. What else?" "I brought a constable and a sergeant to guard the house. I saw them outside. They'll be relieved every 8 hours, day and night. The Prince already has 2 bodyguards from the special branch, and Thompson is sending 4 more down here by car tonight. They'll take 12-hour shifts, so he'll always have 3 men with him. My men aren't armed, but Thompson's are. They have revolvers. My recommendation is that until Feliks is caught, Prince Olaf should remain in his room and be served his food and so on by the bodyguards." Alex said, "I will do that." Walden looked at him. He was pale but calm. He's very brave, Walden thought. If I were he, I should be raging about the incompetence of the British police. Walden said, "I don't think a few bodyguards is enough. We need an army." "We'll have one by tomorrow morning," Sir Arthur replied. "We're mounting a search, beginning at 9 o'clock. "Why not at dawn?" "Because the army has to be mustered. 150 men will be coming here from all over the county. Most of them are now in bed. They have to be visited and given their instructions, and they have to make their ways here." Mrs. Braithwaite came in with a tray. There was cold game pie, half a chicken, a bowl of potato salad, bread rolls, cold sausages, sliced tomatoes, a wedge of cheddar cheese, several kinds of chutney, and some fruit. A footman followed with a bottle of wine, a jug of milk, a pot of coffee, a dish of ice cream and apple tart, and half of a large chocolate cake. The footman said, "I'm afraid the Burgundy hasn't had time to breathe, my lord. Shall I decant it?" "Yes, please." The footman fussed with a small table and a place setting. Walden was hungry, but he felt too tense to eat. "I don't suppose I shall be able to sleep either," he thought. Alex helped himself to more brandy. "He is drinking steadily," Walden realized. His movements were deliberate and machine-like, as if he had himself rigidly under control. "Where is Charlotte?" Walden said suddenly. Alex answered, "She went to bed. She mustn't leave the house while all this is going on." Mrs. Braithwaite said, "Shall I tell her, my lord?" "No, don't wake her. I'll see her at breakfast." Walden took a sip of wine, hoping it would relax him a little. "We could move you again, Alex, if it would make you feel better." Alex gave a tight little smile. "I don't think there's much point, do you? Felix always manages to find me. The best plan is for me to hide in my room, sign the treaty as soon as possible, and then go home." Walden nodded. The servants went out. Sir Arthur said, "There is something else, Stephen." He seemed embarrassed. "I mean, the question of just what made Felix suddenly catch a train to Waldenhall Halt." In all the panic, Walden had not even considered that. "Yes. How in heaven's name did he find out?" "As I understand it, only 2 groups of people knew where Prince Olaf had gone. One is the embassy staff, who of course have been passing telegrams and so on to and fro. The other group is your people here." "A traitor among my servants?" Walden said. The thought was chilling. "Yes," said Sir Arthur hesitantly. "Or, of course, among the family." Lydia's dinner party was a disaster. With Stephen away, his brother George had to sit in as host, which made the numbers uneven. More seriously, Lydia was so distracted that her conversation was barely polite, let alone sparkling. All but the most kind-hearted guests asked after Charlotte, knowing full well that she was in disgrace. Lydia just said that she had gone to the country for a few days' rest. She spoke mechanically, hardly knowing what she was saying. Her mind was full of nightmares. Felix being arrested, Stephen being shot, Felix being beaten, Stephen bleeding, Felix running, Stephen dying. She longed to tell someone how she felt, but with her guests she could talk only of last night's ball, the prospects for the Cowes regatta, the Balkan situation, and Lloyd George's budget. Fortunately, they did not linger after dinner. They were all going to a ball or a crush or a concert. As soon as the last one had left, Lydia went into the hall and picked up the telephone. She could not speak to Stephen, for Walden Hall was not yet on the telephone, so she called Winston Churchill's home in Eccleston Square. He was out. She tried the Admiralty, number 10, and the National Liberal Club without success. She had to know what had happened. Finally she thought of Basil Thompson, and she telephoned Scotland Yard. Thompson was still at his desk, working late. "Lady Walden, how are you?" he said. Lydia thought, people will be polite. She said, "What is the news?" "Bad, I'm afraid. Our friend Felix has slipped through our fingers again." Relief washed over Lydia in a tidal wave. Thank you," she said. "I don't think you need to worry too much.
Thompson went on. "Prince Orloff is well guarded now."
Lydia blushed with shame. She had been so pleased that Felix was all right that she had momentarily forgotten to worry about Alex and Stephen. I'll try not to worry," she said. "Good night."
"Good night, Lady Walden."
She put down the telephone. She went upstairs and rang for her maid to come and unlace her. She felt distraught. Nothing was resolved. Everyone she loved was still in danger. How long could it go on? Felix would not give up, she was sure, unless he got caught. The maid came and unbuttoned her gown and unlaced her corset. Some ladies confided in their maids, Lydia knew. She did not. She had once, in St. Petersburg. She decided to write to her sister, for it was too early to go to bed. She told the maid to bring writing paper from the morning room. She put on a wrap and sat by the open window, staring into the darkness of the park. The evening was close. It had not rained for 3 months, but during the last few days the weather had become thundery, and soon there would surely be storms. The maid brought paper, pens, ink, and envelopes. Lydia took a sheet of paper and wrote, "Dear Tatiana." She did not know where to begin. How can I explain about Charlotte, she thought, when I don't understand her myself? And I daren't say anything about Felix, for Tatiana might tell the Tsar, and if the Tsar knew how close Alex had come to being killed... Felix is so clever. How on earth did he find out where Alex is hiding? We wouldn't even tell Charlotte. Charlotte. Lydia went cold. Charlotte? She stood upright and cried, "Oh, no!" He was about 40 and wearing a tweed cap. A sense of inevitable horror possessed her. It was like one of those crucifying dreams in which you think of the worst thing that could possibly happen, and that thing immediately begins to happen. The ladder falls, the child is run over, the loved one dies. She buried her face in her hands. She felt dizzy. I must think. I must try to think. Please, God, help me think. Charlotte met a man in the National Gallery. That evening she asked me where Alex was. I didn't tell her. Perhaps she asked Stephen too. He wouldn't have told her. Then she was sent home to Walden Hall, and of course she discovered that Alex was there. 2 days later Felix went to Walden Hall Halt. Oh, make this a dream, she prayed. Make me wake up now, please, and find myself in my own bed. Make it be morning. It was not a dream. Felix was the man in the tweed cap. Charlotte had met her father. They had been holding hands. It was horrible. Horrible. Had Felix told Charlotte the truth? Had he said, "I am your real father"? Had he revealed the secret of 19 years? Did he even know? Surely he must have. Why else would she be collaborating with him? My daughter conspiring with an anarchist to commit murder. She must be helping him still. What can I do? I must warn Stephen, but how can I do that without telling him he's not Charlotte's father? I wish I could think. She rang for her maid again. I must find a way to put an end to this, she thought. I don't know what I'm going to do, but I must do something. When the maid came, she said, "Start packing. I shall leave first thing in the morning. I have to go to Walden Hall." After dark, Felix headed across the fields. It was a warm, humid night and very dark. Heavy cloud hid the stars and the moon. He had to walk slowly, for he was almost blind. He found his way to the railway line and turned north. Walking along the tracks, he could go a little faster, for there was a faint shine on the steel lines, and he knew there would be no obstacles. He passed through dark stations, creeping along the deserted platforms. He heard rats in the empty waiting rooms. He had no fear of rats. Once upon a time he had killed them with his hands and eaten them. The names of the stations were stamped on sheet metal signs, and he could read them by touch. When he reached Walden Hall Halt, he recalled Charlotte's directions. The house is 3 miles out of the village on the North Road. The railway line was running roughly north-northeast. He followed it another mile or so, measuring the distance by counting his paces. He had reached 1,600 when he bumped into someone. The man gave a shout of surprise, and then Feliks had him by the throat. An overpowering smell of beer came from the man. Feliks realized he was just a drunk going home, and relaxed his grip.
"Oh, don't be frightened," the man said in a slurred voice.
"All right," Feliks said. He let go.
"It's the only way I can get home, see, without getting lost."
"On your way, then." The man moved on. A moment later he said,
"Don't go to sleep on the line. The milk train comes at 4 o'clock.
Feliks made no reply, and the drunk shuffled off. Feliks shook his head, disgusted with himself for being so jumpy. He might have killed the man. He was weak with relief. This would not do. He decided to find the road. He moved off the railway line, stumbled across a short stretch of rough ground, then came up against a flimsy 3-wire fence. He waited for a moment. What was in front of him? A field? Someone's back garden? The village green? There was no darkness like a dark night in the country, with the nearest streetlight 100 miles away. He heard a sudden movement close to him, and out of the corner of his eye he saw something white. He bent down and fumbled on the ground until he found a small stone, then threw it in the direction of the white thing. There was a whinny, and a horse cantered away. Feliks listened. If there were dogs nearby, the whinny ought to make them bark. He heard nothing. He stooped and clambered through the fence. He walked slowly across the paddock. Once he stumbled into a bush. He heard another horse, but he did not see it. He came up against another wire fence, climbed through it, and bumped into a wooden building. Immediately there was a tremendous noise of chickens clucking. A dog started to bark. A light came on in the window of a house. Feliks threw himself flat and lay still. The light showed him that he was in a small farmyard. He had bumped into the hen house. Beyond the farmhouse he could see the road he was looking for. The chickens quieted, the dog gave a last disappointed howl, and the light went out. Feliks walked to the road. It was a dirt road, bordered by a dry ditch. Beyond the ditch there seemed to be woodland. Feliks remembered, on the left-hand side of the road you will see a wood. He was almost there. He walked north along the uneven road, his hearing strained for the sound of someone approaching. After more than a mile he sensed that there was a wall on his left. A little farther on the wall was broken by a gate, and he saw a light. He leaned on the iron bars of the gate and peered through. There seemed to be a long drive. At its far end he could see, dimly illuminated by a pair of flickering lamps, the pillared portico of a vast house. As he watched, a tall figure walked across the front of the house. A sentry. In that house, he thought, is Prince Orloff. I wonder which is his bedroom window. Suddenly he heard the sound of a car approaching very fast. He ran back 10 paces and threw himself into the ditch. A moment later the car's headlights swept along the wall, and it pulled up in front of the gate. Someone got out. Feliks heard knocking. There must be a gatehouse, he realized. He had not seen it in the darkness. A window was opened, and a voice shouted, "Who's there?" Another voice replied, "Police! The Special Branch of Scotland Yard. Just a minute." Feliks lay perfectly still. He heard footsteps as the man who had got out of the car moved around restlessly. A door was opened. A dog barked, and a voice said, "Quiet, Rex." Feliks stopped breathing. Was the dog on a lead? Would it smell Feliks? Would it come snuffling along the ditch and find him and start to bark? The iron gates creaked open. The dog barked again. The voice said, "Shut up, Rex." A car door slammed, and the car moved off up the drive. The ditch was dark again. Now, Feliks thought, if the dog finds me, I can kill it and the gatekeeper and run away. He tensed, ready to jump up as soon as he heard a snuffling sound near to his ear. The gates creaked shut. A moment later, the gatehouse door slammed. Feliks breathed again. Chapter 14. Charlotte woke at 6 o'clock. She had drawn back the curtains of her bedroom windows so that the first rays of the sun would shine on her face and rouse her from sleep. It was a trick she had used years ago when Belinda was staying, and the two of them had liked to roam around the house while the grown-ups were still in bed and there was no one to tell them to behave like little ladies. Her first thought was for Feliks. They had failed to catch him. He was so clever. Today he would surely be waiting for her in the wood. She jumped out of bed and looked outside. The weather had not yet broken. He would have been dry in the night anyway. She washed in cold water and dressed quickly in a long skirt, riding boots, and a jacket. She never wore a hat for these morning rides. She went downstairs. She saw nobody. There would be a maid or two in the kitchen, lighting fires and heating water, but otherwise the servants were still in bed. She went out of the south front door and almost bumped into a large uniformed policeman. "Heavens!" she exclaimed. "Who are you?" "Constable Stevenson, miss." He called her miss because he did not know who she was. "I'm Charlotte Walden," she said. "Pardon me, milady." "That's all right. What are you doing here?" "Guarding the house, milady." "Oh, I see. Guarding the prince, you mean. Oh, how reassuring. How many of you are there?" "2 outside and 4 inside. The inside men are armed, but there'll be a lot more later." "How so?" "Big search party, milady. I hear there'll be 150 men by 9. We'll get this anarchist chappie, never you fear." "How splendid." "Was you thinking of going riding, milady?" "Oh, I shouldn't if I was you, not today." "No, I shan't," Charlotte lied. She walked away, around the east wing of the house to the back. The stables were deserted. She went inside and found her mare Spats, so called because of the white patches on her forelegs. She talked to her for a minute, stroking her nose, and gave her an apple. Then she saddled her, led her out of the stable, and mounted her. She rode away from the back of the house and around the park in a wide circle, staying out of sight and out of earshot of the policeman. She galloped across the west paddock and jumped the low fence into the wood. She walked Spats through the trees until she came to the bridle path, then let her trot. It was cool in the wood. The oak and beech trees were heavy with leaf, shading the path. In the patches where the sun came through, dew rose from the ground like wisps of steam. Charlotte felt the heat of those stray sunbeams as she rode through them. The birds were very loud. She thought, what can he do against 150 men? His plan was impossible now. Alex was too well guarded, and the hunt for Feliks was too well organized. At least Charlotte could warn him off. She reached the far end of the wood without seeing him. She was disappointed. She had been sure he would be here today. She began to worry, for if she did not see him, she could not warn him, and then he would surely be caught. But it was not yet 7 o'clock. Perhaps he had not begun to watch out for her. She dismounted and walked back, leading Spats. Perhaps Feliks had seen her, and was waiting to check whether she had been followed. She stopped in a glade to watch a squirrel. They did not mind people, although they would run away from dogs. Suddenly she felt she was being watched. She turned around, and there he was, looking at her with a peculiarly sad expression. He said, "Hello, Charlotte." She went to him and held both his hands. His beard was quite full now. His clothes were covered with bits of greenery. "You look dreadfully tired," she said in Russian. "I'm hungry. Did you bring food?" "Oh, dear, no." She had brought an apple for her horse and nothing for Feliks. "I didn't think of it." "Never mind. I've been hungrier." "Listen," she said, "you must go away immediately. If you leave now, you can escape." "Why should I escape? I want to kidnap Orloff." She shook her head. "It's impossible now. He has armed bodyguards. The house is patrolled by policemen, and by 9 o'clock there will be 150 men searching for you." He smiled. "And if I escape, what will I do with the rest of my life?" "But I won't help you commit suicide." "Let's sit on the grass," he said. "I have something to explain to you." She sat with her back against a broad oak tree. Feliks sat in front of her and crossed his legs like a Cossack. Dappled sunlight played across his weary face. He spoke rather formally, in complete sentences, which sounded as if they might have been rehearsed.
I told you I was in love once with a woman called Lydia, and you said, that's my mother's name. Do you remember?
I remember everything you've ever said to me. She wondered what this was all about.
It was your mother.
She stared at him. You were in love with Mamma?
More than that. We were lovers. She used to come to my rooms alone. Do you understand what I mean?
Charlotte blushed with confusion and embarrassment. Yes, I do.
Her father, your grandfather, found out. The old Count had me arrested. Then he forced your mother to marry Walden.
Oh, how terrible, Charlotte said softly. For some reason she was frightened of what he might say next.
You were born 7 months after the wedding.
He seemed to think that was very significant. Charlotte frowned.
Feliks said, do you know how long it takes for a baby to grow and be born?
No.
It takes 9 months normally, although it can take less.
Charlotte's heart was pounding. What are you getting at?
You might have been conceived before the wedding.
Does that mean you might be my father? She said incredulously.
There's more. You look exactly like my sister, Natasha.
Charlotte's heart seemed to rise into her throat, and she could hardly speak. You think you are my father?
I'm sure of it.
Oh, God. Charlotte put her face in her hands and stared into space, seeing nothing. She felt as if she were waking from a dream and could not yet make out which aspects of the dream had been real. She thought of Papa, but he was not her Papa. She thought of Mamma having a lover. She thought of Feliks, her friend, and suddenly her father.
She said,
Did they lie to me even about this? She was so disoriented that she felt she would not be able to stand upright. It was as if someone had told her that all the maps she had ever seen were forgeries, and she really lived in Brazil, or that the real owner of Walden Hall was Pritchard, or that horses could talk, but merely kept silent by choice. But it was much worse than all those things. She said, If you were to tell me that I'm a boy, but my mother always dressed me in girls' clothing, it would be like this.
She thought, Mamma
and Feliks.
That made her blush again.
Feliks took her hand and stroked it. He said,
I suppose all the love and concern that a man normally gives to his wife and children went, in my case, into politics. I have to try to get all off, even if it's impossible. The way a man would have to try to save his child from drowning, even if the man could not swim.
Charlotte suddenly realized how confused Feliks must feel about her, the daughter he never really had. She understood now the odd, painful way he had looked at her sometimes. You poor man, she said. He bit his lip. You have such a generous heart. She did not know why he should say that. What are we going to do? He took a deep breath. Could you get me inside the house and hide me? She thought for a moment. Yes, she said.
End of side 17. Side 18.
He mounted the horse behind her. The beast shook its head and snorted, as if offended that it should be expected to carry a double weight. Charlotte urged it into a trot. She followed the bridle path for a while, then turned off it at an angle and headed through the wood. They went through a gate, across a paddock, and into a little lane. Feliks did not yet see the house. He realized she was circling around it to approach it from the north side. She was an astonishing child. She had such strength of character. Had she inherited it from him? He wanted to think so. He was very happy to have told her the truth about her birth. He had the feeling she had not quite accepted it,
but she would. She had listened to him turn her world upside down, and she had reacted with emotion but without hysteria. She did not get that kind of equanimity from her mother. From the lane they turned into an orchard. Now, looking between the tops of the trees, Felix could see the roofs of Walden Hall. The orchard ended in a wall. Charlotte stopped the horse and said, "You'd better walk beside me from here. That way, if anyone should glance out of a window, they won't be able to see you very easily." Felix jumped off. They walked alongside the wall and followed it around a corner. "What's behind the wall?" Felix asked. "Kitchen garden. Better not talk now." "You're marvellous," Felix whispered, but she did not hear. They stopped at the next corner. Felix could see some low buildings and a yard. "The stables," Charlotte murmured. "Stay here for a moment. When I give you the signal, follow me as fast as you can." "Where are we going?" "Over the roofs." She rode into the yard, dismounted, and looped the reins over a rail. Felix watched her cross to the far side of the little yard, look both ways, then come back and look inside the stables. He heard her say, "Oh, hello, Peter." A boy of about 12 years came out, taking off his cap. "Good morning, milady." Felix thought, how will she get rid of him? Charlotte said, "Where's Daniel?" "Having his breakfast, milady." "Go and fetch him, will you, and tell him to come and unsaddle Spats." "I can do it, milady." "No, I want Daniel," Charlotte said imperiously. "Off you go." Marvellous, Felix thought. The boy ran off. Charlotte turned toward Felix and beckoned. He ran to her. She jumped onto a low iron bunker, then climbed onto the corrugated tin roof of a lean-to shed, and from there got onto the slate roof of a one-story stone building. Felix followed. They edged along the slate roof, moving sideways on all fours, until it ended up against a brick wall. Then they crawled up the slope to the ridge of the roof. Felix felt dreadfully conspicuous and vulnerable. Charlotte stood upright and peeped through a window in the brick wall. Felix whispered, "What's in there?" "Parlourmaid's bedroom, but they're downstairs by now, laying the breakfast table." She clambered onto the window ledge and stood upright. The bedroom was an attic room, and the window was in the gable end, so that the roof peaked just above the window and sloped down either side. Charlotte moved along the sill, then cocked her leg over the edge of the roof. It looked dangerous. Felix frowned, frightened that she would fall, but she hauled herself onto the roof with ease. Felix did the same. "Now we're out of sight," Charlotte said. Felix looked around. She was right. They could not be seen from the ground. He relaxed a fraction. "There are 4 acres of roof," Charlotte told him. 4 acres? Most Russian peasants haven't got that much land. It was quite a sight. On all sides were roofs of every material, size, and pitch. Ladders and strips of decking were provided so that people could move around without treading on the slates and tiles. The guttering was as complex as the piping in the oil refinery Felix had seen at Batum. "I've never seen such a big house," he said. Charlotte stood up. "Come on, follow me." She led him up a ladder to the next roof, along a board footway, then up a short flight of wooden steps leading to a small square door set in a wall. She said, "At one time, this must have been the way they got out onto the roofs for maintenance, but now everybody has forgotten about it." She opened the door and crawled through. Gratefully, Felix followed her into the welcoming darkness. Lydia borrowed a motor car and driver from her brother-in-law George, and, having lain awake all night, left London very early. The car entered the drive at Walden Hall at 9 o'clock, and she was astonished to see, in front of the house and spreading over the park, hundreds of policemen, dozens of vehicles, and scores of dogs. George's driver threaded the car through the crowd to the south front of the house. There was an enormous tea urn on the lawn, and the policemen were queuing up with cups in their hands. Pritchard walked by carrying a mountain of sandwiches on a huge tray and looking harassed. He did not even notice that his mistress had arrived. A trestle table had been set up on the terrace, and behind it sat Stephen and Sir Arthur Langley, giving instructions to half a dozen police officers who stood in front of them in a semicircle. Lydia went over to them. Sir Arthur had a map in front of him. She heard him say, "Each team will have a local man to keep you on the correct route, and a motorcyclist to dash back here and report progress every hour." Stephen looked up, saw Lydia, and left the group to speak to her. "Good morning, my dear. This is a pleasant surprise. How did you get here?" "I borrowed George's car. What is going on?" "Search parties." "Oh." With all these men looking for him, how could Feliks possibly escape? Stephen said, "Still, I wish you had stayed in town. I should have been happier for your safety. And I should have spent every minute wondering whether bad news was on its way." And what would count as good news, she wondered. Perhaps if Feliks were simply to give up and go away. But he would not do that, she was sure. She studied her husband's face. Beneath his customary poise there were signs of tiredness and tension. Poor Stephen. First his wife, and now his daughter, deceiving him. A guilty impulse made her reach up and touch his cheek. "Don't wear yourself out," she said. A whistle blew. The policemen hastily drained their teacups, stuffed the remains of sandwiches into their mouths, put on their helmets, and formed themselves into 6 groups, each around a leader. Lydia stood with Stephen, watching. There were a lot of shouted orders and a good deal more whistling. Finally they began to move out. The first group went south, fanning out across the park, and entered the wood. 2 more headed west into the paddock. The other 3 groups went down the drive toward the road. Lydia regarded her lawn. It looked like the site of a Sunday school outing when all the children have gone home. Mrs. Braithwaite began to organize the clearing up with a pained expression on her face. Lydia went into the house. She met Charlotte in the hall. Charlotte was surprised to see her. "Hello, Mamma," she said. "I didn't know you were coming down." "One gets so bored in town," Lydia said automatically. Then she thought, what rubbish we talk. "How did you get here?" "I borrowed Uncle George's car." Lydia saw that Charlotte was making small talk and thinking of something else. "You must have started very early," Charlotte said. "Yes." Lydia wanted to say, "Stop it, let's not pretend. Why don't we speak the truth?" But she could not bring herself to do it. "Have all those policemen gone yet?" Charlotte asked. She was looking at Lydia in a strange way, as if seeing her for the first time. It made Lydia uncomfortable. "I wish I could read my daughter's mind," she thought. She replied, "Yes, they've all gone." "Splendid." That was one of Stephen's words, splendid. There was, after all, something of Stephen in Charlotte. The curiosity, the determination, the poise. Since she had not inherited those things, she must have acquired them simply by imitating him. Lydia said, "I hope they catch this anarchist," and watched Charlotte's reaction. "I'm sure they will," Charlotte said gaily. She's very bright-eyed, Lydia thought. Why should she look that way? When hundreds of policemen are combing the county for Feliks, why is she not depressed and anxious as I am? It must be that she does not expect them to catch him. For some reason she thinks he is safe. Charlotte said, "Tell me something, Mamma. How long does it take for a baby to grow and be born?" Lydia's mouth fell open, and the blood drained from her face. She stared at Charlotte, thinking, "She knows, she knows." Charlotte smiled and nodded, looking faintly sad. "Never mind," she said. "You've answered my question." She went on down the stairs. Lydia held on to the banister, feeling faint. Feliks had told Charlotte. It was just too cruel after all these years. She felt angry at Feliks. Why had he ruined Charlotte's life this way? The hall spun around her head, and she heard a maid's voice say, "Are you all right, my lady?" Her head cleared. "A little tired after the journey," she said. "Take my arm." The maid took her arm, and together they walked upstairs to Lydia's room. Another maid was already unpacking Lydia's cases. There was hot water ready for her in the dressing room. Lydia sat down. "Leave me now, you two," she said. "Unpack later." The maids went out. Lydia unbuttoned her coat, but did not have the energy to take it off. She thought about Charlotte's mood. It had been almost vivacious, even though there was obviously a lot on her mind. Lydia understood that. She recognized it. She had sometimes felt that way. It was the mood you were in when you had spent time with Feliks. You felt that life was endlessly fascinating and surprising, that there were important things to be done, that the world was full of colour and passion and change. Charlotte had seen Feliks, and she believed him to be safe. Lydia thought, what am I going to do? Wearily she took off her clothes. She spent time washing and dressing again, taking the opportunity to calm herself. She wondered how Charlotte felt about Feliks being her father. She obviously liked him very much. People do, Lydia thought. People love him. Where had Charlotte got the strength to hear such news without collapsing? Lydia decided she had better take care of the housekeeping. She looked in the mirror and composed her face. Then she went out. On the way downstairs she met a maid with a tray laden with sliced ham, scrambled eggs, fresh bread, milk, coffee, and grapes. "Who is that for?" she asked. "Lady Charlotte, my lady," said the maid. Lydia passed on. Had Charlotte not even lost her appetite? She went into the morning room and sent for cook. Mrs. Rouse was a thin, nervous woman who never ate the kind of rich food she prepared for her employers. She said, "I understand Mr. Thompson will be arriving for lunch, my lady, and Mr. Churchill also for dinner." Lydia discussed the menus with her, then sent her away. Why on earth was Charlotte having such a massive breakfast in her room, she wondered. And so late. In the country, Charlotte was normally up early, and had finished breakfast before Lydia surfaced. She sent for Pritchard, and made the table plan with him. Pritchard told her that Alex was having all his meals in his room until further notice. It made little difference to the table plan. They still had too many men, and in the present situation Lydia could hardly invite people to make up the right numbers. She did the best she could, then sent Pritchard away. Where had Charlotte seen Feliks? And why was she confident that he would not be caught? Had she found him a hiding place? Was he in some impenetrable disguise? She moved around the room, looking at the pictures, the little bronzes, the glass ornaments, the writing desk. She had a headache. She began to rearrange the flowers in a big vase by the window, and knocked over the vase. She rang for someone to clear up the mess, then left the room. Her nerves were very bad. She contemplated taking some laudanum. These days it did not help her as much as it had used to. What will Charlotte do now? Will she keep the secret? Why don't children talk to one? She went along to the library with the vague idea of getting a book to take her mind off everything. When she walked in, she gave a guilty start on seeing that Stephen was there at his desk. He looked up at her as she entered, smiled in a welcoming way, and went on writing. Lydia wandered along the bookshelves. She wondered whether to read the Bible. There had been a great deal of Bible reading in her childhood, and family prayers and much church-going. She had had stern nurses who were keen on the horrors of hell and the penalties of uncleanliness, and a Lutheran German governess who talked a great deal about sin. But since Lydia had committed fornication and brought retribution upon herself and her daughter, she had never been able to take any consolation from religion. I should have gone into that convent, she thought, and put myself right with God. My father's instinct was correct. She took a book at random and sat down with it open on her lap. Stephen said, "That's an unusual choice for you." He could not read the title from where he was sitting, but he knew where all the authors were placed on the shelves. He read so many books, Lydia did not know how he found the time. She looked at the spine of the book she was holding. It was Thomas Hardy's Wessex Poems. She did not like Hardy, did not like those determined, passionate women, nor the strong men whom they made helpless. They had often sat like this, she and Stephen, especially when they first came to Walden Hall. She recalled nostalgically how she would sit and read while he worked. He had been less tranquil in those days, she remembered. He used to say that nobody could make money out of agriculture anymore, and that if this family were to continue to be rich and powerful, it would have to get ready for the 20th century. He had sold off some farms at that time, many thousands of acres, at very low prices. Then he had put the money into railroads and banks and London property. The plan must have worked, for he soon stopped looking worried. It was after the birth of Charlotte that everything seemed to settle down. The servants adored the baby and loved Lydia for producing her. Lydia got used to English ways and was well liked by London society. There had been 18 years of tranquility. Lydia sighed. Those years were coming to an end. For a while she had buried the secret so successfully that they tormented nobody but her, and even she had been able to forget them at times, but now they were coming out. She had thought that London was at a safe distance from St. Petersburg, but perhaps California would have been a better choice. Or it might be that nowhere was far enough. The time of peace was over. It was all falling apart. What would happen now? She looked down at the open page and read, "She would have given a world to breathe yes, truly. So much his life seemed hanging on her mind. And hence she lied, her heart persuaded throughly 'twas worth her soul to be a moment kind." Is that me? She wondered. Did I give my soul when I married Stephen in order to save Feliks from incarceration in the fortress of St. Peter and St. Paul? Ever since then I've been playing a part, pretending I'm not a wanton, sinful, brazen whore, but I am. And I'm not the only one. Other women feel the same. Why else would the Viscountess and Charlie Stott want adjoining bedrooms? And why would Lady Gerard tell me about them with a wink, if she did not understand how they felt? If I had been just a little wanton, perhaps Stephen would have come to my bed more often, and we might have had a son. She sighed again. "Penny for 'em," Stephen said. "What?" "A penny for your thoughts." Lydia smiled. "Will I never stop learning English expressions? I've never heard that one." "Nobody ever stops learning. It means, tell me what you're thinking." "I was thinking about Walden Hall going to George's son when you die." "Unless we have a son." She looked at his face. The bright blue eyes, the neat grey beard. He was wearing a blue tie with white spots. He said, "Is it too late?" "I don't know," she said, thinking, "That depends on what Charlotte does next." "Do let's keep trying," he said. This was an unusually frank conversation. Stephen had sensed that she was in a mood to be candid. She got up from her chair and went over to stand beside him. He had a bald spot on the back of his head, she noticed. How long had that been there? "Yes," she said. "Let's keep trying." She bent down and kissed his forehead. Then, on impulse, she kissed his lips. He closed his eyes. After a moment, she broke away. He looked a little embarrassed. They rarely did this sort of thing during the day, for there were always so many servants about. She thought, why do we live the way we do if it doesn't make us happy? She said, "I do love you." He smiled. "I know you do." Suddenly she could stand it no longer. She said, "I must go and change for lunch before Basil Thompson arrives." He nodded. She felt his eyes following her as she left the room. She went upstairs, wondering whether there might still be a chance that she and Stephen could be happy. She went into her bedroom. She was still carrying the book of poems. She put it down. Charlotte held the key to all this. Lydia had to talk to her. One could say difficult things after all if one had the courage. And what now was there left to lose? Without having a clear idea of what she would say, she headed for Charlotte's room on the next floor. Her footsteps made no noise on the carpet. She reached the top of the staircase and looked along the corridor. She saw Charlotte disappearing into the old nursery. She was about to call out, then stopped herself. What had Charlotte been carrying? It had looked very like a plate of sandwiches and a glass of milk. Puzzled, Lydia went along to Charlotte's bedroom. There on the table was the tray Lydia had seen the maid carrying. All the ham and all the bread had gone. Why would Charlotte order a tray of food, then make sandwiches of it and eat it in the nursery? There was nothing in the nursery, as far as Lydia knew, except furniture covered with dust sheets. Was Charlotte so anxious that she needed to retreat into the cosy world of childhood? Lydia decided to find out. She felt uneasy about interrupting Charlotte's private ritual, whatever it was, but then she thought, it's my house, she's my daughter, and perhaps I ought to know. And it might create a moment of intimacy and help me say what I need to say. So she left Charlotte's bedroom and went along the corridor and into the nursery. Charlotte was not there. Lydia looked around. There was the old rocking horse, his ears making twin peaks in the dust sheet. Through an open door she could see the schoolroom, with maps and childish drawings on the wall. Another door led to the bedroom. That too was empty, but for shrouds. Will all this ever be used again? Lydia wondered. Will we have nurses and nappies and tiny, tiny clothes, and a nanny, and toy soldiers, and exercise books filled with clumsy handwriting and ink blots? But where was Charlotte? The closet door was open. Suddenly Lydia remembered, of course, Charlotte's hideaway, the little room she thought no one else knew of, where she used to go when she had been naughty. She had furnished it herself, with bits and pieces from around the house, and everyone had pretended not to know how certain things had disappeared. One of the few indulgent decisions Lydia had made was to allow Charlotte her hideaway, and to forbid Maria to discover it. For Lydia herself hid away sometimes, in the flower room, and she knew how important it was to have a place of your own. So Charlotte still used that little room. Lydia moved closer, more reluctant now to disturb Charlotte's privacy, but tempted all the same. No, she thought, I'll leave her be. Then she heard voices. Was Charlotte talking to herself? Lydia listened carefully. Talking to herself in Russian? Then there was another voice, a man's voice, replying in Russian, in low tones. A voice like a caress, a voice which sent a sexual shudder through Lydia's body. Feliks was in there. Lydia thought she would faint. Feliks, within touching distance, hidden in Walden Hall, while the police searched the county for him, hidden by Charlotte. I mustn't scream. She put her fist to her mouth and bit herself. She was shaking. I must get away. I can't think straight. I don't know what to do. Her head ached horribly. I need a dose of laudanum, she thought. That prospect gave her strength. She controlled her trembling. After a moment, she tiptoed out of the nursery. She almost ran along the corridor and down the stairs to her room. The laudanum was in the dresser. She opened the bottle. She could not hold the spoon steady, so she took a gulp directly from the bottle. After a few moments, she began to feel calmer. She put the bottle and the spoon away and closed the drawer. A feeling of mild contentment began to come over her as her nerves settled down. Her head ached less. Nothing would really matter now for a while. She went to her wardrobe and opened the door. She stood staring at the rows of dresses, totally unable to make up her mind what to wear for lunch. Feliks paced the tiny room like a caged tiger, 3 steps each way, bending his head to avoid the ceiling, listening to Charlotte. Alec's door is always locked, she said. There are 2 armed guards inside and 1 outside. The inside ones won't unlock the door unless their colleague outside tells them to. 1 outside and 2 inside. Feliks scratched his head and cursed in Russian.
Difficulties. There are always difficulties, he thought. Here I am, right in the house, with an accomplice in the household, and still it isn't easy. Why shouldn't I have the luck of those boys in Sarajevo? Why did it have to turn out that I'm a part of this family? He looked at Charlotte and thought, not that I regret it. She caught his look and said, "What?" "Nothing. Whatever happens, I'm glad I found you." "Me too. But what are you going to do about Alex?" "Could you draw a plan of the house?" Charlotte made a face. "I can try." "You must know it. You've lived here all your life." "Well, I know this part, of course, but there are bits of the house I've never been in. The butler's bedroom, the housekeeper's rooms, the cellars, the place over the kitchens where they store flour and things. Do your best. One plan for each floor." She found a piece of paper and a pencil among her childish treasures and knelt at the little table. Felix ate another sandwich and drank the rest of the milk. She had taken a long time to bring him the food, because the maids had been working in her corridor. As he ate, he watched her draw, frowning and biting the end of her pencil. At one point she said, "One doesn't realize how difficult this is until one tries it." She found an eraser among her old crayons, and used it frequently. Felix noticed that she was able to draw perfectly straight lines without using a rule. He found the sight of her like this very touching. So she must have sat, he thought, for years in the schoolroom, drawing houses, then Mamma and Papa, and later the map of Europe, the leaves of the English trees, the park in winter. Walden must have seen her like this many times. "Why have you changed your clothes?" Felix asked. "Oh, everybody has to change all the time here. Every hour of the day has its appropriate clothes, you see. You must show your shoulders at dinner time, but not at lunch. You must wear a corset for dinner, but not for tea. You can't wear an indoors gown outside. You can wear woolen stockings in the library, but not in the morning room. You can't imagine the rules I have to remember." He nodded. He was no longer capable of being surprised by the degeneracy of the ruling class. She handed him her sketches, and he became businesslike again. He studied them. "Where are the guns kept?" he said. She touched his arm. "Don't be so abrupt," she said. "I'm on your side, remember?" Suddenly she was grown up again. Felix smiled ruefully. "I had forgotten," he said. "The guns are kept in the gun room." She pointed it out on the plan. "You really did have an affair with Mamma?" "Yes." "I find it so hard to believe that she would do such a thing." "She was very wild then." "She still is, but she pretends otherwise." "You really think she's still like that?" "I know it." Everything turns out to be different from how I thought it was." "That's called growing up." She was pensive. "What should I call you, I wonder?" "What do you mean?" "Well, I should feel very strange calling you Father." "Felix will do for now. You need time to get used to the idea of me as your father." "Shall I have time?" Her young face was so grave that he held her hand. "Why not?" "What will you do when you have Alex?" He looked away so that she should not see the guilt in his eyes. "That depends just how and when I kidnap him. But most likely I'll keep him tied up right here. You'll have to bring us food, and you'll have to send a telegram to my friends in Geneva, in code, telling them what has happened. Then, when the news has achieved what we want it to achieve, we'll let Orloff go." "And then?" "They will look for me in London, so I'll go north. There seem to be some big towns, Birmingham, Manchester, Hull, where I could lose myself. After a few weeks I'll make my way back to Switzerland, then eventually to St. Petersburg. That's the place to be. That's where the revolution will start." "So I'll never see you again?" "You won't want to," he thought. He said, "Why not? I may come back to London. You may go to St. Petersburg. We might meet in Paris, who can tell? If there is such a thing as fate, it seems determined to bring us together." I wish I could believe this. I wish I could.
"That's true," she said with a brittle smile, and he saw that she did not believe it either. She got to her feet. "Now I must get you some water to wash in."
Don't bother. I've been a good deal dirtier than this. I don't mind.
"But I do. You smell awful. I'll be back in a minute." With that, she went out. It was the dreariest luncheon Walden could remember in years. Lydia was in some kind of daze. Charlotte was silent but uncharacteristically nervy, dropping her cutlery and knocking over a glass. Thompson was taciturn. Sir Arthur Langley attempted to be convivial, but nobody responded. Walden himself was withdrawn, obsessed by the puzzle of how Felix had found out that Alex was at Walden Hall. He was tortured by the ugly suspicion that it had something to do with Lydia. After all, Lydia had told Felix that Alex was at the Savoy Hotel, and she had admitted that Felix was vaguely familiar from St. Petersburg days. Could it be that Felix had some kind of hold on her? She had been behaving oddly, as if distracted, all summer, and now, as he thought about Lydia in a detached way for the first time in 19 years, he admitted to himself that she was sexually lukewarm. Of course, well-bred women were supposed to be like that, but he knew perfectly well that this was a polite fiction, and that women generally suffered the same longings as men. Was it that Lydia longed for someone else, someone from her past? That would explain all sorts of things which, until now, had not seemed to need explanation. It was perfectly horrible, he found, to look at his lifetime companion and see a stranger. After lunch, Sir Arthur went back to the Octagon, where he'd set up his headquarters. Walden and Thompson put on their hats and took their cigars out onto the terrace. The park looked lovely in the sunshine, as always. From the distant drawing-room came the crashing opening chords of the Tchaikovsky piano concerto. Lydia was playing. Walden felt sad. Then the music was drowned by the roar of a motorcycle as another messenger came to report the progress of the search to Sir Arthur. So far there had been no news. A footman served coffee, then left them alone. Thompson said, "I didn't want to say this in front of Lady Walden, but I think we may have a clue to the identity of the traitor." Walden went cold. Thompson said, "Last night I interviewed Bridget Callahan, the Cork Street landlady. I'm afraid I got nothing out of her. However, I left my men to search her house. This morning they showed me what they had found." He took from his pocket an envelope which had been torn in half and handed the 2 pieces to Walden. Walden saw with a shock that the envelope bore the Walden Hall crest. Thompson said, "Do you recognize the handwriting?" Walden turned the pieces over. The envelope was addressed Mr. F. Kshesinsky, care of 19 Cork Street, London, N. Walden said, "Oh, dear God, not Charlotte." He wanted to cry. Thompson was silent. "She led him here," Walden said. "My own daughter." He stared at the envelope, willing it to disappear. The handwriting was quite unmistakable, like a juvenile version of his own script. "Look at the postmark," Thompson said. "She wrote it as soon as she arrived here. It was mailed from the village." "How could this happen?" Walden said. Thompson made no reply. "Felix was the man in the tweed cap," Walden said. "It all fits." He felt hopelessly sad, almost bereaved, as if someone dear to him had died. He looked out over his park, at trees planted 50 years ago by his father, at a lawn that had been cared for by his family for 100 years, and it all seemed worthless. Worthless. He said quietly, "You fight for your country, and you are betrayed from within by socialists and revolutionists. You fight for your class, and you're betrayed by liberals. You fight for your family, and even they betray you. Charlotte. Why, Charlotte, why? He felt a choking sensation. What a damnable life this is, Thompson. What a damnable life. I'll have to interview her, Thompson said. So will I. Walden stood up. He looked at his cigar. It had gone out. He threw it away. Let's go in. They went in. In the hall, Walden stopped a maid. Do you know where Lady Charlotte is? I believe she's in her room, my lord. Shall I go and see? Yes. Tell her I wish to speak to her in her room immediately. Very good, my lord. Thompson and Walden waited in the hall. Walden looked around. The marble floor, the carved staircase, the stucco ceiling, the perfect proportions. Worthless. A footman drifted by silently, eyes lowered. A motorcycle messenger came in and headed for the octagon. Pritchard crossed the hall and picked up the letters for posting from the hall table, just as he must have the day Charlotte's treacherous letter to Feliks was written. The maid came down the stairs. Lady Charlotte is ready to see you, my lord. Walden and Thompson went up. Charlotte's room was on the second floor at the front of the house, looking over the park. It was sunny and light, with pretty fabrics and modern furniture. It's a long time since I've been in here, Walden thought, vaguely. You look rather fierce, Papa, Charlotte said. I've reason to be, Walden replied. Mr. Thompson has just given me the most dreadful piece of news of my whole life. Charlotte frowned. Thompson said, Lady Charlotte, where is Feliks? Charlotte turned white. I've no idea, of course, Walden said. Don't be so damned cool. How dare you swear at me? I beg your pardon. Thompson said, Perhaps if you'd leave it to me, my lord. Very well. Walden sat down in the window seat, thinking, how did I find myself apologizing? Thompson addressed Charlotte. Lady Charlotte, I'm a policeman, and I can prove that you have committed conspiracy to murder. Now my concern, and your father's, is to let this go no farther, and, in particular, to ensure that you will not have to go to jail for a period of many years. Walden stared at Thompson. Jail? Surely he's merely frightening her. But no. He realized, with a sense of overwhelming dread, he's right. She's a criminal. Thompson went on. As long as we can prevent the murder, we feel we can cover up your participation. But if the assassin succeeds, I will have no option but to bring you to trial, and then the charge will not be conspiracy to murder, but accessory to murder. In theory, you could be hanged. No, Walden shouted involuntarily. Yes, Thompson said quietly. Walden buried his face in his hands. Thompson said, You must save yourself that agony. And not only yourself, but your mamma and papa. You must do everything in your power to help us find Feliks and save Prince Orloff. It could not be, Walden thought desperately. He felt as if he was going insane. My daughter could not be hanged. But if Alex is killed, Charlotte would have been one of the murderers. But he would never come to trial. Who was Home Secretary? McKenna. Walden did not know him, but Asquith would intervene to prevent a prosecution. Wouldn't he? Thompson said, Tell me when you last saw Feliks. Walden watched Charlotte, waiting for her response. She stood behind a chair, gripping its back with both hands. Her knuckles showed white, but her face appeared calm. Finally she spoke. I have nothing to tell you. Walden groaned aloud. How could she continue to be like this now that she was found out? What was going on in her mind? She seemed a stranger. He thought, when did I lose her? Do you know where Feliks is now? Thompson asked her. She said nothing. Have you warned him of our security precautions here? She looked blank. How is he armed? Nothing. Each time you refuse to answer a question, you become a little more guilty. Do you realize that? Walden noticed a change of tone in Thompson's voice and looked at him. He seemed genuinely angry now. Let me explain something to you,
Thompson said. "You may think that your papa can save you from justice. He is perhaps thinking the same thing. But if Orloff dies, I swear to you that I will bring you to trial for murder. Now think about that." Thompson left the room.
End of side 18. Side 19.
Charlotte was dismayed to see him go. With a stranger in the room, she had just about managed to keep her composure. Alone with Papa, she was afraid she would break down. "I'll save you if I can," Papa said sadly. Charlotte swallowed thickly and looked away. "I wish he'd be angry," she thought. "I could cope with that." He looked out of the window. "I'm responsible, you see," he said painfully. "I chose your mother. I fathered you, and I brought you up. You're nothing but what I've made you. I can't understand how this has happened, I really can't." He looked back at her. "Can you explain it to me, please?" "Yes, I can," she said. She was eager to make him understand, and she was sure he would, if she could tell it right. "I don't want you to succeed in making Russia go to war, because if you do, millions of innocent Russians will be killed or wounded to no purpose." He looked surprised. "Is that it?" he said. "Is that why you've done these awful things? Is that what Felix is trying to achieve?" "Perhaps he will understand," she thought joyfully. "Yes," she said. She went on enthusiastically. "Felix also wants a revolution in Russia. Even you might think that could be a good thing. And he believes it will begin when the people there find out that Alex has been trying to drag them into war." "Do you think I want a war?" he said incredulously. "Do you think I would like it? Do you think it would do me any good?" "Of course not, but you'd let it happen under certain circumstances." "Everyone would. Even Felix, who wants a revolution, you tell me. And if there's to be a war, we must win it. Is that an evil thing to say?" His tone was almost pleading. She was desperate for him to understand. "I don't know whether it's evil, but I do know it's wrong. The Russian peasants know nothing of European politics, and they care less. But they will be shot to pieces and have their legs blown off and all awful things like that because you made an agreement with Alex." She fought back tears. "Papa, can't you see that's wrong?" "But think of it from the British point of view, from your own personal point of view. Imagine that Freddie Chalfont and Peter and Jonathan go to war as officers, and their men are Daniel the groom, and Peter the stable lad, and Jimmy the boot boy, and Charles the footman, and Peter Dawkins from the home farm. Wouldn't you want them to get some help? Wouldn't you be glad that the whole of the Russian nation was on their side?" "Of course, especially if the Russian nation had chosen to help them, but they won't choose, will they, Papa? You and Alex will choose. You should be working to prevent war, not to win it." "If Germany attacks France, we have to help our friends, and it would be a disaster for Britain if Germany conquered Europe." "How could there be a bigger disaster than a war?" "Should we never fight then?" "Only if we're invaded." "If we don't fight the Germans in France, we'll have to fight them here." "Are you sure?" "It's likely. When it happens, then we should fight." "Listen, this country hasn't been invaded for 850 years. Why? Because we've fought other people on their territory, not ours. That is why you, Lady Charlotte Walden, grew up in a peaceful and prosperous country." "How many wars were fought to prevent war? If we'd not fought on other people's territory, would they have fought at all?" "Who knows," he said wearily. "I wish you had studied more history. I wish you and I had talked more about this sort of thing. With a son I would have, but Lord, I never dreamed my daughter would be interested in foreign policy. And now I'm paying the price of that mistake. What a price! Charlotte, I promise you that the arithmetic of human suffering is not as straightforward as this Felix has led you to believe. Could you not believe me when I tell you that? Could you not trust me?" "No," she said stubbornly. "Felix wants to kill your cousin. Does that make no difference? He's going to kidnap Alex, not kill him. Papa shook his head. Charlotte, he's tried twice to kill Alex and once to kill me. He has killed many people in Russia. He's not a kidnapper, Charlotte. He's a murderer. I don't believe you. But why? He said plaintively. Did you tell me the truth about suffragism? Did you tell me the truth about Annie? Did you tell me that in democratic Britain most people still can't vote? Did you tell me the truth about sexual intercourse? No, I didn't. To her horror, Charlotte saw that his cheeks were wet with tears. It may be that everything I ever did as a father was mistaken. I didn't know the world would change the way it has. I had no idea of what a woman's role would be in the world of 1914. It begins to look as if I've been a terrible failure. But I did what I thought best for you, because I loved you, and I still do. It's not your politics that are making me cry. It's the betrayal, you see. I mean, I shall fight tooth and nail to keep you out of the courts, even if you do succeed in killing poor Alex, because you're my daughter, the most important person in the world to me. For you, I will let justice and reputation and England go to hell. I would do wrong for you without a moment's hesitation. For me, you come above principles, all politics, everything. That's how it is in families. What hurts me so much is that you will not do the same for me. Will you? She wanted desperately to say yes. Will you be loyal to me, for all that I may be in the wrong, just because I am your father? But you're not, she thought. She bowed her head. She could not look at him. They sat in silence for a minute. Then Papa blew his nose. He got up and went to the door. He took the key out of the lock and went outside. He closed the door behind him. Charlotte heard him turn the key, locking her in. She burst into tears. It was the second appalling dinner party Lydia had given in 2 days. She was the only woman at the table. Sir Arthur was glum because his vast search operation had utterly failed to turn up Feliks. Charlotte and Alex were locked in their rooms. Basil, Thompson and Stephen were being icily polite to each other, for Thompson had found out about Charlotte and Feliks and had threatened to send Charlotte to jail. Winston Churchill was there. He had brought the treaty with him, and he and Alex had signed it, but there was no rejoicing on that account, for everyone knew that if Alex were to be assassinated, then the Tsar would refuse to ratify the deal. Churchill said that the sooner Alex was off English soil, the better. Thompson said he would devise a secure route and arrange a formidable bodyguard, and Alex could leave tomorrow. Everyone went to bed early, for there was nothing else to do. Lydia knew she would not sleep. Everything was unresolved. She had spent the afternoon in an indecisive haze, drugged with laudanum, trying to forget that Feliks was there in her house. Alex would leave tomorrow. If only he could be kept safe for a few more hours. She wondered whether there might be some way she could make Feliks lie low for another day. Could she go to him and tell him a lie? Say that he would have his opportunity of killing Alex tomorrow night? He would never believe her. The scheme was hopeless. But once she had conceived the idea of going to see Feliks, she could not get it out of her mind. She thought, out of this door, along the passage, up the stairs, along another passage, through the nursery, through the closet, and there. She closed her eyes tightly and pulled the sheet up over her head. Everything was dangerous. It was best to do nothing at all, to be motionless, paralyzed. Leave Charlotte alone, leave Feliks alone, forget Alex, forget Churchill. But she did not know what was going to happen. Charlotte might go to Stephen and say, "You're not my father." Stephen might kill Feliks. Feliks might kill Alex. Charlotte might be accused of murder. Feliks might come here to my room and kiss me. Her nerves were bad again, and she felt another headache coming on. It was a very warm night. The laudanum had worn off, but she had drunk a lot of wine at dinner, and she still felt woozy. For some reason, her skin was tender tonight, and every time she moved, the silk of her nightdress seemed to scrape her breasts. She was irritable, both mentally and physically. She half wished Stephen would come to her. Then she thought, no, I couldn't bear it. Feliks' presence in the nursery was like a bright light shining in her eyes, keeping her awake. She threw off the sheet, got up and went to the window. She opened it wider. The breeze was hardly cooler than the air in the room. Leaning out and looking down, she could see the twin lamps burning at the portico, and the policeman walking along the front of the house, his boots crunching distantly on the gravel drive. What was Feliks doing up there? Was he making a bomb? Loading a gun? Sharpening a knife? Or was he sleeping, content to wait for the right moment? Or wandering around the house, trying to find a way to get past Alec's bodyguards? There's nothing I can do, she thought. Nothing. She picked up her book. It was Hardy's Wessex Poems. Why did I choose this, she thought. It opened at the page she had looked at that morning. She turned up the nightlight, sat down and read the whole poem. It was called Her Dilemma. The two were silent in a sunless church, whose mildewed walls, uneven paving stones, and wasted carvings passed antique research, and nothing broke the clock's dull monotones. Leaning against a wormy poppy head, so wan and worn that he could scarcely stand, for he was soon to die, he softly said, "Tell me you love me," holding hard her hand. She would have given a world to breathe yes truly, so much his life seemed hanging on her mind. And hence she lied, her heart persuaded throughly 'twas worth her soul to be a moment kind. But the sad need thereof, his nearing death, so mocked humanity that she shamed to prize a world conditioned thus, or care for breath where nature such dilemmas could devise. That's right, she thought, when life is like this, who can do right? Her headache was so bad she thought her skull would split. She went to the drawer and took a gulp from the bottle of laudanum. Then she took another gulp. Then she went to the nursery. Chapter 15. Something had gone wrong. Feliks had not seen Charlotte since midday, when she had brought him a basin, a jug of water, a towel, and a cake of soap. There must have been some kind of trouble to keep her away. Perhaps she had been forced to leave the house, or perhaps she felt she might be under observation. But she had not given him away, evidently, for here he was. Anyway, he did not need her any more. He knew where Olaf was, and he knew where the guns were. He was not able to get into Olaf's room, for the security seemed too good, so he would have to make Olaf come out. He knew how to do that. He had not used the soap and water because the little hideaway was too cramped to allow him to stand up straight and wash himself. And anyway, he did not care much about cleanliness. But now he was very hot and sticky, and he wanted to feel fresh before going about his work, so he took the water out into the nursery. It felt very strange to be standing in the place where Charlotte had spent so many hours of her childhood. He put the thought out of his mind. This was no time for sentiment. He took off all his clothes and washed himself by the light of a single candle. A familiar, pleasant feeling of anticipation and excitement filled him, and he felt as if his skin were glowing. I shall win tonight, he thought savagely, no matter how many I have to kill. He rubbed himself all over roughly with the towel. His movements were jerky, and there was a tight sensation in the back of his throat which made him want to shout. This must be why warriors yell war cries, he thought. He looked down at his body, and saw that he had the beginnings of an erection. Then he heard Lydia say, "Why, you've grown a beard." He spun around and stared into the darkness, stupefied. She came forward into the circle of candlelight. Her blonde hair was unpinned and hung around her shoulders. She wore a long, pale nightdress with a fitted bodice and a high waist. Her arms were bare and white. She was smiling. They stood still, looking at one another. Several times she opened her mouth to speak, but no words came out. Felix felt the blood rush to his loins. How long, he thought wildly, how long since I stood naked before a woman? She moved, but it did not break the spell. She stepped forward and knelt at his feet. She closed her eyes and nuzzled his body. As Felix looked down on her unseeing face, candlelight glinted off the tears on her cheeks. Lydia was 19 again, and her body was young and strong and tireless. The simple wedding was over, and she and her new husband were in the little cottage they had taken in the country. Outside, snow fell quietly in the garden. They made love by candlelight. She kissed him all over, and he said, "I've always loved you, all these years," although it was only weeks since they had met. His beard brushed her breasts, although she could not remember his growing a beard. She watched his hands, busy all over her body, in all the secret places, and she said, "It's you. You're doing this to me. It's you, Felix, Felix," as if there had ever been anyone else who did these things to her, who gave her this rolling, swelling pleasure. With her long fingernail, she scratched his shoulder. She watched as the blood welled up, then leaned forward and licked it greedily. "You're an animal," he said. They touched each other busily all the time. They were like children let loose in a sweet shop, moving restlessly from one thing to another, touching and looking and tasting, unable to believe in their astonishing good fortune. She said, "I'm so glad we ran away together." And for some reason that made him look sad. So she said, "Stick your finger up me." And the sad look went, and desire masked his face, and she realized that she was crying, and she could not understand why. Suddenly she realized that this was a dream, and she was terrified of waking up, so she said, "Let's do it now, quickly." And they came together, and she smiled through her tears and said, "We fit." They seemed to move like dancers, or courting butterflies, and she said, "This is so nice, dear Jesus, this is so nice." And then she said, "I thought this would never happen to me again," and her breath came in sobs. He buried his face in her neck, but she took his head in her hands and pushed it away so that she could see him. Now she knew that this was not a dream. She was awake. There was a taut string stretched between the back of her throat and the base of her spine, and every time it vibrated, her whole body sang a single note of pleasure which got louder and louder. "Look at me," she said as she lost control, and he said gently, "I'm looking." And the note got louder. "I'm wicked," she cried as the climax hit her. "Look at me, I'm wicked." And her body convulsed, and the string got tighter and tighter, and the pleasure more piercing, until she felt she was losing her mind. And then the last high note of joy broke the string, and she slumped and fainted. Felix laid her gently on the floor. Her face in the candlelight was peaceful, all tension gone. She looked like one who had died happy. She was pale, but breathing normally. She had been half asleep, probably drugged, Felix knew, but he did not care. He felt drained and weak and helpless and grateful, and very much in love. We could start again, he thought. She's a free woman. She could leave her husband. We could live in Switzerland. Charlotte could join us. This is not an opium dream, he told himself. He and Lydia had made such plans before, in St. Petersburg, 19 years ago, and they had been utterly impotent against the wishes of respectable people. It doesn't happen, not in real life, he thought. They would frustrate us all over again. They will never let me have her. But I shall have my revenge. He got to his feet and quickly put on his clothes. He picked up the candle. He looked at her once more. Her eyes were still closed. He wanted to touch her once more, to kiss her soft mouth. He hardened his heart. Never again, he thought. He turned and went through the door. He walked softly along the carpeted corridor and down the stairs. His candle made weird moving shadows in the doorways. I may die tonight, but not before I have killed Orloff and Walden, he thought. I have seen my daughter, I have lain with my wife. Now I will kill my enemies, and then I can die. On the first floor landing, he stepped on a hard floor, and his boot made a loud noise. He froze and listened. He saw that there was no carpet here, but a marble floor. He waited. There was no noise from the rest of the house. He took off his boots and went on in his bare feet. He had no socks. The lights were out all over the house. Would anyone be roaming around? Might someone come down to raid the larder, feeling hungry in the middle of the night? Might a butler dream he heard noises and make a tour of the house to check? Might Orloff's bodyguards need to go to the lavatory? Feliks strained his hearing, ready to snuff out the candle and hide at the slightest noise. He stopped in the hall and took from his coat pocket the plans of the house Charlotte had drawn for him. He consulted the ground floor plan briefly, holding the candle close to the paper, then turned to his right and padded along the corridor. He went through the library into the gun room. He closed the door softly behind him and looked around. A great, hideous head seemed to leap at him from the wall, and he jumped and grunted with fear. The candle went out. In the darkness he realized he had seen a tiger's head stuffed and mounted on the wall. He lit the candle again. There were trophies all around the walls, a lion, a deer, and even a rhinoceros. Walden had done some big game hunting in his time. There was also a big fish in a glass case. Feliks put the candle down on the table. The guns were racked along one wall. There were 3 pairs of double-barrel shotguns, a Winchester rifle, and something that Feliks thought must be an elephant gun. He had never seen an elephant gun. He had never seen an elephant. The guns were secured by a chain through their trigger guards. Feliks looked along the chain. It was fastened by a large padlock to a bracket screwed into the wooden end of the rack. Feliks considered what to do. He had to have a gun. He thought he might be able to snap the padlock, given a tough piece of iron, such as a screwdriver, to use as a lever, but it seemed to him that it might be easier to unscrew the bracket from the wood of the rack and then pass chain, padlock, and bracket through the trigger guards to free the guns. He looked again at Charlotte's plan. Next to the gun room was the flower room. He picked up his candle and went through the communicating door. He found himself in a small, cold room with a marble table and a stone sink. He heard a footstep. He doused his candle and crouched down. The sound had come from outside, from the gravel path. It had to be one of the sentries. The light of a torch flickered outside. Feliks flattened himself against the door, beside the window. The light grew stronger, and the footsteps became louder. They stopped right outside, and the torch shone in through the window. By its light, Feliks could see a rack over the sink and a few tools hanging by hooks, shears, secateurs, a small hoe, and a knife. The sentry tried the door against which Feliks stood. It was locked. The footsteps moved away, and the light went. Feliks waited a moment. What would the sentry do? Presumably he had seen the glimmer of Feliks' candle, but he might think it had been the reflection of his own torch, or someone in the house might have had a perfectly legitimate reason to go into the flower room. Or the sentry might be the ultra-cautious type and come and check. Leaving the doors open, Feliks went from the flower room, through the gun room, and into the library, feeling his way in the dark, holding his unlit candle in his hand. He sat on the floor in the library, behind a big leather sofa, and counted slowly to 1,000. Nobody came. The sentry was not the cautious type. He went back into the gun room and lit the candle. The windows were heavily curtained here. There had been no curtains in the flower room. He went cautiously into the flower room, took the knife he had seen over the rack, came back into the gun room, and bent over the gun rack. He used the blade of the knife to undo the screws which held the bracket to the wood of the rack. The wood was old and hard, but eventually the screws came loose, and he was able to unchain the guns. There were 3 cupboards in the room. One held bottles of brandy and whiskey together with glasses. Another held bound copies of a magazine called Horse and Hound, and a huge leather-bound ledger marked Game Book. The third was locked. That must be where the ammunition was kept. Felix broke the lock with a garden knife. Of the 3 types of gun available, Winchester, shotgun, or elephant gun, he preferred the Winchester. However, as he searched through the boxes of ammunition, he realized there were no cartridges here either for the Winchester or for the elephant gun. Those weapons must have been kept as souvenirs. He had to be content with a shotgun. All 3 pairs were 12-bore, and all the ammunition consisted of cartridges of No. 6 shot. To be sure of killing his man, he would have to fire at close range, no more than 20 yards to be absolutely certain, and he would have only 2 shots before reloading. Still, he thought, I only want to kill 2 people. The image of Lydia lying on the nursery floor kept coming back to him. When he thought of how they had made love, he felt exultant. He no longer felt the fatalism which had gripped him immediately afterwards. Why should I die, he thought, and when I have killed Walden, who knows what might happen then? He loaded the gun. And now, Lydia thought, I shall have to kill myself. She saw no other possibility. She had descended to the depths of depravity for the 2nd time in her life. All her years of self-discipline had come to nothing, just because Felix had returned. She could not live with the knowledge of what she was. She wanted to die, now. She considered how it might be done. What could she take that was poisonous? There must be rat poison somewhere on the premises, but of course she did not know where. An overdose of laudanum? She was not sure she had enough. You could kill yourself with gas, she recalled, but Stephen had converted the house to electric light. She wondered whether the top stories were high enough for her to die by jumping from a window. She was afraid she might merely break her back and be paralyzed for years. She did not think she had the courage to slash her wrists, and besides, it would take so long to bleed to death. The quickest way would be to shoot herself. She thought she could probably load a gun and fire it. She had seen it done innumerable times. But she remembered the guns were locked up. Then she thought of the lake. Yes, that was the answer. She would go to her room and put on a robe. Then she would leave the house by a side door so that the policemen should not see her, and she would walk across the west side of the park beside the rhododendrons and through the woods until she came to the water's edge. Then she would just keep walking until the cool water closed over her head. Then she would open her mouth, and a minute or so later it would be all over. She left the nursery and walked along the corridor in the dark. She saw a light under Charlotte's door and hesitated. She wanted to see her little girl one last time. The key was in the lock on the outside. She unlocked the door and went in. Charlotte sat in a chair by the window, fully dressed but asleep. Her face was pale but for the redness around her eyes. She had unpinned her hair. Lydia closed the door and went over to her. Charlotte opened her eyes. "What's happened?" she said. "Nothing," Lydia said. She sat down. Charlotte said, "Do you remember when Nanny went away?" "Yes. You were old enough for a governess, and I didn't have another baby." "I had forgotten all about it for years. I've just remembered." "You never knew, did you, that I thought Nanny was my mother?" I don't know. Did you think so? You always called me Mamma, and her Nanny." Yes. Charlotte spoke slowly, almost desultorily, as if she were lost in the fog of distant memory. You were Mamma, and Nanny was Nanny. But everybody had a mother, you see, and when Nanny said, you were my mother, I said, don't be silly, Nanny, you were my mother. And Nanny just laughed. Then you sent her away. I was broken-hearted. I never realized. Maria never told you, of course. What governess would? Charlotte was just repeating the memory, not accusing her mother, just explaining something. She went on. So you see, I have the wrong mother, and now I have the wrong father, too. The new thing made me remember the old, I suppose. Lydia said, You must hate me. I understand. I hate myself. I don't hate you, Mamma. I've been dreadfully angry toward you, but I've never hated you. But you think I'm a hypocrite. Not even that. A feeling of peace came over Lydia. Charlotte said, I'm beginning to understand why you're so fiercely respectable. Why you were so determined that I should never know anything of sex. You just wanted to save me from what happened to you. And I found out that there are hard decisions, and that sometimes one can't tell what's good and right to do. I think I've judged you harshly, when I had no right to judge you at all. And I'm not very proud of myself. Do you know that I love you? Yes. And I love you, Mamma, and that's why I feel so wretched. Lydia was dazed. This was the last thing she had expected. After all that had happened, the lies, the treachery, the anger, the bitterness, Charlotte still loved her. She was suffused with a kind of tranquil joy. Kill myself, she thought. Why should I kill myself? We should have talked like this before, Lydia said. Oh, you've no idea how much I wanted to, Charlotte said. You were always so good at telling me how to curtsy and carry my train and sit down gracefully and put up my hair. And I longed for you to explain important things to me in the same way, about falling in love and having babies. But you never did. I never could, Lydia said. I don't know why. Charlotte yawned. I think I'll sleep now. She stood up. Lydia kissed her cheek, then embraced her. Charlotte said, I love Felix too, you know. That hasn't changed. I understand, said Lydia. I do too. Good night, Mamma. Good night. Lydia went out quickly and closed the door behind her. She hesitated outside. What would Charlotte do if the door were left unlocked? Lydia decided to save her the anxiety of the decision. She turned the key in the lock. She went down the stairs, heading for her own room. She was so glad she had talked to Charlotte. Perhaps, she thought, this family could be mended after all. I've no idea how, but surely it might be done. She went into her room. Where have you been? Said Stephen.
End of side 19. Side 20.
Now that Felix had a weapon, all he had to do was get Orloff out of his room. He knew how to do that. He was going to burn the house down. Carrying the gun in one hand and the candle in the other, he walked, still barefoot, through the west wing and across the hall into the drawing-room. Just a few more minutes, he thought. Give me just a few more minutes and I will be done. He passed through 2 dining rooms and a serving room and entered the kitchens. Here Charlotte's plans became vague, and he had to search for the way out. He found a large, rough-hewn door closed with a bar. He lifted the bar and quietly opened the door. He put out his candle and waited in the doorway. After a minute or so he found he could just about make out the outlines of the buildings. That was a relief. He was afraid to use the candle outside because of the sentries. In front of him was a small cobbled courtyard. On its far side, if the plan was right, there was a garage, a workshop, and a petrol tank. He crossed the yard. The building in front of him had once been a barn, he guessed. Part of it was enclosed, the workshop perhaps, and the rest was open. He could vaguely make out the great round headlamps of 2 large cars. Where was the fuel tank? He looked up. The building was quite high. He stepped forward, and something hit his forehead. It was a length of flexible pipe with a nozzle at the end. It hung down from the upper part of the building. It made sense. They put the cars in the barn, and the petrol tank in the hayloft. They simply drove the cars into the courtyard and filled them with fuel from the pipe. Good, he thought. Now he needed a container. A 2-gallon can would be ideal. He entered the garage and walked around the cars, feeling with his feet, careful not to stumble over anything noisy. There were no cans. He recalled the plans again. He was close to the kitchen garden. There might be a watering can in that region. He was about to go and look when he heard a sniff. He froze. The policeman went by. Feliks could hear the beat of his own heart. The light from the policeman's oil lamp meandered around the courtyard. Did I shut the kitchen door? Feliks thought in a panic. The lamp shone on the door. It looked shut. The policeman went on. Feliks realized he'd been holding his breath, and he let it out in a long sigh. He gave the policeman a minute to get some distance away, then he went in the same direction, looking for the kitchen garden. He found no cans there, but he stumbled over a coil of hose. He estimated its length at about 100 feet. It gave him a wicked idea. First, he needed to know how frequently the policeman patrolled. He began to count. Still counting, he carried the garden hose back to the courtyard and concealed it and himself behind the motor cars. He had reached 902 when the policeman came around again. He had about 15 minutes. He attached one end of the hose to the nozzle of the petrol pipe, then walked across the courtyard, paying out the hose as he went. He paused in the kitchen to find a sharp meat skewer and to relight his candle. Then he retraced his steps through the house, laying the hose through the kitchen, the serving room, the dining rooms, the drawing room, the hall, and the passage, and into the library. The hose was heavy, and it was difficult to do the job silently. He listened all the while for footsteps, but all he heard was the noise of an old house settling down for the night. Everyone was in bed, he was sure. But would someone come down to get a book from the library, or a glass of brandy from the drawing room, or a sandwich from the kitchen? If that were to happen now, he thought, the game would be up. Just a few more minutes. Just a few more minutes. He had been worried about whether the hose would be long enough, but it just reached through the library door. He walked back, following the hose, making holes in it every few yards with the sharp point of the meat skewer. He went out through the kitchen door and stood in the garage. He held his shotgun two-handed, like a club. He seemed to wait an age. At last he heard footsteps. The policeman passed him and stopped, shining his torch on the hose, and gave a grunt of surprise. Feliks hit him with the gun. The policeman staggered. Feliks hissed, "Fall down, damn you!" and hit him again with all his might. The policeman fell down, and Feliks hit him again with savage satisfaction. The man was still. Feliks turned to the petrol pipe and found the place where the hose was connected. There was a tap to stop and start the flow of petrol. Feliks turned on the tap. "Before we were married," Lydia said impulsively, "I had a lover." "Good Lord," said Stephen. "Why did I say that?" she thought. "Because lying about it has made everyone unhappy, and I'm finished with all that," she said. "My father found out about it. He had my lover jailed and tortured. He said that if I would agree to marry you, the torture would stop immediately. and that as soon as you and I had left for England, my lover would be released from jail." She watched his face. He was not hurt, as she had expected, but he was horrified. He said, "Your father was wicked." "I was wicked, to marry without love." "Oh." Now Stephen looked pained. "For that matter, I wasn't in love with you. I proposed to you because my father had died, and I needed a wife to be Countess of Walden. It was later that I fell so desperately in love with you. I'd say I forgive you, but there's nothing to forgive." Could it be this easy, she thought? Might he forgive me everything and go on loving me? It seemed that because death was in the air, anything was possible. She found herself plunging on. "There's more to be told," she said, "and it's worse." His expression was painfully anxious. "You'd better tell me." I was already with child when I married you." Stephen paled. "Charlotte." Lydia nodded silently. She's not mine?" "No." "Oh, God. Now I have hurt you," she thought. "This you never dreamed." She said, "Oh, Stephen, I am so dreadfully sorry." He stared at her. "Not mine," he said stupidly. "Not mine." She thought of how much it meant to him. More than anyone else, the English nobility talked about breeding and bloodlines. She remembered him looking at Charlotte and murmuring, "Bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh." It was the only verse of the Bible she'd ever heard him quote. She thought of her own feelings, of the mystery of the child starting life as part of oneself, and then becoming a separate individual, but never completely separate. It must be the same for men, she thought. Sometimes one thinks it isn't, but it must be. His face was grey and drawn. He looked suddenly older. He said, "Why are you telling me this now?" "I can't," she thought. "I can't reveal any more. I've hurt him so much already." But it was as if she was on a downhill slope and could not stop. She blurted, "Because Charlotte has met her real father and she knows everything." Oh, the poor child. Stephen buried his face in his hands. Lydia realized that his next question would be, "Who is the father?" She was overcome by panic. She could not tell him that. It would kill him. But she needed to tell him. She wanted the weight of these guilty secrets to be lifted forever. "Don't ask," she thought. "Not yet. It's too much." He looked up at her. His face was frighteningly expressionless. He looked like a judge, she thought, impassively pronouncing sentence, and she was the guilty prisoner in the dock. "Don't ask," he said. "And the father is Feliks, of course." She gasped. He nodded, as if her reaction was all the confirmation he needed. "What will he do?" she thought fearfully. She watched his face, but she could not read his expression. He was like a stranger to her. He said, "Oh, dear God in heaven, what have we done?" Lydia was suddenly garrulous. He came along just when she was beginning to see her parents as frail human beings, of course. And there he was, full of life and ideas and iconoclasm, just the kind of thing to enchant an independent-minded young girl. I know, something like that happened to me. And so she got to know him and became fond of him and helped him. But she loves you, Stephen. She's yours in that way. People can't help loving you. Can't help it." His face was wooden. She wished he would curse or cry or abuse her or even beat her, but he sat there looking at her with that judge's face and said, "And you? Did you help him?" "Not intentionally, no. But I haven't helped you either. I am such a hateful, evil woman." He stood up and held her shoulders. His hands were cold as the grave. He said, "But are you mine?" "I wanted to be, Stephen. I really did." He touched her cheek, but no love showed in his face. She shuddered. She said, "I told you it was too much to forgive." He said, "Do you know where Felix is?" She made no reply. If I tell, she thought, it will be like killing Felix. If I don't tell, it will be like killing Stephen. "You do know," he said. She nodded, dumbly. "Will you tell me?" She looked into his eyes. If I tell him, she thought, will he forgive me? Stephen said, "Choose." She felt as if she were falling headlong into a pit. Stephen raised his eyebrows expectantly. Lydia said, "He's in the house." Good God! Where? Lydia's shoulders slumped. It was done. She had betrayed Felix for the last time. "He's been hiding in the nursery," she said dejectedly. His expression was no longer wooden. His cheeks coloured and his eyes blazed with fury. Lydia said, "Say you forgive me, please." He turned around and ran from the room. Felix ran through the kitchen and through the serving room, carrying his candle, the shotgun, and his matches. He could smell the sweet, slightly nauseating vapour of petrol. In the dining room, a thin, steady jet was spouting through a hole in the hose-pipe. Felix shifted the hose across the room, so that the fire would not destroy it too quickly, then struck a match and threw it onto a petrol-soaked patch of rug. The rug burst into flames. Felix grinned and ran on. In the drawing-room, he picked up a velvet cushion and held it to another hole in the hose-pipe for a minute. He put the cushion down on a sofa, set fire to it, and threw some more cushions onto it. They blazed merrily. He ran across the hall and along the passage to the library. Here the petrol was gushing out of the end of the pipe and running over the floor. Felix pulled handfuls of books off the shelves and threw them onto the floor into the spreading puddle. Then he crossed the room and opened the communicating door to the gun room. He stood in the doorway for a moment, then threw his candle into the puddle. There was a noise like a huge gust of wind, and the library caught fire. Books and petrol burned fiercely. In a moment the curtains were ablaze, then the seats and the panelling caught. The petrol continued to pour out of the hose-pipe, feeding the fire. Felix laughed aloud. He turned into the gun room. He stuffed a handful of extra cartridges into the pocket of his coat. He went from the gun room into the flower room. He unbolted the door to the garden, opened it quietly, and stepped out. He walked directly west, away from the house, for 200 paces, containing his impatience. Then he turned south for the same distance, and finally he walked east until he was directly opposite the main entrance to the house, looking at it across the darkened lawn. He could see the second police sentry standing in front of the portico, illuminated by the twin lamps, smoking a pipe. His colleague lay unconscious, perhaps dead, in the kitchen courtyard. Felix could see the flames in the windows of the library, but the policeman was some distance away from there, and he had not noticed them yet. He would see them at any moment. Between Felix and the house, about 50 yards from the portico, was a big old chestnut tree. Felix walked towards it across the lawn. The policeman seemed to be looking more or less in Felix's direction, but he did not see him. Felix did not care. If he sees me, he thought, I'll shoot him dead. It doesn't matter now. No one could stop the fire. Everyone will have to leave the house. Any minute now, I'll kill them both. He came up behind the tree and leaned against it, with the shotgun in his hands. Now he could see flames at the opposite end of the house, in the dining room windows. He thought, what are they doing in there? Walden ran along the corridor to the bachelor wing and knocked on the door of the blue room, where Thompson was sleeping. He went in. "What is it?" Thompson's voice said from the bed. Walden turned on the light. "Felix is in the house." "Good God!" Thompson got out of bed. "How?" "Charlotte let him in," Walden said bitterly. Thompson was hastily putting on trousers and a jacket. "Do we know where?" "In the nursery. Have you got your revolver?" "No, but I've got 3 men with all off, remember. I'll peel 2 of them off, and then take Felix." "I'm coming with you." "I'd rather—" "Don't argue!" Walden shouted. "I want to see him die." Thompson gave a queer, sympathetic look, then ran out of the room. Walden followed. They went along the corridor to Alec's room. The bodyguard outside the door stood up and saluted Thompson. Thompson said, "It's Barrett, isn't it?" "Yes, sir." "Who's inside?" "Bishop and Anderson, sir." "Get them to open up." Barrett tapped on the door. Immediately a voice said, "Password?" "Mississippi," said Barrett. The door opened. "What's on, Charlie?" "Oh, it's you, sir." Thompson said, "How is Orloff?" "Sleeping like a baby, sir." Walden thought, "Let's get on with it." Thompson said, "Feliks is in the house. Barrett and Anderson, come with me and his lordship. Bishop, stay inside the room. Check that your pistols are loaded, please, all of you." Walden led the way along the bachelor wing and up the back stairs to the nursery suite. His heart was pounding, and he felt the curious mixture of fear and eagerness which had always come over him when he got a big lion in the sights of his rifle. He pointed at the nursery door. Thompson whispered, "Is there electric light in that room?" "Yes," Walden replied. "Where's the switch?" "Left-hand side of the door, at shoulder height." Barrett and Anderson drew their pistols. Walden and Thompson stood either side of the door, out of the line of fire. Barrett threw open the door. Anderson dashed in and stepped to one side, and Barrett threw the light switch. Nothing happened. Walden looked into the room. Anderson and Barrett were checking the schoolroom and the bedroom. A moment later, Barrett said, "No one here, sir." The nursery was bare and bright with light. There was a bowl of dirty water on the floor, and next to it a crumpled towel. Walden pointed to the closet door. "Through there's a little attic." Barrett opened the closet door. They all tensed. Barrett went through with his gun in his hand. He came back a moment later. "He was there." Thompson scratched his head. Walden said, "We must search the house." Thompson said, "I wish we had more men." "We'll start with the west wing," Walden said. "Come on." They followed him out of the nursery and along the corridor to the staircase. As they went down the stairs, Walden smelled smoke. "What's that?" he said. Thompson sniffed. Walden looked at Barrett and Anderson. Neither of them was smoking. The smell became more powerful, and now Walden could hear a noise like wind in the trees. Suddenly he was filled with fear. "My house is on fire!" he shouted. He raced down the stairs. The hall was full of smoke. Walden ran across the hall and pushed open the door of the drawing-room. Heat hit him like a blow, and he staggered back. The room was an inferno. He despaired. It could never be put out. He looked along to the west wing and saw that the library was afire too. He turned. Thompson was right behind him. Walden shouted, "My house is burning down!" Thompson took his arm and pulled him back to the staircase. Anderson and Barrett stood there. Walden found he could breathe and hear more easily in the centre of the hall. Thompson was very cool and collected. He began to give orders. "Anderson, go and wake up those two bobbies outside. Send one to find a garden hose and a tap. Send the other running to the village to telephone for a fire engine. Then run up the back stairs and through the servants' quarters, waking everyone. Tell them to get out the quickest way they can, then gather on the front lawn to be counted. Barrett, go and wake up Mr. Churchill. Make sure he gets out. I'll fetch Orloff. Walden, you get your wife and daughter. Move!" Walden ran up the stairs into Lydia's room. She was sitting on the chaise longue in her nightdress, and her eyes were red with weeping. "The house is on fire," Walden said breathlessly. "Go out quickly onto the front lawn. I'll get Charlotte." Then he thought of something. The dinner bell. "No," he said, "you get Charlotte. I'll ring the bell." He raced down the stairs again, thinking, why didn't I think of this before? In the hall was a long silk rope, which would ring bells all over the house to warn guests and servants that a meal was about to be served. Walden pulled on the rope and heard faintly the response of the bells from various parts of the house. He noticed a garden hose trailing through the hall. Was somebody fighting the fire already? He could not think who. He kept on pulling the rope. Feliks watched anxiously. The blaze was spreading too quickly. Already large areas of the first floor were burning. He could see the glow in the windows. He thought, "Come out, you fools." What were they doing? He did not want to burn everyone in the house. He wanted them to come out. The policeman in the portico seemed to be asleep. "I'll give the alarm myself," Feliks thought desperately. "I don't want the wrong people to die." Suddenly the policeman looked around. His pipe fell out of his mouth. He dashed into the porch and began to hammer on the door. "At last," thought Feliks. "Now raise the alarm, you fool." The policeman ran around to a window and broke it. Just then the door opened and someone rushed out in a cloud of smoke. "It's happening," Feliks thought. He raised the shotgun and peered through the darkness. He could not see the face of the newcomer. The man shouted something, and the policeman ran off. "I've got to be able to see their faces," Feliks thought. "But if I go too close, I'll be seen too soon." The newcomer rushed back into the house before Feliks could recognize him. "I'll have to get nearer," Feliks thought, "and take the chance." He moved across the lawn. Within the house, bells began to ring. "Now they will come," thought Feliks. Lydia ran along the smoke-filled corridor. How could this happen so quickly? In her room she had smelled nothing, but now there were flames flickering underneath the doors of the bedrooms she passed. The whole house must be blazing. The air was too hot to breathe. She reached Charlotte's room and turned the handle of the door. Of course it was locked. She turned the key. She tried again to open the door. It would not move. She turned the handle and threw her weight against the door. Something was wrong. The door was jammed. Lydia began to scream and scream. "Mama!" Charlotte's voice came from within the room. Lydia bit her lip hard and stopped screaming. "Charlotte! Open the door! I can't! It's locked! I've unlocked it, and it won't open, and the house is on fire! Oh, dear Jesus! Help me! Help!" The door shook, and the handle rattled as Charlotte tried to open it from the inside. "Mama! Yes, Mama! Stop screaming and listen carefully to me. The floor has shifted and the door is wedged in its frame. It will have to be broken down. Go and fetch help." "I can't leave you!" "Mama, go and get help or I'll burn to death." "Oh, God! All right!" Lydia turned and ran, choking, toward the staircase. Walden was still ringing the bell. Through the smoke he saw Alex, flanked by Thompson and the third detective, Bishop, coming down the stairs. Lydia and Churchill and Charlotte should be here too, he thought. Then he realized that they might come down any one of several staircases. The only place to check was out on the front lawn, where everyone had been told to gather. "Bishop!" shouted Walden. "Come here!" The detective ran across. "Ring this! Keep going as long as you can." Bishop took the rope, and Walden followed Alex out of the house. It was a very sweet moment for Feliks. He lifted the gun and walked toward the house. Olaf and another man walked toward him. They had not yet seen him. As they came closer, Walden appeared behind them. "Like rats in a trap," Feliks thought triumphantly. The man Feliks did not know looked back over his shoulder and spoke to Walden. Olaf was 20 yards away. "This is it," Feliks thought. He put the stock of the gun to his shoulder, aimed carefully at Olaf's chest, and, just as Olaf opened his mouth to speak, pulled the trigger. A large black hole appeared in Olaf's nightshirt as an ounce of number 6 shot, about 400 pellets, tore into his body. The other two men heard the bang and stared at Feliks in astonishment. Blood gushed from Olaf's chest, and he fell backward. "I did it," Feliks thought exultantly. "I killed him. Now for the other tyrant." He pointed the gun at Walden. "Don't move!" he yelled. Walden and the other man stood motionless. They all heard a scream. Feliks looked in the direction from which the sound came. Lydia was running out of the house with her hair on fire. Feliks hesitated for a split second, then he dashed toward her. Walden did the same. As he ran, Feliks dropped the gun and tore off his coat. He reached Lydia a moment before Walden. He wrapped the coat around her head, smothering the flames. She pulled the coat off her head and yelled at them, "Charlotte is trapped in her room!" Walden turned and ran toward the house. Feliks ran with him. Lydia, sobbing with fright, saw Thompson dart forward and pick up the shotgun Feliks had dropped. She watched in horror as Thompson raised it and took aim at Feliks' back. "No!" she screamed. She threw herself at Thompson, knocking him off balance. The gun discharged into the ground. Thompson stared at her in bewilderment. "Don't you know?" she shouted hysterically. "He's suffered enough." Charlotte's carpet was smouldering. She put her fist to her mouth and bit her knuckles to stop herself screaming. She ran to her washstand, picked up the jug of water and threw it into the middle of the room. It made more smoke, not less. She went to the window, opened it and looked out. Smoke and flames poured out of the windows below her. The wall of the house was faced with smooth stone. There was no way to climb down. If I have to, I'll jump. It will be better than burning, she thought. The idea terrified her, and she bit her knuckles again. She ran to the door and shook the handle impotently. "Somebody! Help! Quickly!" she screamed. Flames rose from the carpet, and a hole appeared in the centre of the floor. She ran around the edge of the room to be near the window, ready to jump. She heard someone sobbing, and realized it was she. The hall was full of smoke. Feliks could hardly see. He stayed close behind Walden, thinking, "Not Charlotte. I won't let Charlotte die, not Charlotte." They ran up the staircase. The whole first floor was ablaze. The heat was terrific. Walden dashed through a wall of flame, and Feliks followed him. Walden stopped outside a door and was seized by a fit of coughing. Helplessly, he pointed at the door. Feliks rattled the handle and pushed the door with his shoulder. It would not move. He shook Walden and shouted, "Run! At the door!" He and Walden, still coughing, stood on the other side of the corridor, facing the door. Feliks said, "Now!" They threw themselves at the door together. The wood split, but the door stayed shut. Walden stopped coughing. His face showed sheer terror. "Again!" he shouted at Feliks. They stood against the opposite wall. "No!" They threw themselves at the door. It cracked a little more. From the other side of the door, they heard Charlotte scream. Walden gave a roar of anger. He looked about him desperately. He picked up a heavy oak chair. Feliks thought it was too heavy for Walden to lift, but Walden raised it above his head and smashed it against the door. The wood began to splinter. In a frenzy of impatience, Feliks put his hands into the crack and began to tear at the splintered wood. His fingers became slippery with blood. He stood back, and Walden swung with the chair again. Again Feliks pulled out the shards. His hands were full of splinters. He heard Walden muttering something and realized it was a prayer. Walden swung the chair a third time. The chair broke, its seat and legs coming away from its back. But there was a hole in the door big enough for Feliks, but not for Walden, to crawl through. Feliks dragged himself through the hole and fell into the bedroom. The floor was on fire, and he could not see Charlotte. "Charlotte!" he shouted at the top of his voice. "Here!" Her voice came from the far side of the room. Feliks ran around the outside of the room where the fire was less. She was sitting on the sill of the open window, breathing in ragged gulps. He picked her up by the waist and threw her over his shoulder. He ran back around the edge of the room to the door. Walden reached through the door to take her. Walden put his head and one shoulder through the hole to take Charlotte from Feliks. He could see that Feliks' face and hands were burned black, and his trousers were on fire. Charlotte's eyes were open and wide with terror. Behind Feliks, the floor began to collapse. Walden got one arm beneath Charlotte's body. Feliks seemed to stagger. Walden withdrew his head, put his other arm through the hole, and got his hand under Charlotte's armpit. Flames licked around her nightdress, and she screamed. Walden said, "All right, Papa's got you." Suddenly he was taking her entire weight. He drew her through the hole. She fainted and went limp. As he pulled her out, the bedroom floor fell in, and Walden saw Feliks' face as Feliks dropped into the inferno. Walden whispered, "May God have mercy on your soul." Then he ran downstairs. Lydia was held in an iron grip by Thompson, who would not let her go into the blazing house. She stood staring at the door, willing the two men to appear with Charlotte. A figure appeared. Who was it? It came closer. It was Stephen. He was carrying Charlotte. Thompson let Lydia go. She ran to them. Stephen laid Charlotte gently on the grass. Lydia stared at him in panic. She said, What? "She's not dead," Stephen said. "Just fainted." Lydia got down on the grass, cradled Charlotte's head in her lap, and felt her chest beneath her left breast. There was a strong heartbeat. "Oh, my baby," Lydia said. Stephen sat beside her. She looked at him. His trousers had burned and his skin was black and blistered, but he was alive. She looked toward the door. Stephen saw her glance. Lydia became aware that Churchill and Thompson were standing near, listening. Stephen took Lydia's hand. "He saved her," he said. "Then he passed her to me. Then the floor fell in. He's dead." Lydia's eyes filled with tears. Stephen saw and squeezed her hand. He said, "I saw his face as he fell. I don't think I'll ever forget it as long as I live. You see, his eyes were open and he was conscious. But he wasn't frightened. In fact, he looked satisfied." The tears streamed down Lydia's face. Churchill spoke to Thompson. "Get rid of the body of Orloff." Poor Alex, Lydia thought, and she cried for him too. Thompson said incredulously, "What?" Churchill said, "Hide it, bury it, throw it into the fire. I don't care how you do it, I just want you to get rid of that body." Lydia stared at him aghast, and through a film of tears she saw him take a sheaf of papers from the pocket of his dressing gown. "The agreement is signed," Churchill said. "The Tsar will be told that Orloff died by accident in the fire that burned down Walton Hall. Orloff was not murdered, do you understand? There was no assassin." He looked around at each of them with his aggressive, pudgy face set in a fierce scowl. "There was never anybody called Feliks." Stephen stood up and went over to where Alex's body lay. Someone had covered his face. Lydia heard Stephen say, "Alex, my boy, what am I going to say to your mother?" He bent down and folded the hands over the hole in the chest. Lydia looked at the fire, burning down all those years of history, consuming the past. Stephen came over and stood beside her. He whispered, "There was never anybody called Feliks." She looked up at him. Behind him, the sky in the east was pearly grey. Soon the sun would rise, and it would be a new day. Epilogue. On the 2nd of August 1914, Germany invaded Belgium. Within days, the German army was sweeping through France. Toward the end of August, when it seemed that Paris might fall, vital German troops were withdrawn from France to defend Germany against a Russian invasion from the east, and Paris did not fall. In 1915, the Russians were officially given control of Constantinople and the Bosphorus. Many of the young men Charlotte had danced with at Belinda's ball were killed in France. Freddy Chalfont died at Ypres. Peter came home shell-shocked. Charlotte trained as a nurse and went to the front. In 1916, Lydia gave birth to a boy. The delivery was expected to be difficult because of her age, but in the event there were no problems. They called the boy Alex. Charlotte caught pneumonia in 1917 and was sent home. During her convalescence, she translated The Captain's Daughter by Pushkin into English. After the war, women got the vote. Lloyd George became Prime Minister. Basil Thompson got a knighthood. Charlotte married a young officer she had nursed in France. The war had made him a pacifist and a socialist, and he was one of the first Labour members of Parliament. Charlotte became the leading English translator of 19th century Russian fiction. In 1931, the two of them went to Moscow and came home declaring that the USSR was a workers' paradise. They changed their minds at the time of the Nazi-Soviet pact. Charlotte's husband was a junior minister in the Labour government of 1945. Charlotte is still alive. She lives in a cottage on what used to be the home farm. The cottage was built by her father for his bailiff, and it is a spacious, sturdy house full of comfortable furniture and bright fabrics. The home farm is now a housing estate, but Charlotte likes to be surrounded by people. Walden Hall was rebuilt by Lutyens and is now owned by the son of Alex Walden. Charlotte is sometimes a little confused about the recent past, but she remembers the summer of 1914 as if it were yesterday. A rather distant look comes into those sad brown eyes, and she's off on one of her hair-raising stories. She's not all memories, though. She denounces the Communist Party of the Soviet Union for giving socialism a bad name, and Margaret Thatcher for giving feminism a bad name. If you tell her that Mrs. Thatcher is no feminist, she will say that Brezhnev is no socialist. She doesn't translate anymore, of course, but she's reading the Gulag Archipelago in the original Russian. She says Solzhenitsyn is self-righteous, but she's determined to finish the book. As she can read only for half an hour in the morning and half an hour in the afternoon, she calculates that she will be 99 by the time she gets to the end. Somehow I think she'll make it.
That was The Man from St. Petersburg by Ken Follett. Read by Terence Hardiman. We do hope you've enjoyed listening to this Chivers audiobook, and for details of further titles, please contact your local library.